And hello, everybody, and welcome back to another episode of My Isolation Podcast. And I know what you're thinking, another episode already? And yeah, that's because when I started doing this podcast back in 2020, I only did about 3 episodes and I gave up. And the other day, I actually found them. I found all 3 episodes of the original run, and I decided, you know what? Why don't we? Put them together as a compilation, and people can listen to it and see what they think. So this is the early days of my isolation podcast back in 2020 when we were all in lockdown. A few disclaimers before we get started. Number one, I know I sound really bored and uninterested in these episodes. I'm not really sure why. Because I was really excited to record these. So I don't understand why I felt so bored and not interested really in any of these. In one episode, the Doctor Who episode, I called the Absorbaloft the Absorbatron. So to Will from Channel Pub, apologies about that. I also end up praising John Barrowman somewhere towards the end because this came out around the time that Series 12 finished airing. Obviously, I don't support John Barrowman anymore because because of the stories that came out about how he used to behave on set. And then also there was another instance where during the James Bond episode, I say something that apparently that Paul Greengrass said something about how they'll never let an American direct a James Bond movie. Obviously, that was not true. That's completely wrong. I don't know why I said that. I think I may have seen an article where somebody did say that, and for some reason I thought it was him that said it, even though it actually wasn't him. For those who don't know, Paul Greengrass is the guy that did the Jason Bourne movies with Matt Damon. And yeah, so that was a few quick disclaimers. But yeah, just enjoy these first 3 episodes, enjoy the early days, and I'll see you guys whenever I see you next. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the first episode of a new podcast I'll be starting called My Isolation Podcast. And the reason why I'm doing this is mostly due to everyone being stuck in isolation, and I just want something to do. And I figured, why not just do a podcast just for the sake of it? A couple of rules, though. Not rules. More along the lines of other things. Basically, this will be quote-unquote a limited series of podcast episodes. These will probably stop once isolation's over. I don't really have once isolation is over and done with, I'll have no intention to carry these on. But there's terrible things going on in the world right now, so I feel like right now, people just want to chat about things that are not coronavirus, as we're all aware. So yeah, this will just be me rambling on about something. It'll be related to TV, movies, games, something along those lines. It won't be anything political or anything virus related. I feel like people probably need a break from that sort of thing, or maybe at least a distraction, because we're all freaking out and we're all on lockdown and not allowed to go outside, which sucks, but it's for the greater good, because it's either go outside and die, or stay inside and live, to be blunt. So that's basically what this podcast is. So that's basically why I'm doing this podcast. Essentially, if there's a bit of having voice mumbles or stops, it's basically me trying to think, and because I've never done anything like this before, which is just me sitting in my room chatting to a dictaphone, which is what I'm recording this on. I don't even have any high equipment. It's just a cheap little dictaphone and a little tiny microphone that I'm recording this on. But I've done it before. Well, I've done it for like uni projects, and the quality's always turned out okay. So we'll see what happens. This is just the first episode of maybe many. We'll see. In terms of the upload schedule for these podcasts, it'll be whenever I can do it. I don't know if it'll be weekly. Sometimes it'll be weekly. Sometimes it might be once a week. Sometimes it might be every day. It might be once a month. Who knows? Maybe this will just be the only episode, and I won't do any more after this, which tends to happen. not to me, but I've seen people try it on YouTube and stuff, try and start series and never go anywhere. Because they weren't popular enough, or they just couldn't keep up the motivation to carry on doing them. But we'll see. This is just the first episode, so we'll see. So yeah, welcome to my isolation podcast. And I hope you enjoy it, and you hope you enjoy the rest of the episodes. And so let's get started on today's main topic, I guess. As you can probably tell from the title, this one's called the Super Mario episode, because that's pretty much what I'm going to be talking about. Because surprisingly, amongst all the terror and news that's been going around, there's been somewhat of a news in story. Well, there's a story going around revolving the Super Mario Brothers franchise, which is a franchise that I've been a big fan of since I was about 5. The first game I played was Super Mario 64. We'll get back to that game in just a second. But supposedly the big, huge rumor that's going around the interwebs right now is that Nintendo is planning a big, massive event to celebrate Super Mario's 35th anniversary. And there's been some, I wouldn't say it's conflicting reports, but I've just read so many different articles that have had different perspectives on what this is going to be, because again, this is just a rumor. The story is that originally Nintendo was meant to reveal all this at E3 this year, but due to coronavirus, E3 has been cancelled. So I don't know when they're going to actually reveal this, or when it's not going to reveal this. Sorry, when they are going to reveal this, or even if this is true. Maybe it'll be in June as they plan this year, maybe just a direct or something. But I hope this is true, because this rumor sounds so good. It's just I don't think I've wanted a rumor to be true so badly than this. So let's see here. So the story goes, I'm just getting this up right now on my phone as we speak, because I'm using my 4G, because the internet here cannot reach my room currently, which is a bit of a ball ache, but it'll be okay. I'll just have to go downstairs at some point to upload this onto SoundCloud. So the big story is that Nintendo is planning a major release of new and old titles for Mario's 55th anniversary. So I've read reports claiming that it's going to be the entire 35-year catalog, which doesn't really make any sense, because a lot of the old NES and SNES games are on the Switch's online service, so I don't know how that's going to be. But yeah, they're planning on releasing his 35-year back catalog for Switch, and supposedly there's going to be some remasters as well. And along these, the remasters is going to be including Super Mario 64, Super Mario Sunshine, and Super Mario Galaxy. Supposedly as well, there's also going to be a deluxe version of Super Mario 3D World and a new Paper Mario game as well. Along with these other remasters and other releases. There's also going to be more. They're also going to reveal more news about their partnership with Universal for their Nintendo World theme park, and as well as the upcoming animated Super Mario Bros. Movie that's being made by Illumination Entertainment. So yeah, what this is just so crazy and bizarre that this is what's possibly what's going to happen. I'm not going to focus on the old titles. Mostly because in terms of the Mario era that I grew up with, the Mario era I grew up with Super Mario 60 was the 3D era. So I didn't really grow up with the original NES 8-bit Super Nintendo games for the SNES and Nintendo Entertainment System. So I grew up with more of the 3D titles. But the fact that like those titles may be getting remastered for the Switch is very, very, very exciting, because these are games that I played years and years, and I just love them to pieces. And the fact that they would be on the Switch, the fact that I'd be able to take them anywhere I want to on the go, would be just a fantastic delight that I hope comes true. And again, as I've said, I've read reports that supposedly it's going to be his whole 35-year back catalogue, which could mean the new Super Mario Bros. Games could be released, as well as this. Let's see, and there's a bunch of other stuff coming out as well. Like, yeah, like it's just bizarre. But yeah, let's just focus on the remasters for now, I think, of 64, Galaxy, and Sunshine. So moving on. So let's concentrate on 64 first before I go on to anything else. So obviously, as I said, Super Mario 64 was a game that was very special to me, as it was the first Mario game I'd ever played, also the first video game I'd ever played, period. I played it for hours, and I loved it to death. It was such a joy to play, but unfortunately for me, it was also the game I never really owned. I sadly had to experience Mario 64 at a friend's house, or it's basically at friends' houses. I never owned a Nintendo 64. I begged my parents to buy a Nintendo 64. I remember one Christmas, instead of getting a Nintendo 64, they got a PS1, which really pissed me off because Mario wasn't on there, and that was the one game I just wanted to play badly. I wanted to play Mario 64 because it was such a good game. It just grasped me, like its big open world and its controls, and just seeing this for the first time, even hearing the voice, Charles Martinet's voice work in that game, despite it being very limited, it was still it captured your imagination as a kid, as a 5-year-old child. So I've been a fan of the franchise ever since then. So the fact that that game is possibly getting a remaster, as well as being able to take it on the go, possibly with high resolution, updated graphics, and Odyssey's, maybe it'll use Odyssey's engine. I hope so, because God forbid if this is happening, then I'm more than very, very excited for this. But Mario 64 was a very special game for me. Being able to play it on the Switch would be so much fun, just to experience that game again, through the eyes of an adult, obviously. And I wasn't like robbed of Mario 64. I did own the Nintendo DS version when that came out, and as much as I loved the Nintendo DS version of Super Mario 64, it just didn't feel the same. Of course, it was very, very different. It had, you could play as Wario, Waluigi, and Yoshi. It had a touchscreen controls. The controls, I've heard people complain about the controls in Super Mario 64 DS. I never really had an issue with them. I got used to them pretty quickly. At least this is with the D-pad controls, because there were three other control schemes with that game that you could use, that involved the touchscreen, that involved both the touchscreen and the buttons, which I think I tried once and immediately never tried again, because those controls were just horrendous. But the normal controls with the D-pad and the buttons, that I thought that was okay. I still love the DS version to pieces, I really do, but it's just nothing compared to the original, which is most remakes will be. The remakes will never be as groundbreaking as the original. You could play the Crash Bandicoot Insane trilogy, but it'll never, as great as that trilogy is, it'll never capture the same essence that the originals did on the PlayStation 1. But the fact that it could be getting remastered. If this is true, I'll be jumping up and down for joy, because the fact I'll get to experience this game again, just with better graphics, slightly tweaked controls. The controls in the original Mario 64 I don't think were that bad. I know people like to complain about them nowadays, claiming it hasn't aged well, but I don't know, I think they're okay. And the camera as well could use some tweaking. But yeah, I feel like if you use Odyssey's engine for Super Mario Odyssey, I feel like that game could really shine in the limelight when it comes to the more modern age of video gaming. And I feel like that could make the transition a little bit easier. I don't think you don't really need to tweak stuff in Mario 64 that much. I mean, you could, if you wanted to, port over maybe a few levels from the Nintendo DS version as well, just to make the game a little bit more longer and a few more stars, because I think the DS version had 150 compared to the original N64 version, which only had 120. So I feel like you could maybe borrow some elements, maybe take a few levels from the DS version. I wouldn't consider putting in Wario, Luigi, or Waluigi. Maybe Luigi, maybe put in Luigi, because I feel like, because obviously we had the rumors that went around at the time. For those of you who don't know, there were rumors going around at the time of Mario 64's release that Luigi was in the game, which ended up not being true. It was a complete and total hoax. There was a whole Ella's reel, which I'm not going to go into because that's a problem in itself. And the funny thing is, the DS version kind of had the same thing, because I remember there was a rumors for years that Waluigi was in the DS version, and that just never ended up being true. Of course, you can get him in the DS version now thanks to mods, thanks to a few mods of the game. But honestly, it wouldn't. I've not bothered. There's people still out there who are still trying to unlock Waluigi, and it's just ridiculous. I know Waluigi has a big fan base, but still. So I feel like, I don't know, maybe put Luigi in the game. You could make a co-op era as well. There are small tweaks you could make to Mario 64 in a HD remastered game for the Switch, but I don't think it's worth the. I don't think it's worth the admission. I don't think it's worth tweaking too much. I don't think if you tweak it too much, and you take away the magic that the original game had in the first place. But obviously, you want to make it a little bit different, so it's worthwhile buying. Because with Nintendo and their remakes, they like to try and change things up a little bit. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. Like for the Wind Waker remake, they are good for like tweaking things. So try and make things a little better. Like the Wind Waker HD remake, they tweaked the camera. They tweaked the camera option in that game, so you could have Link take selfies, and they also tweaked the Triforce Hunt, which I hear is much more better in the HD remake than the original. The remake I never got around to playing. I did own a Wii U, unfortunately, but I ended up selling it once the Switch was revealed to be in development. Although at that time it was called the NX, because that was just like, well, there's no point having this thing, so I sold it. But I feel like if you change it too much, it'll take away the magic. I don't think you don't need to change that much from Mario 64. It's already a great game. You just need to update it a little bit, and put it on. Just have it on the Switch, because that would just be pure magic for me. It'd be great blast. I hate to say this because this is not gonna sound so corny, but blast from the past. But that's so cheesy. But it's true, I guess. And I feel, yeah, that's how I feel like with Mario 64 getting remade. But the next one in the list is Mario Sunshine. This is a game that I did own, because we did own a GameCube, and I love Mario Sunshine to pieces. I just want to put this out there right now. I love Super Mario Sunshine. I think it's a fantastic game. For what it is, it's great for what it is. The controls look better and tighter. The camera is better and tighter. The graphics are better. I tried to go for a more story-ish Mario game, which I admire them for, because Mario games are anything. Story is lacking for one of Mario games, but out of all the remasters, it's going to be the one that's needing the most tweaking, I think. There's a lot of issues with Sunshine that I feel like cannot be ignored for the most part. I'm just going to run down a few 5 things that I think Sunshine could do in order to fix, in order to change it for a remaster, because it's going to need a lot of tweaks. The first thing, well, this is not really a major thing they need to do, it's just more of a personal gripe with me, and that's with involving Yoshi, because obviously you can get Yoshis in Mario 64, but you can never get the green Yoshi. Obviously with Mario Sunshine, obviously with Sunshine, Yoshi's colour changed on depending on the type of fruit he ate. And that's fine. You could get different coloured Yoshis at any given time. It made it easier for you to choose between which one you wanted. But you can never get the green Yoshi. Even if you ate green fruit, you just turned pink. And that wouldn't bother me so much, but the fact that whenever Yoshi was put on any cover art or even in the instruction manual, he always ended up being green. It was always the green Yoshi. I'm guessing this was just to give players a familiarity, because that's the colour we associate Yoshi with the most. But you could never get the green Yoshi. You could only get the green Yoshi when he ran out of juice, which was before he died. So so it's either if your favorite color Yoshi was green, then you get to experience him for like 3 minutes before he dies from dehydration. So that's the thing I think they got to change. That's the thing they think they got. I think they've. Well, I'd love. That's a personal change. They don't have to do that. That's more of a personal nitpick. The second thing is Flood's nozzles. It always bothered me, the fact that with Flood was a great addition to the game. It allowed a lot of great variety in the controls. But you could not, these other nozzles like the rocket nozzle and the turbo nozzle, they were never really put to any use. They were used like maybe once or twice. Well, not once or twice. They were used for like a handful of missions, but that was pretty much it. They were never really fully utilized, in my opinion. And I feel like they should maybe do more to like make them more versatile. Not versatile, but make them more useful. Like give them more use. Because the turbo nozzle and the rocket nozzle were great nozzles, but you barely used them. They were only used for a certain handful of stages, and I feel like there's endless possibilities you could do with like power ups like those, but they were never used enough, in my opinion. And they were also as well. Why were they never like permanently attached to Flood the moment you unlocked them? Why did you have to jump on boxes to unlock them? That was just so. That didn't make any sense to me. Like you shouldn't have to open boxes to like get Flood's get to Flood's other nozzles. Like they should just become permanent attachments, permanent add-ons that you just change with the push of the X button. But just to switch between all three, it doesn't have to be like a jump on a box and that's it. And you can't reactivate the hover nozzle as well. I guess it did add more challenge to the game, but it just always bothered me that was a thing, that was more of a they were never permanent, and you had to switch between them, and they need to be utilized a little bit more, I think, personally. The second thing is the voice acting. Maybe you can bring over stuff, but maybe don't bring over the voice acting, because the voice acting in Sunshine is horrendous. It's terrible. It is beyond the cringiest thing I've ever seen. There's a reason why Mario games don't have full-on voice acting, and Sunshine is that reason. I guess they were trying for something a little bit different, but it just didn't. It was just awful. It was just like, I think the only two characters that sounded good were Princess Peach and Toadstool, and that was it. The rest of them that tried to speak, Bowser Jr.'s voice, it was just so irritating. Same with Bowser, his voice was just what the fuck was that? Like, it was just so bad, and not really how I'd imagine Bowser to speak in full sentences. I hope they don't, like, when they do when Illumination does their film, their upcoming animated film of Mario, I think we get a good voice actor to play him, because if for that cartoony voice, oh god. So I feel like the voice acting definitely needs to go. Mario doesn't need voice acting. It's fine to have just speech bubbles with limited words spoken. You don't need full-on voice acting in a Mario game. You never did. You never will. I just can't. Yeah, I just can't see it. Like, I just can't bear the thought of hearing that terrible voice acting again. There's two different types of voice acting. There's video game voice acting, and then there's Nintendo voice acting. Video game voice acting is just generally good voice acting. It's perfectly done. The cast is perfectly chosen, and they convey the emotions that they need to with the characters, and it gets you into the atmosphere. It allows you to be more into the atmosphere of the game, as well as to more of the game and the world that they're creating. But then you have Nintendo voice acting, which is just horrible, which is the worst ever. It's not just Mario Sunshine, Star Fox Adventures. The voice acting is just awful. That voice acting is awful. Even nowadays with like Breath of the Wild, the voice acting in that game is just not as good as I was hoping it would be. I've seen cutscenes on YouTube and it's just not good. It's just like, ugh, no. I don't know, maybe they'll fix that in the sequel to Breath of the Wild, but I feel like with Mario Sunshine and its remastered version, you don't need the voice acting. The voice acting can go. That's the one thing you don't need. That can go. It doesn't need to come back. We don't want it back. Mario's fine, just having speech bubbles. It's fine. The second thing is the levels. There's a lot of Mario. Okay, I don't know if this is actually true or not. I think this is more of an alleged thing. But supposedly Mario Sunshine was rushed towards the end of development to try and get out. Which, to be fair, I think shows how good of a company Nintendo can actually be. Because if that game was rushed, and it still plays and looks and is as good as it is, even though it's a rush game, it shows how great. I think that shows how good of a company Nintendo is. Even when they have to rush a game, they'll still try and put in as much quality as possible to try and make the final product, as good as it can be. And Sunshine is a good game, but if it was rushed towards development, because I don't know if that's true or not, then it's very, very noticeable, because there's a lot of levels in Sunshine that just feel not very well finished. A lot of the bonus levels feel quite not very well thought out or not very well finished, and there's a lot of content that was cut from the game, like the book in is it Nookie Bay? I think it's called Nookie Bay. I'm not. I think it's called Nookie Bay, but I've noticed in a level there's a book somewhere hidden. It's the level where Mario goes into the bottle of water, and he has to go around collecting red coins or something before he runs out of air. And I know there's a book somewhere. There is definitely a book, and that could have been cool. There's puzzles and stuff that feel a bit unfinished. There's just levels in there that feel a bit unfinished. And going back to what I said about trying utilizing the other nozzles of FLUDD more, like the hover nozzle and the hover nozzles and the rocket nozzle, like they could create more levels, or maybe finish the levels that they couldn't finish, to try and make them a bit more pleasing. And maybe fix a few levels, because there's levels in there that maybe cut out a few levels too, because there's levels in there that I think don't feel like need to be in, like the lake with the leaf that you have to use to the water nozzle to push the leaf around. You don't need that. Like, but if you are going to include them, maybe just fix them up a bit, make them a bit more bearable. I feel like also maybe tweak the Shadow Mario levels. I know because they got annoying after a while. It just got repetitive after a while, just chasing Shadow Mario for 7 missions in a row. It just felt repetitive and boring. I just felt like, oh god, here we go again. I know it was needed to unlock, but you don't need to commit all the Mario levels. In 64, you just had to collect a number of stars. And I feel like in Sunshine, you could probably tweak that to like have it be collect a number of shine sprites to come to open the gate, to open the volcanoes, to open the gate that lets the water in, that floods the town and leads you into the volcano mountain. I think that's what the last level's called. So that's another thing. But the last thing is this. So I have a lot of, like many humans, I have a lot of regrets in my life. But one of the things I do not regret doing is 100% completing Super Mario Sunshine. Because if I had to go through that game to 100% complete it, only to find out that you get nothing at the end, then I would have been I would have been a very angry little boy. Let's just say that. And that's my biggest thing with them. Please give the players a reward for completing the game 100%, please. Because Sunshine is a hard game, especially I feel like some call it Johnny. If you've not heard, he's a YouTuber who reviews video games. When he did his review of Sunshine, I think he said it best, where if you just play the game to complete the main campaign, then you'll have a fun time. But if you go for 100%, it gets a lot harder, and it does get harder and more difficult, more tedious, and more tiring. It becomes like a personal hell. And the fact that you don't get anything 100% completing the game, that's such a punch to the face. And I know that they didn't mean it, and if they did, maybe due to its alleged rush development, maybe that's why they just couldn't fit some kind of reward in at the time. But if you're remastering it, you definitely can fit one in now, and you probably should. If you have a look at other Mario games before Sunshine, even after Sunshine, like 64, what do you get for 100% clean 64? You get a different text, slightly different text when you defeat Bowser in the final stage. You get to unlock the cannon, you get to go on top of Princess Peach's castle, you get to talk to Yoshi, and you get 100 lives and a new kind of sparkly triple jump. Which, I mean, yeah, that's very limited, but this was the Nintendo 64 era. What else as well? Super Mario Galaxy. You get you get to play the game again as Luigi, and then you get to unlock an extra level when you complete the game again as Luigi, and it's great. Like, that's great. I mean, I never completed Galaxy, but I really wanted to. I think I got stuck on one. There was one mission that always put me off that I just got stuck on. Which is another reason why I'm hoping to God that the game gets remastered. I've still got my Wii, but still, a new console, it would look nice and be great to 100% complete it. But even that game, like in Mario Galaxy 2, you get to unlock more levels. Super Mario 3D Land, you get to unlock some more levels that really challenge your skills. You get even 3D World. You get to unlock Rosalina. You get to unlock even more levels, and even in Mario Odyssey, you get to unlock. There's still, even after you complete the game, like even if you 100% complete the game, collect all the moons, you still get to have like outfits and costumes and music. There's still so much to find. So I feel like with Sunshine, they can definitely, this time around, if they really are remastering it for the Switch, they definitely need to give the player a reward for completing the game 100%, even if it's something a little basic. Even if you do what you did with Odyssey and have like an extra challenging level that really tests your skills and utilizes all of FLUDD's nozzles, and really cuts your skills, or you get to play as another character like Luigi. Like, how great would it be to play as Luigi in Sunshine? Have FLUDD attached to him, it'd be great. Like, he was the best part of Galaxy. Seeing him there and everything. I just need to get a glass of water because my throat's getting dry. But yeah, I feel like with Luigi, you could there's definitely something you can give the players. You can give the players something more. More levels, maybe an extra boss, maybe an alternate ending, maybe a cutscene, something. It's just something. And that's another thing you get in Galaxy when you 100% complete. You get an alternate ending as well. You get another ending. So why can't with Sunshine? I just don't understand it. Never understood that. But yeah, obviously, I'm not trying to. This isn't going to turn into a let's bash on Sunshine episode. This is just me saying why I believe out of all the games listed to be remastered, Sunshine's the one that is needs the most tweaks. What else? Yeah, that's my thing on Sunshine. And then the third one's Galaxy. I think I like 64. Galaxy doesn't need any tweaks. Galaxy is a perfect game, very perfect game. It's probably my favourite out of all the Mario games. Odyssey is my second favourite, and 64 is probably my third. But Galaxy is such a perfect game that the graphics, the levels, even though it was linear, it still felt open world. Like, you could follow the pathway, but you could still explore the world and find hidden goodies and stuff while following the path. And even then, the story, I know Sunshine was more of a story-based Mario game, but there was something about Galaxy that just felt more better. It felt like more of a cinematic experience with Galaxy and its story. You felt like you were in a battle. Bowser felt like an actual threat. He felt like an actual bad guy. I feel like Galaxy is the one game where Bowser felt his most intense and his most threatening, and then after that, they just went back to turning him into a joke. But I love Galaxy. It's such an epic game, and I hope if it does come to the Switch, it would be perfection. It would just be perfection to take that on the go and play that anywhere you want it to, with updated graphics and controls. Then that'd be perfect. I've also read reports that Galaxy 2 might be included, which I've never played Galaxy 2, but I always wanted to, and so I think that having that game with you during those, having that game as well would just be perfect, because it'd give me a chance to experience a game that I never got to play. But unlike Galaxy 2, the other game that I never got to play was 3D World, and according to the rumor that 3D World is getting its own deluxe, I feel like that's kind of an obvious solution. The new Super Mario Bros. U got a deluxe version, Mario Kart 8 got deluxe version, both for the Switch, and so it's obvious. And loads of ports from the Wii U are coming over to the Switch. So the fact that 3D World was never going to be a Wii U exclusive. So the fact that 3D World is coming to Switch is not a surprise. But unfortunately, I never got interested in 3D World. In fact, 3D World is what killed my interest in the Mario franchise for a while. It just looked. This is gonna sound. It just looked weird. And I know Wario is weird, but just even when I watched playthroughs of it, it just didn't look like a Mario game to me. It just didn't look what I thought of a Mario game. Mario can be weird. Definitely, Mario is weird. But with 3D World, it just didn't capture me. Even with the second trailer, which made a lot of people want to buy the game, but for me, it wasn't doing anything for me. It just looked more like a lost episode of the Super Mario Bros. Super Show. The cat's suit looked ridiculous, even by Mario standards. That thing just looked terrible. I do hear it's a good game, but it killed my interest in the franchise, and an interest that didn't really come back until Odyssey Odyssey came out a few years later. But even then, Odyssey took a while to get into Odyssey, because I don't think I'd really got into Odyssey until the second trailer came out that showed off the hats and the wells, and I was like, oh, okay, this game looks good. I want to play this. So yeah, 3D World, just not into it. I never played 3D Land, but again, even that game I wasn't really into playing. Like, that just looked like a very basic Mario game. It didn't really have any oomph to it or any originality. It just looked like your basic standalone Mario game. And that's fine for some, but for me personally, it's not for me. But let's go on to one of the reasons why. There's no reason. This rumor sounds perfection. It does. It really does, and it sounds like a great way to celebrate the character's 35th anniversary. But let's be honest. This is just a rumor, and if there's one element of this rumor that I think might not be true, it's the Paper Mario, new Paper Mario element to it. I've heard that the rumor is that a new Paper Mario game is going to be in development. Now, Paper Mario is a series that I've not been that too attached to. I played Thousand Year Door once. I think someone from school lent it to me years ago. And it was good. I got halfway through. I got stuck. RPGs are not my thing. But I don't know, the Paper Mario aspect, because Paper Mario has been in a rut since Sticker Star, is it called? Was the 3DS version called? I think it was called that. Yeah, it was Sticker Star. I think the last truly great and successful Paper Mario game was Super Paper Mario for the Wii, and that was years ago. And then you had Sticker Star and Color Splash, and they did poorly. I think Color Splash did the worst of the series. That you've got, you've got trouble on you when, you've got trouble with your franchise when the most successful recent outing is the crossover you did with the Mario and Luigi series. But yeah, I love that series, by the way, but that's mostly for Superstar Saga sprites, because I grew up watching Mario Bros. Z back when that was a thing, that was a Flash animation series that died away a few years ago, which is sad. But some good things have to come to an end, and Nintendo doesn't like their fans being creative. Actually, no, they do. It's just they're very not picky, but they're very selective. But yeah, the Paper Mario thing, it's just the Paper Mario has not been that successful. Color Splash did the worst numbers of the series. It got terrible fan reaction. So why would you go back and make a new one? And plus, you'd have to start right away, as soon as Color Splash came out, if you wanted to make a new one. And I don't think, or maybe even start a few years ago, maybe when the Switch was first revealed. But there's no interest in Paper Mario anymore. But who knows? Maybe there is. But that's the one thing that's making me think. And even then, even the Paper Mario aspect is the one thing that's making me doubt this. And even then, this sounds way too good to be true. Like, this sounds like this is something that that fans of the franchise want very bad. Like, the reaction on social media has been insane with this rumor, but it's literally just a rumor and nothing else. And it sounds so good to be true, and I just hope it is true, because there's a lot of bad going on in the world right now, and if this turns out to be true, it will be one of the best things about 2020 for sure. But even then, the stuff that they used to support this rumor, the Nintendo is doing a lot of things with the Mario franchise for the 35th anniversary already. Like, we've got the clothing line that's coming out, which clothes aren't my thing, so I'm not interested in that. They've got the other stuff, like the Lego set. That's something I would have loved as a child. Like, I would have loved the Lego set when I was a kid. If that came out when I was a kid, I would have gone insane. I mean, I'm still getting it, like, no matter what. Like, I'm 25 and I'm gonna buy the Mario Lego set because I need to live out my childhood fantasies somehow. And it does look pretty cool though, like the way you use it to collect coins. Like, the Mario's looks like a completely different kind of Lego to the regulars, like Batman and Superman Legos. And the fact that could open the door, because I've always wanted I remember when the Lego games were starting to come out and get really popular, and always wanted a Mario version of that. I mean, we had a Mario game out of fucking paper, for Christ's sake. I thought maybe we could have one where he's a Lego, and now that Mario's finally got a Lego brand, hopefully that's more possible. Who knows? Maybe that'll be announced for the 35th anniversary. Super Lego Mario. I hope so, and maybe the toys tie into it. I hope so. It's just too bad Lego Dimensions isn't getting supported anymore, because if that had a Mario stage, I would have loved it. I would have loved that, but of course it didn't. They made Donkey Kong and Bowser playable in Skylanders though, so I guess that's cool. But I never got into Skylanders. But even then, they're starting to do all these cool things that I would have loved to have seen as a kid, like the movie that they're making. They're making a movie. I've wanted a Mario animated feature for years, especially when I was a child, and it's finally coming out. It's finally being made. It's coming out in, I think, 2022 is the release date for it. I am a little bit upset because there's Illumination, and Illumination, they're okay, but I was just kind of hoping it to be, one of the big. I think I'll talk about the movie for a little bit longer, because I need something to talk. I'm talking about Mario, but I need maybe something to focus on a little bit. But yeah, the Illumination, they're okay. Like, they're okay, but they don't. The movies, I was hoping for it to be like maybe Pixar or Disney. I think Disney would have been a much better fit, because I feel like with Illumination, there's whole stories where the movies are really low budget. They put little money into the films and more into the marketing rather than the actual films. Their animation, compared to DreamWorks, Disney, Pixar, even Blue Sky, like, their animation just looks really, really cheap. And if they were just starting out, then I would understand, because you're starting out. Like, your first movie is not going to look too good. I mean, if you look at the first Toy Story, the animation still looks fantastic, but it does look rather cheap compared to it. But the more you go on, the more money you put in, the more you develop the technology used to make the movies, the more beautiful they look. Like, if you look at Pixar, for example, Toy Story was made, and the first Toy Story looks quite cheap, but then you get to Bug's Life, and you already see a massive improvement with their animation. The physics look cleaner, they look much better, and everything. And then it just keeps on getting more and more. It just increases more and more and more. Like, you get monsters. I think what was after that? It was Toy Story 2. Toy Story 2. You compare Toy Story 1 and Toy Story 2. There's already a big, huge increase in the animation quality, and that's because Toy Story 2 probably had a much bigger budget than Toy Story 1. Because anime movies do need budgets. I mean, if you look at some 2D animated films, like, I think my sister used to watch a film called The Magic Princess, and that movie's animation just looks dead cheap. Like, it just looks so cheap. It's awful. I mean, to be fair, I was never a fan of that movie, anyways. But I'm not the target demographic for that film. But yeah, that's the thing with Illumination as well. And then the movies just feel so play at home safe kind of thing. They had that one hit with Despicable Me, which I liked, but the other films they made, I've just had no interest in. Like Sing, I've not watched. Sorry, Taron Egerton. Hop, I've not watched. I've heard it's horrible. Even the movies that got good, they do get good critical reception. Most of them do anyway. But a lot of them just feel, they just don't interest me. And I'm not a big fan of their animation style. I just feel like Disney would be a little bit more fit because, you know, Disney's got a lot more experience. They give their movies actual budgets. You know, when compared to Illumination, Disney movies, I don't know if maybe it's just me, but I don't really see Disney movies get marketed that much. I think I see this, they get like one or two trailers, a couple of posters, and then that's really it. I feel like maybe because they spent so much more time on the films, making the films as good as they can be. That's the thing, Disney fights for quality. Like, their films have a lot more quality, and when you get down to it, Mario's a little bit of a fairy tale in a way. You know, it's about a guy who goes after, guy goes to a fantasy world, saves a princess from a dragon. Like, that's very fairy tale. As you can, I dropped my mic. As you can as you can imagine, I just feel like Disney would be a much better fit, and not Illumination. But who knows? I might be wrong. Illumination Entertainment might surprise me. Who knows? Maybe they're taking this seriously. I know Miyamoto is a producer, so that's got to count for something. I know he's very heavily involved as well, but that's to be expected because the last movie, the live action one, was just horrendous. It was horrendous. It did not. I watched that on YouTube. I remember when I first found out about that, and I watched it on YouTube. It was just awful. It was just awful. It was just not very good. It was not a very good film. It barely resembled the game. And I know I've seen people argue that Mario should be live action because you should see it in a different medium. Well, I've seen one person make that argument. That's movie Bob Chipman from The Escapist, and he's entitled to his opinion. But I very heavily disagree. I don't think Mario can work in live action, and I think if you go back and read, because you can find old drafts of the script. I think the very first one actually resembles the game quite well. A lot of those effects, I can't see them doing well. At least I can see them doing practically, but not very convincingly, particularly for the 80s. They would have to need a big budget for that. And yeah, and I feel like if you did do a Mario live action movie now, it'd be animated anyway. It'd be all green screen. You'd film it in a green screen room. It doesn't matter who's making it. It'd be all green screen. It'd all be animated. It'd be like Oz the Great and Powerful, a movie which I didn't mind. I actually liked Oz the Great and Powerful. That's pretty much what the Mushroom Kingdom would look like if the movie was made in live action. Who would voice? I don't think as well as the voice acting. Like, are you really going to get Charles Martinet back to do the character? Because again, that character works. Voice dialogue works in small increments. But if you tried listening to that on for 2 hours, it would not work at all. It'd get annoying. It would get really annoying really, really fast, and it'd be degrading because Mario. I love Mario, but he's a stereotype. Like, he is a very big stereotype. And I think you're gonna need somebody else. I can see Charles Martinet playing Bowser, because I think he voices. I don't know the character's name, but I know he voices a dragon in a dragon-like character in Skyrim, and the voice work he does for that character is pretty cool. So I can see him playing Bowser and using that voice for Bowser, but I just can't see him doing Mario in that movie. Who'd be the voice cast for the Mario Brothers movie anyway? Because I've heard rumblings that they're going to be taking inspiration from the Super Mario Adventures comic series, which was a comic series that ran from Nintendo Power back in the 80s or 90s. I think you can get a graphic novel of it, or I think there's a YouTube version that I watched a few years ago. So I can imagine them getting someone like, I don't know, Sarah Michelle Gellar voicing Peach, because the Peach in those comic books is more proactive and more kick-ass than the one in the games. And that's probably for the best, because you can't do Peach nowadays and have it be the video game self. That's the one character you're going to have to change drastically from the games for the better, because if you have Peach just standing there getting kidnapped, I mean, it just wouldn't look. I don't think it'd be very good. I mean, it's bad enough that people are already getting sick of that thing in the games, and the fact that the games themselves make fun of that plot point. Because Peach always gets kidnapped. But I feel like if you're doing a movie, it's best to make her a little bit more. I say a little bit more, very, very more proactive. And I think taking that character's aspects from the Super Mario Adventures comic book series is a lot better than having her be directly as her video game counterpart. Who do you get? So I can imagine if they're going on that route, I can imagine someone like, I don't know, Sarah Michelle Gellar, or maybe Amy Adams to voice Peach. Maybe Brie Larson. That would definitely get buzz from all the whiny fanboys who complained about her as Captain Marvel for literally no reason. For some reason people didn't like her as Captain Marvel because she said something at an award ceremony that doesn't really matter. Anyway, it was that whole controversy was just ridiculous. But I think that's most movie controversies nowadays. They're just ridiculous, in my mind. It's very. I might do an episode based on. I'll make that next episode, because I've got a lot to say on that, because that whole thing really pisses me off. If you're looking at other characters as well, like Wario and Waluigi, I can imagine Danny DeVito doing a good Wario. As well as you could probably get Waluigi in there. Daisy, I don't know who'd voice Waluigi or Daisy, but probably someone with a very sort of flat, more deeper voice. Daisy, I don't know who'd voice Daisy. Maybe someone with more an excitable voice, like who voiced. I'm trying to think of a voice. Maybe Kristen Bell as Daisy, because she played Daisy's more of an excitable, sort of energetic character in the games, and I feel like Kristen Bell could. When saying Kristen Bell, the actress who voiced Anna in Frozen, I feel like she'd be a great fit for Daisy. That's pretty much it, like in terms of the film, anyway. But even then, like there's still there's the film, there's the theme park they're making, which was meant to open this summer in Japan, but due to coronavirus, that's probably not going to happen. But I'd love to. As soon as that thing opens, I really want to just go to Japan and just experience that theme park, because I wanted that as well. I've wanted so many things that I've wanted from the Mario franchise when I was a kid, are now happening. Happening now, and it's just very exciting. To have these things to have your childhood come to life. It's just a little bit sad that I'm not a child anymore. Because if I was a kid, I'd be over the moon for all this. I'm over the moon for it, definitely. But I feel like when you're a kid, it'd probably mean maybe just a little tiny bit more when you're a child. I feel like when you're a child, and you're experiencing all that stuff for the first time. And I feel like, yeah, but we're still getting that stuff now, and it's so good to get it now. I'm definitely gonna buy that Lego set. That Lego set just looks amazing, man. Like, I love the little Mario. I love the Mario model as well. Like, they've made him look. Like, I love the little clock that you get, that you can activate on his stomach, and it feels like you can play through the levels, and it just looks so cool, just to collect, and I guess because I think the last year due to the lack of success from Lego Batman, that Lego Ninja movie, and the Lego Movie 2, Warner Brothers and Lego decided to not renew their contract for more movies, and Lego's now thinking of partnering up with Illumination, who's doing the Mario Bros movie. So, if we do, maybe a Lego Mario movie, or maybe Mario appearing in the Lego movies, if they partner up with Illumination, which could be cool. And it would be nice because I missed not having him in the Wreck-It Ralph films. It was great seeing Bowser in the first one, but I really wanted a Mario cameo. But I know that the reason why they didn't want to like have it feel forced, and that's fine, I guess. It was just a shame that Sonic got it instead of Mario, because I'm not a Sonic fan at all. I hate Sonic. He's not my cup of tea. Let's just say that. And that's probably one of the reasons why I never played the Mario and Sonic at the Olympic Games. Because I just no. Sonic's not my favorite character whatsoever. I'll go on a rant about that for 20 minutes, so I best avoid that subject. But even then, like they're still doing all these cool things. And Nintendo has changed a lot now. Before they used to be quite restricted with the IPs, quite protective of their IPs, and didn't want anyone else touching them. But now they're starting to be a bit more flexible, a bit more not fluid, but a bit more laid back, a bit more chilled, and a bit more like, you know what? Let's experiment a bit longer. Let's experiment a bit more with our franchises and our, like we're getting a Mario Brothers movie, and if this is a success, imagine we could finally be getting a live action Legend of Zelda film. Like I think fans have been asking for that years, and if they've got a Lego Mario set, that's a success. Then we could have a Lego Star Fox set, a Zelda Lego set, Zelda movies. Could finally like stuff. Like it's just so exciting it is really exciting to like imagine these possibilities if all of this ends up succeeding. And there are other stuff to the rumor as well, stuff that I'm a bit iffy on. So like apparently I read up on there was an update a few days ago that they're thinking of also doing a masters of all the of Hotel Mario for the Philips CDI game, and Mario's Missing and Mario's Time Machine. Doing remasters of those, which I can't see happening. Just those games, they're more educational, and I mean, I guess it's good to like have those lost periods of history. I think they're thinking of releasing Mario's. I've read somewhere that they were thinking of doing Mario's Wacky Worlds, which was meant to be a sequel to Super Mario World for the Philips CDI, but that got cancelled. But they're finally thinking of just releasing that. I mean, they have to finish the game first because that game didn't get very far in development. But that, that thing I'm not very excited for those. Those feel a bit iffy, to say the least. But definitely. I mean, and if this remaster is like, if this remaster is getting this whole 35-year catalog, does that mean the new Super Mario Bros. Games are getting released? Because I feel like that would be. I played the first one for the DS, and I always wanted to play the Wii one. But I always wanted to play the Wii one, but I never got around to playing it. And there's just so much Mario goodness coming this year. Well, possibly this is just a rumor, but hopefully, if this is true, I hope it is, because this will make my 2020. This will make up for all the disappointment and all the like sadness, all of the harshness that's going on in the world right now, with everything that's going on right now, with everything. It would just make up for so much. And yeah, so I think I'm coming up to about an hour. It says 56 minutes on my dictaphone. I think I'm gonna have to call it there. So yeah, so this was the very, very first episode of my isolation podcast, and I hope you all enjoyed this episode. I hope you enjoyed hearing me ramble on about a topic for like nearly an hour, even if it's just about Mario. Again, this isn't gonna be a Mario based podcast. This is just gonna be the first episode. I'm gonna talk about other stuff in other episodes coming up in the mid future, whilst we're in isolation. More TV, more movies, more games, more topics. I've already got my second topic completed, which is all of the movie controversies and why a lot of them are just ridiculous in my opinion. That'll be a fun episode to record. We'll see what kind of response that gets. But yeah, I hope you enjoyed listening to me talk about a video game franchise that I've loved since I was a kid for like an hour. and I'll see you guys in the next episode whenever I record it. We'll see. Maybe next week. I'll aim for next week. So yeah, I'll see you all later. And hello everyone again, and welcome back to another episode of My Isolation podcast. First of all, thanks to the people who tuned into the first episode. That was really nice of you. Thanks to Christian Hughes from My Isolation Diaries for commenting on the first episode. And yeah, so I mean, it's only been like a couple of days since I uploaded the first episode. But I recorded that on last week. Just didn't get around to uploading it because I was too busy with, believe it or not, I was too busy being in isolation to do other things, and also my internet at the time was terrible. But now my internet is a lot more better, so the upload was much more faster. So I think one of the reasons why I'm doing this now is because, obviously, as I said before in the first episode, this is a limited series. As soon as the UK comes out of isolation and lockdown, that'll pretty much be when these will probably stop. So I figured I may as well do as many as I possibly can a week. I don't know how much I'll churn out, maybe 2, maybe 3 if I'm lucky, because I do have a lot of free time and everything. So yeah, we'll see. It's debatable. It's up for debate. But anyway, so I'm going to talk about today is as you see from the title, I'm going to be talking about Doctor Who, because it's a show that's very, very special to my heart, because I've been watching it since its revival back in 2005. I think I was about 10. So I've been watching it for almost 15 years, because it's been about 15 years since it first came back. And it's a show very special to me. My mum used to watch it back when it was on in the 60s, 70s, with William Hartnell, Patrick Troughton, John Pertwee, Tom Baker, Peter Davison, Colin Baker, and Sylvester McCoy. And I think Paul McGann actually may have seen the TV movie, which I have watched, and I did not like. I love Paul McGann, but I did not like the TV movie. Eric Roberts was not a very good master. Let's just say that. Not very good. Not the greatest master at all. So I thought I'd go talk about Doctor Who, because I may as well. It's been 15 years since it came back. It's been going on for nearly 12 series, which doesn't sound which is a lot, which is a lot. But I'm still watching it even to this day. I think I'm the only family member that's still watching it. I think a lot of them stopped. I think after Matt Smith or Peter Capaldi, which sucks, because I feel like Doctor Who has gotten a little bit more better since those days. I think Series 12 was a big improvement, in my opinion. Absolutely love Series 12. I'll get into that more later, because what I'm going to be doing for this episode is I'm going to be going through Series 1 to 12, telling everyone how I felt about them at the time, how I think about them now, what my opinions of them are. So yeah, we'll do this, and we'll start from Series 1, we'll go all the way to Series 12. So Series 1 of Doctor Who was a very, very special time, because that was my introduction to the show. I remember when in Australia we had the TV spots for it, I would always get it confused every time with another show I watched as a kid called Ace Lightning, which I'm not going to talk about here, but if you want to Google that, you can. And it wouldn't be up until I think the TARDIS entered the screen when I was like, oh wait, no, this is something else. But my mum recognised it like straight away, and she got us into it. And Series 1, to me, I think is probably one of the best of the Ross T. Davies era. It was a great reintroduction. It was a great introduction to new people, and it was a great reintroduction to all the fans who grew up with the classic series. It kept the fan service to a minimum, which is what I like. This was what I wasn't, which was something I didn't really like about the Stephen Moffat era. The fan service was all over the place. It was kind of like we overdosed for 5 years. But with Russell, Especially in series one, the fan service was kept to a very minimum amount, which is what I like. But I do like how he brought back. I do like how in the first episode they brought back the Autons, which means that, you know, they can be reintroduced to a new generation, but also old generations who are catching it for the first time have something that they can instantly look and recognize from the classic era. Because I think the Autons were with the third Doctor, John Pertwee. But I do love series one, because there's a lot of passion, a lot of love, and a lot of effort that's been put into series one that I do admire. And Russell's writing on series one, as well as the other writers, most of the stories in series one I think are great. There are a few that I'm not particularly keen on, like Aliens of London and World War III. I do not like the Slovene. I am glad they moved those over to the Sarah Jane Adventures, because I feel like that suited that show a bit more. I also didn't like Boomtown as much. I feel like again Slovenes, but also it kind of I just never got the grasp of Boomtown. You know, it felt a bit just I don't know. It just I couldn't get like it. Boomtown was just not a great episode for me. It's hard to put into words exactly why I didn't like Boomtown. It's a very complicated. It's not a complicated episode either. Well, the other episodes I didn't like. Let's see. I think that might have been it really for series one in terms of episodes I did not enjoy. But I'm gonna have a quick look now. May as well have a quick Google. But while I'm doing that, let me just quickly go on to something else. But the writing in there was perfection. As far as I'm aware, all the characters were great. It was a great reintroduction. I liked the TARDIS interior that Christopher Eccleston got, which carried over to David Tennant. But I also really loved how. A lot of the stuff carried over. The sonic screwdriver I liked. I also noticed. I think I rewatched it a few years ago, and I actually noticed that if you notice quickly, the Doctor actually puts a sonic screwdriver on this sort of weird device, almost like he's charging it. I like there's little hidden details like that you don't notice the first time round, that you pick up on multiple rewatches. But yeah, and there's still a lot of great episodes there. So obviously there's the opening episode, Rose, which is great, big, huge, and epic. I really want to read the Target novelization because I hear there's a lot of changes that have been made from the televised version, and I really want to see how that could have gone. And let's talk about Christopher Eccleston's Doctor for a moment. So I feel like his Doctor was more of a war veteran than anything else. He was the one after the Time War. Obviously, he didn't fight in the Time War as Dave the Doctor established, but he did have the memory of the Time War, and you can see that in his face. I think in that face, in his reflections, when he sees the Daleks again for the first time, you can tell he's having sort of like a PTSD sort of flashback almost. Just as the fact that when he takes one look at it, he's screaming to get out of that room. He doesn't want to be in the room with that Dalek, and he's very angry because he's the last of his kind, and he didn't really have a choice though. You know, he didn't have a choice. It was either let the world burn or destroy his planet and the Daleks, which they ended up surviving. And also, as we know from Dave the Doctor, the Time Lords ended up surviving, which didn't really last long, thanks to the Master. But we'll get into that more when we get into Series 12. But I feel like Eccleston really captured. I think to me personally, I think Christopher Eccleston's probably the definitive incarnation of the character, as far as I'm aware. Like he's easily the definitive incarnation of the Doctor. I'd say it's either him or Peter Capaldi, but I think if I had to choose between the two of them, it'd probably be Eccleston. My only complaint with Eccleston was that he only stayed for one series. I wish we could have seen more, but I feel like he's the only Doctor in the new series I feel like that's had a good arc, a good overall story arc. because of the one series that he ended up getting. I feel like the other ones, as much as I love the other ones, their story arc's probably a bit cluttered. Some didn't feel very well thought out. With Eccleston's, it's very beginning to end, and I don't know, he just has that charisma. He has the charisma, he has the longevity, but as soon as the Dalek shows up and his darker side starts to come out, I think that's when things really start to get interesting. He's like the hard northern sort of Doctor, but I do think it's the thing of incarnation. He gets everything right, and he just gets the emotions, the stuff that his Doctor has to go through, the memories his Doctor has to remember about the Time War. Seeing the Daleks again, trying to save people again, coming back, having to sort of remember who he is. Because I feel like the Doctor definitely, when you see like that scene in what was it, End of the World, when Cassandra is dehydrating and he lets her die, you can tell that he is very sort of, why should I save this person? But as the series goes on, he starts to get a little bit better. He starts to remember why he saves people in the first place. He begins to remember who he is, and I like that. I like that about that sort of a journey, that sort of a character journey that the Doctor goes on in series 1. And there's still loads of other episodes. Like the Dalek is a great episode, a great introduction to the Daleks. I used to love the Daleks. I don't anymore because they've been really, really overused. I just dropped my keys there. But I feel like they've been very overused in terms of the revived series. I've heard supposedly it's due to a deal they have with the BBC has with Terry Nation Estate. Apparently they have to use the Daleks every year. Daleks have got to make an appearance every year. But even then, I don't know if that's true or not, because I remember even people who work in the film and TV industry, like Billy Garrett John, who's a Doctor Who YouTuber, a well-known Doctor Who YouTuber, who also works in the film and TV industry. I remember he did a podcast with Mr. Tyler's Reviews a few years ago. I think it was 2018. Where they talked about the deal with the Terry Nation Estate, and even he admitted that whenever he's asked people if that's real or not, he's never gotten a straightforward answer. So I don't know if that deal is true. Personally, I don't think it is. I think the BBC just reuse them because of their marketability and their familiarity, and they sell a lot of toys, and the popularity, although that has been dying out for a few years now. But even then, when I still watch the Darkland series 1, I still get chills. I think it's just the way that Joe, I can't remember his name. I can't remember his last name, but I know the director of that episode is called Joe, and he just does a fine job. With his use of lighting, the camera angles, the way he makes it, where he gives off this almost claustrophobic atmosphere when the Daleks show up. Feels like you really are trapped in the same room as them. He makes them feel threatening. You feel scared of all these creatures because you feel threatened when you're around them, and that's kind of the point, I feel like. But yeah, I do love series 1, and I think series 1 was definitely a sort of we've only got one shot, we have to make this count sort of deal. Because supposedly, according to rumours and stuff, series 2 wasn't actually greenlit until the day after Rose premiered. So supposedly they actually reshot the ending to Parting of the Ways when the BBC greenlit series 2 because Chris didn't want to come back. So they very quickly recast him as Tennant, and had to quickly put series 2 together in terms of the writing and everything. And yeah, again, I don't know if that's true. I don't know how true that is, but that's kind of the rumours and stuff that I've heard. Anyway, I am sad Chris hasn't come back yet. But he says, he has said multiple times the wounds are healing, and he has said that he has said that he does conventions now. He's doing conventions, doing fan meetups, greetings. He doesn't seem to mind talking about Doctor Who anymore, whereas before he'd always try to avoid it as much as possible. So the wounds are starting to heal a bit. And I'm hoping that once the 60th anniversary comes around in a few years' time, they do a multi-Doctor crossover special, which they probably will. They probably will do that, I think, because the actors aren't getting any younger. Tennant's in his 40s. Chris Eccleston's in his 50s. I think Chris Eccleston's in his 50s, or he might be in his 40s actually. Matt Smith isn't getting any younger, and Peter Capaldi turned 60 a few years ago, so he's definitely not getting any younger. So it's long overdue, I think, for another multi-Doctor crossover, and 60th anniversary is definitely a good milestone to do it. So I'm hoping Chris Eccleston comes back. Other things I loved about Series 1, Captain Jack Harkness, John Barrowman, he's my number one bay, because he's everyone's number one bay, and if he isn't yours, then you better change that, because I love John Barrowman. Like, he's just so, I don't know, he's just so charming and stuff when he's on screen, and even when he's off screen, just doing interviews, and he looks fantastic for his age. Like, that man, it still baffles me how he's 50. He can't be 53. That man is not 53. Like, he does not look. When he came up in when he appeared in Series 12 recently, and he came back after all this time, he didn't even look old. Like, he didn't look like he did today, and he's 53. He's 53. How is that possible? I need to find out what kind of moisturizer him and Paul Rudd are using, so I can stay that young when I'm 53. Because, damn, bruh, that man is. But yeah, I love Captain Jack Harkness. Like, love the way he just flirts with everyone. It's open pansexuality. I love the fact that we have I also love its LGBTQ. The amount of inclusion as well, in terms of LGBTQ characters in Russell's first series. His very first one is amazing. And Captain Jack Harkness just blows him out of the water. Like, he's very flirtatious, he's very open, he doesn't care what people think of him. It's just, he's sassy as fuck. I love Captain Jack. And John Barrowman just makes that. John Barrowman owns that role. I'm so happy he got his own show with Torchwood, which I've been rewatching as well recently. I've been on binge. I've stopped after except Series 4. Series 4 I've only rewatched once, and I've been trying to watch it again, and I just cannot do it, because Series 4 of Torchwood is a disappointment, in my opinion. One of the things about Series 1 I didn't like, I didn't like the Slovene. Any episodes with the Slovene in them I just couldn't stand. Because they just didn't seem, they seemed more like villains you'd see on CBBC than BBC One, even for a family show like Doctor Who. Which is why I've said earlier, I'm glad they moved them over to the Sarah Jane Avengers, because they fit way more perfectly in there. And I think there's a reason why they haven't come back to Doctor Who since, and why they've been name dropped a few times. Actually, no, they did come back to Doctor. I think they're in there was a Slovene in that bar in the end of Time Part 2, so they came back once. Since Series 1, but most of the time they've been with Sarah Jane. So I didn't like them. I also didn't like Rose Tyler. I'm just gonna get this out of the way. Rose Tyler was a character I liked when I was a kid, but as the older I've gotten, the less I just don't like her. She just seems very unlikable. I like Billie Piper. The actress who plays her. I think Billie Piper does a fine job, especially considering she never acted before that. I think she was a singer before then, but then Doctor Who came and sort of turned her into more of an actor. So the fact that she can pull that off on her very first go was actually incredible, from pop singer to actor. Unfortunately, even when they've tried to recreate that sort of success, like I think they had Catherine Jenkins on, it hasn't really worked out. I'll get more into that later with the Catherine Jenkins episode, Christmas Carol. Rose didn't really like very much. I liked her when I was a kid, but as older I've gotten, she just never really clicks with me. I think she's very unlikable. I don't like half the things she does. Don't like her attitude. She has a very bitchy attitude. I get that's meant to be part of the character. I get the character's meant to be a quote-unquote chav, but you can have chavs and stuff and be likable people. I just don't like Rose's attitude. Even like the small little details. Like, I think if you rewatch, what is it? It's Bad Wolf. I think it's bad. No, it's either Bad Wolf or Parting of the Ways. But I remember there's that one character in there, the actress from EastEnders. Um, is it Lizzie? It's the girl with curly hair. Um, Livy. Let me just bring this up quickly. Let's see. Blah blah blah. Let's see. Because I think it's a Lizzie. Linda. That's it, Linda. It's like I think when Linda makes a suggestion to the doctor or figures something out before Rose does, and just see her face in the background. That's just like, no, don't like that. Even though small details, I don't like her attitude. The way she treats Mickey is horrible. Because Mickey really is trying to be a good boyfriend. And I like Mickey. I like Mickey as well. I think Mickey was a great character. I'm sorry he didn't stick around in series two for very long, but it's okay. Because I do like Mickey. As well, no Clark as Mickey. So I like him. I don't like the way Rose treats him, especially when even Boomtown when he says that he's going out with someone else, and she actually gets mad at him even though he hasn't seen her in months. She runs off with this guy with this alien in the dead of night. No goodbye to her mum. She goes missing for a year. Still doesn't give a shit. Puts her mum for everything. I like Jackie as well. Like they try and make Jackie out to be Jackie. I like Jackie though. I think Jackie's a very likable character. So I like all the side characters. I like all the characters in there except for Adam. He sucks. But I liked him. I liked Adam and Dalek. But then in the long game, they just made him he was so unlikable in that episode. I don't know if that was meant to be the point of that episode, but when his mum at the end clicked her fingers and that eyeball thing opened up, I just did not feel sorry for him at all. I think he got what he deserved, to be completely honest. The fact he betrayed the Doctor in that way is just, yeah. But yeah, I don't like Rose, as I've said before multiple times. I'm trying to repeat myself right now, but yeah, she's just very unlikable. I just don't like the things that she does. She treats Mickey terribly. She doesn't really take responsibility for her actions either. She causes the death of Mickey's parents. Like, she is the reason why Mickey's parents don't exist. And why Mickey lives with his gran, because if you watch Father's Day, she causes that. I know technically the character didn't mean to cause that whole catastrophe. Don't get me wrong. But even so, that still stands, and yeah, so Rose doesn't really do it for me. I like all the other Russell T Davies companions except for Cassandra in Planet of the Dead. I'll get on more to that later. But yeah, Rose, not a fan. What else do I like? I love the Doctor's costume as well. I love how simplistic it very is. It's very stripped down. There's no fuss. It is literally just shoes, jeans, a sweater, and a leather jacket. I love that leather jacket. I'm really trying really hard to find one similar to it at a very reasonable price. Because if you can get replicas, but you can get replicas, but they'll cost you quite a lot. And even the cheap ones you can find in charity shops go instantly because they are quite cheap in charity shops. But they go like that. They go like that. They're gone. So you got to be quick when you're looking for those. Yeah, I love the jacket. Even so I love his costume. I like his on a screwdriver. I love a very slim pistol. It's very simple. It's a very simple Doctor. It's a very simple sort of start. It's not really simple. It's a big start, but there are simple little sensibilities for the Doctor that I like. Like his costume, like his screwdriver, and then there's just episodes that just blow your mind out of the water, and monsters that blow you out of the waters too, the gas masks in The Empty Child and the Doctor Dances. That's a great episode. Some of Stephen Moffat's finest writing, I think, and it obviously introduces Captain Jack. The peril that they go through is that child is scary. Is still scary to this day. I mean, granted, it's not as scary as it once was when I was a kid. I remember I was rewatching. I think they did a compilation of Callum Jack's best moments on the Doctor Who YouTube channel. I remember specifically had that clip where the child was punching through the wall. That used that really, really cartoony punching sound effect that does not work and that does not scare me anymore. I was laughing more than anything else. So yeah, and even then, like Dalek's a great episode. The Long Game's a great episode. Simon Pegg plays a great. Why doesn't Simon Pegg not play more villains? Like, he is a great bad guy. Simon Pegg needs to play more bad guys. He's very underrated in that department, but he's very, very terrifying as the bad guy in that episode. And the whole Royal Series arc, even the bad wolf thing, even though it's just a word, which is what Russell does with his story arcs, I like that. I like how they're not too heavily reliant on the story arcs. Like, the story arcs are there. I love how simple they can be when it's just a word or an item or a person or anything like that. It's like they're there, but you don't have to focus too much on them. There's a reasonable amount. Unlike the Stephen Moffat era, where the story arcs became a bit more story arc heavy, and they tried to go back to the more simple way when Capaldi came in and just did not work. I'll get on to more later. But I liked Series 1, and when Chris Eccleston regenerates into David Tennant, it's a sad but satisfying moment, and I wished Eccleston could have stayed as the Doctor, but he wanted to leave, and that was his choice, and the only thing we can really do is respect that choice. But hopefully he comes back for the 60th anniversary. Please come back for the 60th anniversary. I miss Chris Eccleston so much. And then after that we had the Christmas Invasion. Now with the Christmas specials, I only think that I personally believe that majority of the Christmas specials are shit. I don't like any. I only like 3 of the Christmas specials that Doctor Who's been made. I think a lot of the Christmas specials, I believe, aren't very well written. They try, because they're Christmas specials, they focus more on the Christmassy aspect rather than telling a good story. They try and also shoehorn in Christmas as a lot, and I don't know, there's just something about the Christmas specials that just aren't very good. They're not very good, in my opinion. But the Christmas Invasion is one of the few that I like. As I said, I'm going to like 3 of them, and you'll find out later on what they are. You can have a guess. You can guess. Have a little guess what the other 2 are. You might get it right, you might not. You might be surprised. So, the Christmas Invasion, I do like that story. It's a very good Doctor introduction story, and I'm very glad they were able to do that again, because you got to remember we already had a Doctor introduction story with Rose to the 9th Doctor, and with the 9th Doctor, and the fact that we're getting another new Doctor again, was going to be very hard, because obviously you had a new audience now, and they've got to get introduced to regeneration. I mean, the fact that they did regeneration that early for a new audience, but I'm glad the new generation, new audience were able to accept it and get used to it very, very quickly. And I think Christmas Invasion does handle that very, very well. I think unlike most Christmas specials, this one actually focuses on telling a good story, because it's a Doctor's introduction, and they need to get that introduction right. You can't. It's set at Christmas. It still has Christmassy elements, but it doesn't faffle around with them as much as later Christmas specials do. It tries to focus on telling a good story, getting Tennant's introduction just right. And I like the fact that it also started a good trend where the Doctor's true self doesn't really come in 100% until the very, very end of the story. So even for Generation episodes where the Doctor is not asleep throughout half of the episode, which is what I like about this one. But still, you just feel like you don't get the full picture up until the very, very end. And I think Christmas Invasion was the one that started that trend, which they haven't seen to, which still works to this day. So if you ain't broke, don't fix it. So and I like the fact that we get small increments of the 10th Doctor, but the fact that we don't get a full proper introduction until the last half an hour, last 30 minutes, I think, where he comes out of the TARDIS and he fights what's the villain's name? It's called the Zagarons or something. Sycorax. Um, and I think that's what it's called. I'm not too sure. But even then, they're still very terrifying villains. The fact that they put everyone on that with the blood types, like double. I think it's a positive, like with the blood types and everything on the roofs, on the rooftops, and like that looking like they're about to jump or something like that. That's very terrifying. That's very scary. The fact that Rose doesn't know what to do, is you do feel sorry for her. Even I felt sorry for when I rewatched rewatched it at Christmas, and I very rarely feel sorry for Rose Tyler these nowadays. But yeah, like I like the fact that the first introduction to the 10th Doctor is a very badass moment where he fights him with a sword, and he does kill him at the end. But he gave him a warning, so you know. But I do like the sort of darker sort of introductions to the 10th Doctor that we get in this episode anyway. As for series 2, we'll go more into that in a little bit. But I do like the Christmas invasion. Jackie, Mickey, all the supporting characters are great. Harriet Jones is a great character. I love the running joke where where she keeps introducing herself and everyone's like, yeah, we know who you are, you're the Prime Minister. Even the aliens know who she is, which is hilarious. I love that running joke. I loved it in series 4 as well, with the Daleks, when the Daleks come in and they say that they know who she is. I love the little setups as well. I like how it sets up the Torchwood story arc for series 2 very early on, but it's hidden in plain sight, so when you first saw it back in 2005, you didn't know where it was. You didn't know what Torchwood was. All you knew is that it destroyed the ship, and that was it. I like the fact the Doctor brung down Harriet Jones's whole empire with just 6 words. I like the fact that he owns the screen as well. When Tennant first arrives, he owns it completely. He just nails it completely in his introductory episode. Even though I'm not the biggest 10th Doctor fan, I think he's my least favourite of the revived series Doctors. I do understand why people like him, and I do like the 10th Doctor. Just not as much as some of people do. I don't like him as much as other people do, which is fine. It's all opinion based in the end. And yeah, but I do like Christmas Invasion. I think for the first Christmas special, they knocked it out of the park. The quality is there, the effort is there, the writing is on point. The villains are very very dark villains, and they capture that essence of the very terrifying villains. It's funny in places. It knows when it needs to be funny, but knows when it needs to be serious, and it introduces Tennant greatly. I just wish the other Christmas specials could have followed that pathway, because if they did, then half of them would probably be my favourites. But unfortunately for me, most of them are not very good. Sadly, in my opinion, anyway. So moving on to series 2. Series 2, I'm just gonna get this out there. I think series 2 is the weakest of the Rossi Davis era. It's my second least favourite series of the revived series. I think a lot of the scripts don't feel polished enough. They feel very rushed. I think a lot of them do feel a little bit like first drafts. But again, if the rumours are true and series 2 wasn't greenlit until the day after Rose premiered, maybe they had to rush it out or something like that, which is understandable, I guess. But or at least rush out the scripts, get the scripts ready. But even then, because there are some quality scripts in series 2, like Tooth and Claw. I love Tooth and Claw. It's a great episode. The wolf is both terrifying as a kid. Like little sound effects, like especially when the wolf's like attacking people, like ripping people to shreds, and you can hear the crunching and everything by that. It's just it shocked me when I was a kid and still shocks me today. So I do love Tooth and Claw. I love what was it, the school one? Was it? It was Aliens at School, something like that. But that's not the name. Aliens at School. That's a terrible name. But the one School Reunion. That's it. School Reunion. I love that episode. The reunion with Sarah Jane Smith works very well. K9 is on point, like as he always is. I love K9. Mickey again was used well in that episode, and he joins the TARDIS crew. Very early on, we get the return of the Cybermen in that episode as well. Big, huge, scarier. I love that redesign model. The ones from 2007 to 2013. I didn't like the redesigns that they did for Series 7. They looked too cuddly. They looked more like toys. And they flew, and I hated that. The Cybermen... please don't make the Cybermen fly ever again. I'll get more into that later on, but I'm not the biggest fan of the Cybermen flying around the place. There is a lot to like in Series 2, but there is a lot that doesn't like. I don't like the opening episode. I don't like New Earth. I know it carries on from End of the World, but I don't like New Earth, and it just... It seems a bit goofy. It's a bit too goofy for me in New Earth. A bit too, not cringy, but especially when David Tennant gets possessed by Cassandra, it's just a bit, no. Doesn't work. Doesn't work for me. But I do like the introduction of Tennant's Doctor in Series 2. I think he nails all the aspects. I do think it's a little bit inconsistent. I don't think they really got the hang of Tennant's Doctor until Series 3 and 4. They made him more of a lonely wanderer who's in desperate need for a friend. I think that works better for the 10th Doctor. I think in this one they try to make him more of an internal optimist, almost, but it felt a bit inconsistent. But Tennant does do a good job as well, especially in episodes like was it The Girl in the Fireplace? I almost said Fires of Pompeii then, but I had to remember that was Series 4. Like Girl in the Fireplace, for an example. That's a great episode. The Girl in the Fireplace. Stephen Moffat was so good as writer when he was writing for Russell. I don't know what happened when he took over. But I'll get on more into that later. I'm getting ahead of myself. But I think Girl in the Fireplace is a great episode. The Clockwork droids was very threatening when I was a kid, and I still find they're a little bit threatening today. It's written perfectly, it's written beautifully. Mandy Pompadour is a great character, and a really good love interest for the 10th Doctor. Way better love interest than Rose. Yeah, I didn't like when Rose said I love you at the end. It just didn't feel right. It felt a bit weird, because she was the Doctor's best mate when he was Eccleston, then he regenerates into the more handsome David Tennant, better looking David Tennant Doctor. And then all of a sudden she wants to fuck him. She basically, and then she wants to shag him. Like, it doesn't work for me. Personally, it doesn't work for me, but it might work for people. Doesn't really matter. But yeah, what else do I like about Series 2? But there are a lot of bad episodes in Series 2 though that I don't really, which is why I think drags it down for me a little bit. Like, let's get the obvious one out of the way. What was it? Love and Monsters. Didn't like when I was a kid. I've not rewatched it all the way through since. It didn't scar me. It just was like, what the fuck was that? The main character is just nothing. Like, there's nothing to him. There's nothing to the main character. There's nothing to all the characters. The monster is just... I know the monster was created by a 10-year-old. I get that. And it was the first Dr. Light episode. I think the Dr. Light episodes sort of followed the same... I think the Dr. Light episodes, they got better as they went along. But as this first one goes, it's very bad. It's not a very good story. It just feels a bit bizarre. And the monster, the Absorbitron, I know it was created by a 10-year-old and all that stuff. And, you know, that 10-year-old who runs his own YouTube channel called Channel Pup, which you can find on YouTube. Will is, I think his name is Will. Yeah, it's Will. Yeah. And he won a Dalek. He runs his own YouTube channel called Channel Pup, where he talks about stuff like Doctor Who and media and Spider-Man and all that crazy stuff. But even then, like, I still, I'm sorry, Will, but the Zobotron's not my favorite villain. Yeah, I know that was a bit of a competition for those who don't know, You have a show over here called Blue Peter, and Blue Peter, what they used to do anyway, they used to have competitions where kids could get these opportunities to be in to have their things in Doctor Who. So the first one was to design a monster. The second one, I think, was to actually be in Doctor Who. I think the winner of that was in Series 3. He was that little kid in Series 3 in Utopia, the little blonde kid that was showing everyone around in Utopia. He won it. They also had a competition where you could design a TARDIS. That appeared in Series 6 in The Doctor's Wife. So I think the Doctor Light episodes kind of followed the same trend as funnily enough the Blue Peter competitions. The ones that followed afterwards were good, and the first one is shit. I mean, kids can be imaginative and stuff like that. Yeah, I know that, but I don't know, the Zobotron, Zoboloft, whatever it's called. Nah, not for me. Love Monsters not for me. Then we had Fear Her, which was also not a very good episode in my opinion. I loved the Cybermen, but rewatching their two-parter, doesn't really work for me. They're threatening and everything, but I don't really hang on to. It's just I don't know. There's something about that Cybermen two-parter that didn't really work. What was it called? I think the second part was called Age of Steel. I can't remember what the first part was called. It was threatening. They did come off as threatening. They were terrifying. They were creepy as fuck when I was a kid, and it's still creepy today. But I don't think the story works. The stakes could have been raised a little bit more higher, I think. The whole, the TARDIS breaks down and then the Doctor finds how to fix it just minutes later. But Rose wants to have a look around because she wants to meet her dad, because her dad's alive in the parallel universe. I didn't really like all the parallel universe characters either. I didn't like the parallel universe of Jackie. So when she got turned to a Cyberman, it didn't really hit with me. It hit with me when I was a kid, but when you watch it nowadays, it just doesn't really. I do love the fact that Rose is a dog in that universe, though. There was that one where the Doctor actually goes off against the devil, where he meets the devil or something like that. That was the Ood episode. What was it called? The Ood episode. I'm usually really good at Doctor Who names. It's just for this podcast I'm messing up completely here because I'm trying to remember it on the spot because I'm under pressure. Well, not under pressure, but you know. But yeah, and yeah, there's that. There's the Ood, though. I love the Ood as a character, as a concept. I love the Ood, and I love what they did with them in Series 2. They were really scary. I just felt like the episode could have been a bit better, and I felt that devil creature thing, it was a bit too on the nose, and I don't think it would have worked. I just think it didn't really work. It just took away from the story. It felt a bit silly for me. The finale, didn't really like the finale. I loved it when I was a kid. Again, I loved Series 2 when I was a kid, but a lot of the stuff when I rewatch it doesn't hit home for me anymore. The finale feels a bit silly. I do like the concept of the Daleks and the Cybermen coming together, but having the Daleks overpower them massively is just a bit. I don't know. It could have been so much better if the Daleks and Cybermen were equally as powerful, and they don't work together. They're still at war. I like the fact that they're both at war with each other, because if they teamed up and stuff, that would be. I mean, they did team up technically in Series 5. That was kind of that was for different reasons, and they didn't really team up. They just formed an alliance in Series 5. If they probably teamed up, that would have been a bit more silly. But I like the fact that they're against each other. I like the fact they're at war with each other. I like the fact that they hate each other, despise each other completely. I love that. I feel like that could have been taken in so much more better lengths if you just made the Cybermen equally as powerful as the Daleks. Because the fact that the Daleks could wipe them out easily with just one touch takes away all the suspense a little bit. I liked how they were running around Earth firing at people towards the end. I liked that. I do like how all the loose ends sort of came together. Jackie gets reunited with her husband, Pete, and they go back to the parallel dimension. Rose goes back to parallel dimension, which, yeah, I cried when Rose left when I was a kid, but nowadays when I watch it, it doesn't hit me. And that "I love you" bit, oh god, no, 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 no. No, 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 no. That didn't happen. That didn't happen. Rose did not say "I love you" to the Doctor. He did not say "I love you" too. We don't know what he said because it cut off halfway through. We didn't even find out in series 4. But that didn't happen. I'm going to pretend that didn't happen. So yeah, series 2, not my favorite of the Ross Davies era. My second least favorite of the whole show's revival. Loved it when I was a kid. Don't really like it now. And one thing from it that I always did not like was the script special that followed afterwards, The Runaway Bride. Talk about a terrible introduction to what would go on to be a great character, because that was such a bad introduction to Donna. She was loud, obnoxious, rude, just annoying. Catherine Tate's great in the episode with that character. Because I remember when she was announced as to be series 4, and I was like, oh, she's coming back. Nah, why? But I'll go more into that. But yeah, that was a terrible introduction to Donna. Awful introduction to Donna. Like, she deserves a much... Considering the character she became in series 4, she deserved a much better introduction than whatever the hell that was. I don't like the Arachnos. I find the Arachnos to be a very silly villain. Not really threatening. I find the whole sort of... I think they're going for a more romantic comedy kind of wedding story element there. It just doesn't hit home. And the stakes don't really feel risen enough, I think. And bringing back the Santa Claus robots was cool. I also don't understand how when the Doctor was on that driveway, like only those kids could see it happening. Like surely someone saw that big blue box and think, what the fuck? Or surely the dad saw in the window of the car, or the windscreen, the windows attached to the side of the car. I can't remember the names right now. But yeah, and I just wish it was a better introduction to Donna. I didn't like her fiance character. I thought it was unlikable. Didn't like her mum. I thought she was unlikable. I love the characters, thought were really unlikable. The 10th Doctor's, I liked that moment where he had to kill the Arachnos' babies and children, drown them. I like that element. I just wish there was more like that in the episode. I didn't like the whole romantic comedy element to it. I think that element worked a little bit better in the Husbands of a Song, because I think maybe Stephen Moffat is more used to writing sitcoms and stuff, so maybe he just fit. Maybe it just suited him better. But yeah, Runaway Bride, didn't like it. Series 3, I think, is probably the best of the Ross Davies era. Definitely the best story arc. Martha, but I don't think she was as good as Donna was in series 4. She was still a great companion. I'd take Martha over Rose any day. I don't understand. I never got the Martha hate either. I think she was fine. People just didn't like her because, again, she wasn't Rose. And I think that's a terrible reason to not like a character. If she's not the last companion, you have to judge her on how she's like as a character. It's like, my least favorite character of the Revive series is Clara. But I'm not going to go around being like, I don't like Clara. She's not Amy Pond. She's nothing like Amy Pond. Because they're not supposed to be. They're meant to be two completely different characters. Although personality-wise, they have the exact same one. But we'll get more into that a little bit later. To be fair, I did like Clara in series 8 and 9, but we'll get more into that later. But Martha, I feel like, was a great companion. I liked her story arc as well, how she fell in love with the Doctor, but how she sort of got over it at the end. And she decided, no, this isn't working, I'm going to leave. And she leaves. And she gets out, as she rightfully says. She gets out of the TARDIS and goes away. Until series 4, when she comes back. John Barrowman comes back. I like how... One thing I loved about Rossfield's era as well was how connected it all felt. I feel like it was like Doctor Who was doing the shared universe thing before the MCU was even a sperm. And it's the same thing with Series 4, but I'll go into that more in a bit. But the shared universe thing, like how how in series one we meet Toshiko, and then she reappears in Torchwood, and I think that was her first. I think that was meant to be that was her first mission. I think we found that out in series two because she was covering for Owen, but um so yeah, but yeah, so um but yeah, it's like we meet Toshiko in series one in Aliens of London and World War Three, and then she comes back in Torchwood. We have series three linking up more with Torchwood. We have Torchwood being set up and hinted at in series two, only for it to come back as its own spin-off series. We have series one of Torchwood linking into series two, and then we have series three linking into series two of Torchwood. There's all this like connectivity, and it just feels very fluid. It feels natural, and even the Sarah Jane Adventures feels somewhat connected to Doctor Who, and it's just a delight to see. And it's like, again, shared universe before before the MCU was even a sperm, and it was all this connectivity that the Moffat era, I think it was lacking a little bit in the Moffat era. I know they tried to make it connected, but I don't think it really worked. I think Russell just had a better knack for having connecting things together, but doing it on a scale where you don't have to watch series three of Doctor Who to understand series two of Torchwood. You don't have to watch Sarah Jane Adventures or Doctor Who in order to understand the Sarah Jane Adventures. It's connected, but they're still standalone with each other because that's the way it has to be. And same thing with the story arcs as well. But series three, because we have Captain Jack coming back, which picks up from series one of Torchwood. I love that connectivity. I love Captain Jack, as I've said before. The fact that he came back, the fact that John Barrowman was like that uncle that you love. Every time he came back to Doctor Who was like such a special moment. Whenever he came back, I'm so sad he wasn't. I think he was meant to be in A Good Man Goes to War as well, but they had to cut him out because he couldn't. I think he couldn't, like, filming wise. I think he was busy filming Miracle Day or Arrow around that time, and they couldn't give him. He couldn't have the time to do it, so he got written out of that story. But I wish he came back and I wish he interacted with the 13th Doctor, but we'll get on more to that in series 12. So series 3, great series. A great story arc. I love Martha. I love her parents. I love her family dynamic as well. I like how she comes from a very not very perfect sort of family. They argue and bicker a lot of the time, and her mum is a great character. She's just looking out for her daughter. You understand where she's coming from when she teams up with Harold Saxon, who later on becomes the Master. The Master, great. It was great to see him back. I had my suspicions that the Master was going to show up, that Harold Saxon was the Master, because I think my mum had brought me a box set of 3 Doctor Who stories, which was Tom Baker's last 2, Keeper of Traken and Logo Poles and Casanova. All 3 of them. Was it Casanova? Was it called Casanova? Or was that the was that the show that Rossi Davis did? I'm just gonna call it Casanova, and if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. Where the Master was in all 3 of them, and it's sort of, they brought back the Daleks in series 1, they brought back the Cybermen in series 2. It made sense to bring back the Master because obviously Doctor Who I think has at least 6 recurring villains, as far as I'm aware. I think it goes Daleks, Cybermen, Master, Sontarans, Silurians, and then there's the Sea Devils, which are they're sort of like the 6 main villains that keep coming back. They keep coming back. So it made sense for the Master to come back in series 3. So I sort of guessed it, but I wasn't too sure. So when David, what was the name of? What is the name? I'm doing very well. I'm doing terribly with names today. But what's the name of the? What's the name of the Master in series 3 in Utopia? I can't. Is it David something? Let me just bring this up quickly. Oh, casting. There we go. Let's see. It's looking up. But yeah, when the Master reappears as the old man and they have the watch, it was very exciting, very suspenseful. That was a very suspenseful finale. That was a great series finale. That was a great series in general. I mean, it was such a perfect run. I can't really think of a story in that. Well, actually, the only story I can think of that's lacking is the Dalek two-parter. But by that time, everyone was getting sick of the Daleks because they kept coming back, and they kept coming back in every series. So to see them again was a bit like, can we stop now, please? No more Daleks. Unfortunately, that didn't happen. Series 4 came out, and Daleks came back for that too. They brought Davros along, so they're forgiven. But yeah, that was a great, Dalek 2 Part is the only story I can think of that I don't really like. The rest of them I love. I love a lot of the stories in Series 3. Smith and Jones, the Shakespeare Code. What was it, that the one set in New York? I can't remember it, the name of the episode, but the one where Martha gets captured onto a thing in New York and it's all covered, and you have to open up the hatch. They got to open up that hatch to let him in, back through. But I liked that story, and let's see, I liked the Family of Blood two-parter. That was a great two-parter, so chilling and suspenseful, and the Family of Blood were just shocking, scary as fuck villains. Especially the teenager one. He was creepy as fuck. That's not a guy you want to go on a date with. That's the guy you want to avoid at all costs. That's like the creepy emo kid in school. And Tommy, I think that's the name of the character. The character was called Tommy, wasn't it? The little boy that went on to become more kind of famous-ish. The kid from the Maze Runner trilogy, the British kid. He was great in that. Blink's my masterpiece. A great Dr. Light story. Weeping Angels, bruh. Those things were creepy back in the day. I remember having nightmares. I remember literally having nightmares about the Weeping Angels because they were fucking terrifying. Series 5 kind of ruined that a little bit when you saw a move. I think that was the last series when they were actually properly scary, and then every time they made a reappearance, every time they reappeared, it just wasn't creepy. It just wasn't creepy for me. But yeah, they were scary in that. They're still scary in that episode though. And that was still a masterpiece. I like Sally Sparrow, and I'm glad that Claire Mulligan is starting to get more roles and becoming a bit more well known as an actor, not just here in the UK but outside. I think she had a movie that was coming out this year. What was it called? To All Young Women, I think. The one where she plays a woman that pretends to get drunk and then goes back to guys' houses and then kind of, I don't know if she kills them or not, for taking advantage. But that movie I was so looking forward to. I think that's been cancelled now, hasn't it, because of everything that's going on. I don't know. I hope the movie theaters will reopen soon because I'm missing the cinema. I didn't get to see Onward when that came out because by the time I found time to go see Onward, they closed. Cinemas are all closed. But yeah, I'm glad Claire Morgan's getting more. What else? Other episodes were in Series 3. Obviously, Utopia and before we go on to the finale. But I do like, what was it? The Lazarus Experiment. People seem to not like that episode, but I really love it. I think, I'm not too sure what I think of Mark Gatiss as an actor. I like him more as a writer, but he's turned some decent performances in Doctor Who. He's played a lot of characters in Doctor Who, though. He's probably come back quite a lot in the revised series as an actor and as a writer. I really hope he comes back for the Joy Waker era because I'd love to see him write an episode for her. I think that'd be a match made in heaven. What else? I love the Lazarus Experiments, the Harold Saxon, the Harold Saxon one. What I love about the Harold Saxon story arc as well is that it crossfed over into Torchwood as well. Because I remember I was rewatching the episode Captain Jack, the one in Series 1 where him and Toshiko get stuck in World War II times and meet a man who's also called Captain Jack. And then you find out that Captain Jack took his name, and stuff like that. But I think if you look, I think it's when Gwen visits the town hall building they're stuck in. And you look outside the wall. There's posters for Vote Saxon. So I love that. Again, I love that connectivity that Russell was able to do and do so well, because he was able to do it so well, and he was like, it just like even little tidbits like that you didn't notice the first time round. You go back and you see him and you're like, oh, cool. Like, you know, there's references to Series 3 and Tortured Series 1, and then it links into Tortured Series 1. I don't know when Tortured Series 1 actually aired, but I'm hoping it was before Series 3, because if it did, that connectivity would have been a perfection right there. That transmedia would have been great. That would have been great transmedia if it aired before then. But I like Series 3, and the series finale was just terrific. It was kind of like this. I see the Series 3 finale more as a two-parter than more as a three-parter than a two-parter, because that's what it feels like to me. It doesn't feel like it doesn't feel like a two-part episode. It feels more like a three-part episode. It starts with the utopia, and it just carries on from there. It's utopia. What is it? I know the last episode is called A Tale of Two Time Lords, but I can't remember what the episode after that is called. But yeah, it just carries on. It's this big epic 3-part episode. It's suspenseful. Captain Jack is there, because why isn't he? Captain Jack, seeing his reaction to when the Doctor tells him that he can't fix his immortality, that he sort of has to live multiple years. Yeah, I love this. I love the joke where he says, "Does he still age?" The Face of Bo reference as well was great, because like he is the Face of Bo. I can imagine Jack being the Face of Bo, because how else would the Doctor find out all this information? I love how it's the Master that comes back and not any other Time Lord. I loved how they expanded on the Master and the Doctor's history as well in Series 3. I think giving them more that they were childhood friends, and then became enemies later, I feel like gives it a good connectivity to it. You get more of the Master's origin, where you find out why he went insane. I'm okay with finding out more about the Master's origin story. The Doctor's, not so much. I feel like that character deserves to be in mystery. The Master, you can show off his story. And I like that, I like the fact that he did this as a kid. It makes the Time Lords a more complicated race that wasn't always innocent. They weren't always innocent, the Time Lords. Even in the classic series, they weren't innocent. They were very stuck. They're very aristocrats, a little bit stuck up, sort of let's not interfere, strict rules kind of race. But I love the fact the Master takes over the world. I love that when the Doctor gets turned old, really old. Like, I love the makeup and prosthetics. The little CGI man in The Tale of Two Time Lords, that looks a bit goofy. It looked goofy. It looked more funny than anything else. But still, I love John Simmons' Master. Like, his energy and his enthusiasm and his not quirkiness, but insane reality is still good. It's very scary. It's very creepy, and his Master is very. You don't know what he's going to do next. As the Master, like, you really don't. And he's very unpredictable. So I love John Simmons' Master. I'm so glad he came back in Series 10, because I missed him so much. I'm so glad that he got one more. I'm glad we got to see Stephen Moffat write for him, because I've always wanted to see Moffat's writing for John Simmons' Master. I'm so glad we got it in Series 10. The ending as well, when the Master dies and refuses to regenerate, but then there's that ring, and the hints that he might be coming back. I love that. There's also small details as well that I didn't realise until I rewatched it a few years ago. So, like, with his wife, he's acting all lovey-dovey with her and stuff in the first episode. Like, he's manipulating her and abusing her and manipulating her to believe him and to trust him. And then once he gets all this power in Tale of Two Time Lords, That's just, he goes crazy and berserk. And one thing I noticed as well, a small little detail I didn't really notice until I watched it when I was older, was that if you have a look in A Tale of Two Time Lords very closely, she's got a black eye. The Master's wife has a black eye, which I guess sort of indicates that he started to go crazy and started to like hit her a few times. That even small details like that just show, you don't see it on screen obviously, because if you saw that on screen in a TV series like Doctor Who, good luck getting that episode aired pre-Watershed. But the fact that like that small detail is in there just shows how crazy with power he's really gotten. And I love that about the Master. Just that crazy, insane antic, and you hate him. You really don't like him. You want the Doctor to kick his ass, which never happens, because the Doctor's obviously more of a pacifist. Well, Doctor and the Master have had fights before in the classic series. In the revived series, not so much. But even then, when the Doctor like gets really overpowered and becomes young again, and the Master's plans are all foiled again. The ending. That part I didn't like, when the Doctor just hit the reboot button and went, "Oh, we're all back to normal." That year never happened. It's all reversed. That I didn't like. I kind of liked. I wish it went the same way as Lie of the Land did with the Monk trilogy in Series 10, where it stuck around. Everyone just sort of forgot who the monks were. I wish they sort of had that, where it stuck around and stuff. But who knows? It's still reversed itself. The Master dying was epic. Martha was a great companion. I'm glad she came back in Series 4. I'm glad she came back in Torchwood too, in Series 2 again. Because again, Series 2 picks up, Series 2 of Torchwood picks up where Series 3 of Doctor Who left off. There's like connectivity there. So then moving on to the Voyage of the Damned. I'm not going to spend too long about this special. This special, I don't like it. Kylie Minogue is giving an okay performance, I think, but stick to the singing. Her performance is not that great. Max, what was his name? Max Capricorn or something like that. The guy in the head where he says, "My name is Max." I hated that villain, not because he was pure evil and stuff, just because he was so goofy and so over the top. It was just too much, man. Like, I know it was a Christmas special, but it was just too much. Those angel-like creatures looked a bit silly for me. I liked most of the supporting cast except for the posh, stuck-up guy that survived at the very end. I liked the old man at the end, though. I'm glad he survived. Like, there was just one. I did like the Doctor in that episode too. I think David Tennant was great in that episode. David Tennant was spectacular in that episode. The writing could have been better. The whole Titanic thing was I don't know. I didn't really like the aspect. The Titanic in space. But I do like some of the things in that episode. I like how when they came down from, because again there was that connectivity with the Russell Davis had with his era. How when they came down to Earth, no one was shopping. It was Christmas Eve. People were nowhere to be seen. Also introduced us to Wilfred, who I love Wilfred. Very, very much. Bernard Chibbins, oh man, great. But Wilfred was a great character, and that was such a great introduction to him as well. Just a sweet little innocent old man. I was happy. I didn't even catch on that he was the guy from The Stand in Series 4. In Series 4 until he pointed it out, and I was like, oh, whoops. I guess that shows how much I didn't like Voyage of the Damned even back then. I liked how it was action-packed and stuff. Like, it was good. It was okay, but it just didn't grab me. It didn't grab my attention. But I did like little details, like when they came down and no one was shopping because of previous Christmases. They didn't want aliens. Like the fact that the Doctor had to save the Queen by ringing her and being like, "Get the fuck out of Buckingham Palace. Right now, the Titanic's going to drop." I love that aspect about the episode. Little bits and pieces like that, but overall I don't think it worked as a whole. So yeah, Voyage of the Damned, I'm not a big fan. Series 4. Now, Series 4 was an interesting series because when I was younger, I used to hate Series 4. I thought Series 4 was the worst of the revived series. From my point of view back then, from my very young brain, it was always, oh, Rusty Davis was clearly running out of ideas. Um, Obviously, I was a stupid little kid back then because now I love Series 4. I think Series 4 is probably one of the highlights um, for me whenever I rewatch it. Again, like there are some like Partners in Crime is not that bad of a finale. I mean, yeah, it's goofy and silly, but it's in a good way. Like it's enjoyable. It's like a fun sort of romp sort of, and then you get darker stories like Fires of Pompeii, and the Ood episode and the Sontaran episodes, and the whole story arc with the bees disappearing. Again, you don't really notice stuff like that, and you had that big epic crossover that did what Avengers Endgame. They did the big epic finale before Avengers Endgame was even a sperm in the MCU's eye. um, and I loved that. Loved that episode so much. It was a great, big, massive, epic series finale. But let's start from the start. So, Donna episode, I love Donna in series 4. Donna, that was such a big shock. Like Donna is the definition of don't judge a book by its cover. Because I remember when she was announced to come back, I was like, oh god, not her again. But then I don't know, maybe Rossi Davis listened to the criticisms that he got from Donna's character, that the people have with Donna in The Runaway Bride, and he tweaked her a little bit. I think it's kind of the same thing that Stephen did with Marvel in series 10. Like they toned her down. Like she was still gobby and she still had a mouth, and she still didn't so much one. But it was different now. It was she was more kinder and more sweeter and more as well. And those little elements, and you got to know her a hell of a lot better than you did in the Christmas and in the Runaway Bride. You got to know her a hell of a lot more. You got to meet, got to get to know her mum more. I actually really liked her mum in series 4. Her relationship with her granddad Wilfred. Her job, her life after the Doctor left. I liked how she had that sort of regret that she never travelled with him, because I feel like if you got offered and you turned it down, a few years later you'd probably be thinking to yourself, actually I should have gone. So I like the aspect about her. Her and David Tennant had the best chemistry on screen than anyone, and I loved how they weren't. I loved how they weren't love. I love how she wasn't a love interest. She wasn't interested in the Doctor in that way. They were just mates. Something that sort of stuck around after that with Amy and Bill and Doctor's companions and Yasmin, Graham and Ryan and Nardole. They're all sort of friends of the Doctor, not love interests, because I think by the time he got to Martha, that was just getting tiresome. And I loved like little secrets, like little bits and pieces, like of a character. Like I love how when in what was it, The Unicorn and the Wasp, she had to kiss him to give him this big shock, so he can get all the poison out of. So he could get all the poison that he got put in him out of him. I feel like that was great. Little tidbits and stuff. Even like the softer moments. Catherine Tate was a very good actress. I'm surprised she didn't get a lot more. I'm surprised Catherine Tate didn't get a lot more dramatic roles after series 4, because I thought she would have been perfect. Like surely like someone must have watched series 4 and been like, hey, wait a minute, she can really deliver really well. And when Donna left and the Doctor had to wipe her mind, it was so heartbreaking because she had been such a great companion, and I wish she stayed, but you know, Russell was leaving, David was going to leave, Stephen was going to come in with Matt. Yeah. So that was that. David Tennant was on top form. Series 4 was his best. He was at his best in Series 4, definitely. His Doctor was at his best. He was the most pacifistic, but you also felt sorry for him. He handled the dramatic stuff very, very well, especially in episodes like Journey's End, Fires Pompeii, the quirky nature of the character as well. He was so good in Series 4. That was definitely his best series, I think. Everyone was just on top form as well. The directing, even the writing to an extent. I mean, there were some episodes there, like, I didn't really like Unicorn and the Wasp very much. I felt like that was a bit too goofy. Not goofy, well, actually not goofy. It was the Wasp thing. Like, the fact it was a big, massive wasp was just a bit like, oh, no. No. Didn't like that wasp aspect to it. What else did I not like? There were some episodes I didn't like back in the day that I really like now. Like Midnight I used to hate, but I actually really liked that episode. How it's a more claustrophobic atmosphere. It's set in one location mostly. Um, and the Doctor's there. He hasn't got any friends or anything with him. It's just him with a bunch of strangers, and the fact they almost kick him out. I love the fact you don't know what the monster is. That remains a mystery, and I'm happy for that. And it stayed that way. I love that. I love the fact that it stayed that way since series 4, and we're never gonna find out what it is ever, and that's perfect. Turn Left, I also used to not like for some reason. I don't know why, but yeah, I still like it now. I really like it now. Yeah, the whole space beetle thing. I didn't like that when I was younger, but as I've gotten older, it's Doctor Who, and it's not that bad. I think it is pretty creepy considering how massive it fucking is. Like you get a gigantic space beetle crawling on your back. Yeah, you wouldn't like that either. I reckon you would not enjoy that either. No one would. So yeah, that was and also the story arc as well. The bees disappearing was a great story arc because it was hidden in plain sight. You didn't really catch on until I think a couple episodes in when you thought, hang on, this might be the story arc over here. The Sontarans were great as well. They were fun villains. Dan Starkey was great as a Sontaran. The General was great. That wimpy American kid though annoyed the crap out of me when I was a kid, and he still annoys the crap out of me even today. But I think that was kind of the point of his character. He was meant to be this sort of egotistical, pompous sort of like I'm smarter than you, I'm more intelligent than you, fuck you sort of attitude to him. So I didn't really feel sorry for him when he died though. For God he deserved. Sorry. What else? What else did I like about series 4? Even though the Daleks came back, it still felt threatening. It felt like they were like, nah, we're overpowered now. We're gonna like properly destroy, like take all this Earth. I like how they tried like how part of their plan involved, how we're not gonna get the Doctor involved, so we're gonna lock him away, take him to the Medusa Cascade so he can't get in. I love the atmosphere and the tension. That phone call in what was it? The Stolen Earth. That phone call scene. That's the most intense phone call scene I've ever seen, ever written, ever filmed. Like SARS is literally on fire, because they're trying to get through, and it's so good as well. And you just love how and it's crossed over with Serbian Adventures, with Torchwood, how it linked in with those series as well, and yeah, and even characters that weren't even characters that weren't there on screen that were still mentioned by name and by off screen. So it was great that even they were getting involved. The cast was huge. I love the joke at the end where the Doctor says Jackie doesn't have to fly, can't get involved in flying the TARDIS. That was pretty cool. Captain Jack Harkness was on top form again. The Dr. Donna thing I didn't like when I was a kid. I like it now. Yeah, it is just Catherine Tate doing a David Tennant impression, but to be fair, it was the David Tennant Doctor's hand that she touched. So obviously it'd be his version, where it would be his version that she'd be emulating. And I love the Dr. Donna, the human hybrid sort of connection to it. Donna's departure, it's heartbreaking. It breaks my heart thinking about it. It's awful. It was a horrible end. It was a horrible goodbye, but it was necessary. The fact that she forgot it all again and forgot everything, and yeah, I'm gonna man. Series 4 was literally the highlight of Doctor Who back in the day. That was such a big highlight. Everyone was watching. Oh, and that cliffhanger. Oh, I forgot to mention the cliffhanger when he regenerates. I was literally on the edge of my seat. Like when it said to be continued, I was like, no, why? No. Like it was just so that cliffhanger, man. Like when the 10th Doctor was regenerating, and for years, I literally couldn't wait any longer. Like I was literally trying to rush through the week as quickly as possible so we could get to the end, so we could find out if he actually regenerates or not. I mean, obviously, we knew he wasn't going to because Tennant already confirmed he was doing 4 more specials before the release of Series 4. But even then, people can lie. they can lie. They can lie. That could have been a lie, but it wasn't. He came back. He didn't regenerate, but man, that was such an intense week. Series 4, man. What a fucking highlight. I wish I enjoyed Series 4 when it aired. Because I wish I enjoyed that more, because that's a highlight that Doctor Who didn't really get back to after Russell left. However, to be fair, the series afterwards wasn't that bad, and I'll get onto that in just a minute. But Series 4, I used to hate it. I like it now. I love it now. And yeah, I love Series 4. What else as well do I... after that, we had the next Doctor. Not going to delve too much into this. It's crap story. David Mosery gives a really... I didn't like David Mosery's performance as Jackson Lake. It just felt a bit too pantomime for me. It just felt a bit like he was... I get the idea. He thinks he's the Doctor, so he's trying to be the Doctor, but he's not. But even, he could have done... I think he could have done a bit more convincing job. I feel like, there could have been a great moment where we feel like, wait a minute, maybe he really is the Doctor and we just don't know it. Something that Series 12 kind of did, except Ruth actually turned out to be the Doctor. Hopefully she's the next one, because I fucking love the Ruth Doctor. She was such a badass. I want to see more adventures with her. No offense to Jodie Whittaker, I love Jodie Whittaker, but I'll get on to more of that when I get to Series 12. I'm getting ahead of myself, but yeah, the next Doctor, too weird, not weird, but not very well. It was just I didn't like it. The Cyber King was just a ridiculous idea, and I think even Stephen thought that, because he takes the piss out of it a little bit in Flesh and Stone, when the 11th Doctor says, what was it? When the 11th Doctor says, a giant Cyberman walks over London, no one remembers, and it's like, yeah, nobody's going to remember that because no one wants to, because it was terrible. And the Cybermen I feel were greatly underused. I didn't like the Cybermen in that episode. They didn't feel as threatening as they did in Series 2. They lacked that sort of thing, seriousness. I didn't like the woman, what her name was, the one who became the Cyber King either. You didn't really get to know her character a lot, except for exposition. All you knew was that she teamed up with the Cybermen, and that was it. Yeah, and that was pretty much it. What else was there? Was there anything else that I left out? Let's have a look. See, not a look. See. Sorry, I don't know what I'm saying. No, I didn't leave anything out. So I'm literally just gonna erase these next 4 specials, because honestly, I don't think very highly of them. Planet of the Dead, hated it. Wars on Mars, loved it. End of Time Part 1 and Part 2, not my favourite regeneration. I don't like David Tennant's regeneration scene. I'm sorry. I don't want to go. I think it's a terrible line to say when a new Doctor is about to come in and you want your audience to, stay and stick around. I feel like that... I don't know, maybe Russell thought the audience would stick around. Unfortunately, not a lot of people, but the Tennant Forever fans decided not to stay, and they judged Matt Smith way too unfairly because he wasn't David Tennant. It's mostly with the Doctor, but then again, even the Doctor's whole attitude, even then when he says, he's complaining and whining about regeneration. I get the Doctor not wanting to die. I get him not wanting to die. But if it's just a regeneration, something he's done at that point 11 times, he should be more used to it by now. And you can have a big emotional farewell, that's fine, but you need the Doctor to accept his regeneration, because if he doesn't accept it, the audience ain't going to accept it either. That's why when the 9th Doctor and the 11th Doctor and the 12th Doctor all regenerated, they accepted their fates, they accepted their deaths. They accepted, someone new's got to come in, someone who's got to take over completely. And yeah, they understood that. They got that with those Doctors. And I just don't get why they had to do. They had to delve off the 10th. Why you had to be? I don't want to go. Because I don't like that line. It's also a very, very wimpy line for the Doctor to end on. I don't want to go. It sounds wimpy. I don't like when the Doctor goes out on a whimper. I feel like the Doctor needs to. When a new Doctor needs to go out on a strong, happy, A happy, sad, happy but also sad, slightly emotional note. Like the Ninth Doctor, like I like his regeneration. It's great. Like he accepts it, he regenerates, and that's it. I mean, personally, for me, I would have preferred if Tennant regenerated in that radiation chamber. I feel like "It's My Honor" is a way better final line for his Doctor than "I don't want to go." I didn't like that line, but that scene though. To be fair though, that scene where he says Wilfred, that's probably the most emotional scene in Doctor Who history ever. I don't care what people say. Like that scene is the most emotional Doctor Who episode scene in Doctor Who history, like its whole history. Having him break down, realizing, deciding, no, I'm going to save Wilfred. I got to do it. I have to, out of the kindness of his heart. Wilfred begging and pleading with him, not wanting to. Oh, Wilfred. I fucking love Wilfred. Was great in that story. I loved Wilfred in that story. Any time gets brownie points for Wilfred, for Bernard Chibbins. But yeah, anytime but part one and part two, wasn't very keen on those. But yeah, so a year goes, and we get to series 5. We get Matt Smith, we get Amy Pond, we get a new showrunner with Stephen Moffat. I generally believe that series 5 for me is the best of the revived series. It's series 5 for me is perfect. It is perfection world round for Doctor Who. It's perfect. It's got a perfect Doctor, perfect story arc, perfect companions, perfect stories, perfect it looks fantastic. Looks fantastic. It's written beautifully, with the exception of The Beast Below. But even Moffat has apologised for that story. But it's just Series 5 is just so good. The 11th Hour, what a way to open a series. No series openers ever topped that ever in terms of quality. The 11th Hour, when Matt Smith walks through that void and he just says he announces himself as a Doctor. That's such a badass moment. I love that. I love the fairy tale aspect to it as well. The story arc, yeah, it's very story arc heavy, but the story arc is so interesting and so well done that you don't really mind. And it's so engaging, you want to find out more, you want to stick around. More often, I feel like even if you did come in at some point during the series, it would just intrigue you more. You'd be like, hey, what's this story arc thing? I need to catch up. So you'd go back on iPlay and you catch up with the rest of the series, you find out what's going on. I love almost every... I'll go for every episode first. The 11th Hour is a great introduction. Well, first of all, actually, no, I'll start with Matt Smith. I love Matt Smith as a Doctor. He is my favourite Doctor. I think Eccleston is the definitive incarnation of the character, but personally, my personal favourite is Matt Smith on a more favourable level. His energy, his enthusiasm, and especially in Series 5, his more darker, sort of soft-toned whisper moments I loved. I loved how darker his Doctor could get, and I loved how darker Series 5 was overall. Like, Series 5 was really dark, but in a good way, though. It showed that Stephen Moffat could do more than just write comedies. But the humour in Series 5 is hilarious as well. It's just a shame it went too off the rails in further series. But I love Series... Yeah, Series 5 is just perfection. Amy Pond is a great companion. Karen Gillan, I'm so happy Karen Gillan's got a career in Hollywood and filmmaking, in directing too. She directs now. She directs short films. Like, I don't think there's anything she can do. Like, I'm happy that Karen Gillan's finally getting how Karen Gillan managed to get a career. I do feel sorry that Matt Smith's career went on a bit of a downward spiral after Doctor Who, with Terminator Genesis and what was it? Pride, Prejudice and Vampires or something like that. But who knows? Maybe Morbius will come out and it'll help boost his career, because I know he's in that. I know he's in Morbius. I hope like, but if that's really connected to the MCU, that means he won't be able to play Reed Richards in Fantastic Four. Oh well. I do love his doctors. He's a good Doctor though. Matt Smith's Doctor is great. His energy, his enthusiasm, his quirkiness. They know how to use it. I love his costume. I wish they didn't keep changing his costume every series though. Like, that annoyed me. I kind of prefer it when the Doctor sticks with one costume. I don't mind alterations, like the 10th Doctor's blue and brown suits, as long as they stick around. But it wasn't as bad as the 12th Doctor. The 12th Doctor had a new costume like every fucking episode. It felt like. It felt like 12th Doctor couldn't find a costume, find an outfit, and just stick to it. It had to change. Which we'll get more into that later on down the line. Yeah, so like I love him upon Rory. I love Rory. Such a great character though, and I love that. Oh, that ending, like the series finale as well. I think that the part no, what's it called? No. The Pandora opens in the Big Bang. The best series finale Doctor Who has ever done. Um, in the revived series, no series finale has ever topped that. It doesn't have to be. It just shows that series finale doesn't have to be big. It doesn't have to be this epic Avengers style blockbuster episode finale. It can be just a smaller scaled episode with a story arc. Smaller scale episode, a more personal episode. It's a bit like Toy Story 4 almost. Like Toy Story 4 shows you don't need to end it on a big, high, massive story. Sometimes the smaller scale emotional stuff can work out better. I personally think Toy Story 4 is a better ending to that series than 3, even though I love 3. But that's another podcast episode for another day. Maybe next time. What else? But yeah, I think I'll go for the episodes one by one, because I can remember the names of most of them. First of all, 11th Hour, great opener, great finale, great introduction to everything. The new Sonic is great. The new Maximus' first TARDIS interior. I don't get why people hate it. I love his first TARDIS interior. I'll admit his second one's better, but his first one, I love it. Like the more steampunkish stuff to it. I love like the little contraptions, the hot and cold knobs to it, the quirky sort of nature, the lighting as well. I love that. But I think I love how it's a great introduction episode to Doctor Who, and it's a great. If you haven't seen Doctor Who before, that's a good episode to jump on. I think it's a great introduction to his Doctor as well. Like his Doctor is so OP. He gets more OP as the story goes on, which is great. Beast Below, hate that episode, but a lot of people do. Even Stephen Moffat, he apologized for that. It's very doesn't make a lot of sense to me. And yeah, didn't like Beast Below. The Smilers, the Wilders, I feel like, I don't know, those were a bit feeling for me. Victory of the Daleks, I know a lot of people hate that episode. I don't mind it that much. I actually like that story. I love how the Daleks are acting all sneaky and suspicious in the first half, and then when they get the Doctor's testimony, I love how they need the Doctor's testimony, how they need technically his help. I like that sort of small twist that they need the Doctor's help in that episode. The new Dalek models, I say new, they're gone now, but the multicolored Daleks, the progenitor Daleks, I think they were called. I liked those. Like, I'm so sad we didn't get to see more. I really hate how Stephen Moffat had to give into. I mean, I don't blame him for this, because I don't blame him for doing so, for giving in to the fans. But I don't think he should have done. I think he should have just. I think that's kind of. I think there's a time to listen to the fans. Then there's a time to just say no to the fans. In a lot of ways, like the Sonic the Hedgehog movie redesign. Yeah, Paramount was right to listen to the fans. Like that design would have been creepy as fuck if they stuck with that original design. The new design is way better. But then you get stuff like, wanting the original Daleks to come back, like the bronze ones. Like, you don't need those. Like, like before the progenitor Daleks can even show what they can do. Like, they barely got any screen time, and they still gave in to the fans. So I feel like stuff like that. I think like not giving something like a significant little change a chance. Yeah, I didn't like how they gave in to the fans on that aspect. The second half of the episode gets a bit silly, a bit goofy, like with the planes coming up into space, but it's still quite interesting. It's still quite the atmosphere and the tension still builds up quite well. I like how the Daleks trick the Doctor. Well, how they have a bomb and he has to like have to save the world. That didn't make any sense though. Like, surely he can do both because he has a time machine. Like, he's got a time machine. Surely he can like lock on to their like signal or something. But yeah. Victor Daleks, I don't mind that episode. A Time of Angels, Flesh and Stone, great two-parter. It was a great two-parter. the angels mythology got expanded on. I love the aspect of the angels snapping people's necks. I don't care what people say. I love that aspect about the angels. I know people are like, oh, but they can. Their thing is to go back in time. But the Stephen Moffat's villains, like he came up with them personally. Like he's allowed to expand on the mythology however he wants. The book that they read, I love how you don't find out who wrote the book. Originally it was meant to be Bob. Um, originally it was meant to be Bob. Um, who was meant? Oh, actually no, it wasn't meant to. No, it wasn't meant to be Bob. Sorry. It was meant to be another soldier who they were with, who got sent back in time, who had to write the book. That got cut. That got cut out, but I'm glad. I'm kind of glad that got cut out because you never really know who wrote that book. The whole Angel Bob thing, that was great. That was creepy. It was creepy. It was atmospheric. The angels were scary. Unfortunately, though, I think like it kind of ruined the sort of scare factor for the angels a little bit. Particularly, the scene I'm talking about, especially, is the one where you see them move. That I think ruined them a little bit because after that they weren't scary anymore. We saw them move. I think that takes away from the scare factor of the angels. Seeing them move, slow. I think Don't get me wrong. That scene was still creepy. Like it was. That scene is still creepy. But you get onto other angel stories, they're not as creepy anymore because we've seen them move. That mystery has been sort of shown to us, and I feel like if you kept it where, I think show don't tell. Well, sometimes some things you don't want to see because it can ruin the illusion for you. And I think Seeing the Angels Move did that a little bit, but it was still a great episode though. River Song was back from series 4. Silence in the Library as well was such a good two-parter. I forgot to mention that two-parter. That was such a great two-parter as well. Again, showing Catherine Tate's amazing acting abilities. Why didn't Catherine Tate didn't get more dramatic roles after Doctor Who? I mean, I know people know her from comedies, but come on, man, she deserves a shot. But yeah, River Song's back. She's great in that. She did get a little bit irritating towards the end of the Moffat era. But even though her and Matt Smith still have great chemistry, the married couple element works really well for them. I think in series 5, anyways. But as it got on, it got a bit, let's just say toxic, as it went along, in my opinion, anyway. But in series 5, it's pretty good. I love how it sets up the little twists and turns that we learn in series 6 about her character, which we'll get onto later on. But yeah, what was after that? I think it was Vincent and not Vincent Doctor. Vincent Doctor was earlier. Vampires in Venice was a great episode. Like that's a great episode. It's a fun romp. Rory's great, being him in the TARDIS. We get to know him and Amy's relationship a little bit more. Get to expand on their relationship a little bit more, and that's perfect. I love Rory. I love the villains as well. I love they're not completely vampires as well. They're actually quite space like fish people. And yeah, I mean it was Toby Warehouse who wrote that episode. But yeah, it was still a good episode in my opinion, and it's definitely suspenseful as well in some areas. You cared about the characters that got on when Amy got bitten by the fish, by the vampire. That was definitely, you felt concerned for Amy and her safety in that episode, and Rory's as well. And then you had Amy's Choice, which is a fantastic episode. The Dream Lord, why didn't he come back? He's gonna come back. Like that Dream Lord is just character. So suspenseful, so chilling, so scary. Like, who knew Toby Jones was great as villains? Like, I think after that aired, he played. I think he played that villain in Captain America: The First Avenger after Series 5 aired. Because I think when the Captain America: The First Avenger came out, I know Avengers came out in 2012. I think Captain America 1 was 2011. Yeah, it was 2011. I think. Because I think when did 4? Yeah, it was 2011. Because I think 4 came out in 2010. So who knew like Toby Jones was great as villains? Like, he's chilling, he's suspenseful. You don't know where it's going. You don't know what it really plays with your mind. So you really think, no, the TARDIS is the safe place, but really, it's neither of them are the safe place. At the end, like I didn't see that twist coming. I had to double guess everything. That was amazing. I love episodes that can mess with your head a little bit. The Silurian two-parter, Silurians, great makeup job for the Silurians. Like, that makeup, I don't know why they didn't use that makeup for the Amazing Spider-Man 1, why they had to route to CG, because that episode, the Silurians, just proved that you can do scaly makeup and have to look convincing. And that's on TV budget. So imagine how much better that would have looked in Amazing Spider-Man 1 if they did it on a big film budget with more money and everything. But instead they routed to CGI. I don't know why. I mean, I get for the whole body, but for the face, you don't really need to. I don't think you need it. You could have done that practically. And the Silurians proved that two-parter as well was so good. I don't get why people hate that two-parter. I think it's because it's not as action-packed as Rossi Davis episodes were, but sometimes you don't need an action-packed episode of Doctor Who. Sometimes you just need the quieter moments, the quiet episodes for it. And yeah, I love that two-parter when Rory dies for the first time. That was emotional because we got into love Rory. He then gets wiped away from history completely. Amy forgetting about him, that's such a great scene. And it just shows how close they've become since then, because obviously at the very beginning Amy realised, I think after Amy's choice, that's when she realised actually Rory's the one that she wants to be with. I love Amy and Rory's whole story and their relationship, at least until Series 7 when they ruined it in Series 7. But we'll get more into that Series 7. Series 5, so yeah, after that we had Vincent and the Doctor, which I think got a recent rewatch a few days ago. Oh, that episode was so sad, but it's so good. It's such a great episode. Vincent Van Gogh, you feel so sorry for him. It pulls at your heartstrings. It's so great. It just shows, and again, it shows you don't need a big budget. You don't need a big scary monster for Doctor Who. Sometimes a real world life crisis, a real world problem like mental health can do the trick. It's a great substitute for mental health. It doesn't, I love how it doesn't talk down to its audience as well. It literally just says, no, he's got depression. And the fact that the writer recently revealed that he wrote it in memory of his sister who committed suicide a few years prior, it just even adds that more weight. It's, I need to go back and rewatch Vincent. I didn't do the rewatch. I haven't been doing any of the rewatches because I keep forgetting to do them. But I will join in eventually. Somewhere down the line, I'll join in. And then we had The Lodger with James Corden. Okay episode. James Corden was an okay character. Craig was an okay character. I feel like that was when his popularity was starting to rise a little bit after Gavin and Stacey ended. Him and Matt Smith had pretty decent chemistry. So yeah, I guess it was okay. It wasn't awful. It wasn't terrible. It's like a 6 out of 10, or a 7 out of 10, for me, for The Lodger. It was okay, but it could be better. But the series finale though, Pandorica opens and the Big Bang was just a great, such a good series finale, because it's just so. It's emotional, it's captivating, it's suspenseful. Like when Amy's starting to remember Rory, and the Doctor's starting, and all the villains are starting to like capture the Doctor. The Pandorica's starting to open. River Song's trapped in the TARDIS and it's about to explode. Man, that creepy voice that said "silence will fall," in the TARDIS when the screen turned into a crack and it went "silence, it will fall." I love that voice. I loved its connectivity with the whole series. The fairy tale aspect really comes into play there. That ending scene when Matt Smith talks to young Amelia before stepping through the crack. Oh, bruh. Chills, cries. It was so sad. If Doctor Who was ever going to end, that would have been the perfect speech for it to end on, because it sums them up perfectly. I don't know. Maybe they wrote it just in case they weren't going to get Series 6. But still, Series 5 was a success, and we got Series 6. Before we do that, let's talk about Christmas Carol. I said at the beginning of this podcast, it's only 3 Christmas specials that I liked. Christmas Carol was the second one. I think it's a good Christmas special. It's fun, it's engaging, it's emotional. You enjoy the ride that you go on. Kazran Sardik is a great Ebenezer Scrooge character. Their take, because every show and every movie franchise has their own take on A Christmas Carol in a way. And this is Doctor Who's take on it, and it's a good take. It's a really good take. It takes that Charles Dickens story very, very well, and I think, and it uses it up quickly. The only downside is that Amy and Rory don't really have a lot to do. They don't really come in until like the last half of the episode. I felt they could have done more to do. I was didn't like how the Doctor was both the Ghost of Christmas Past and the Ghost of Christmas Future. I think that maybe you could have made Rory the Ghost of Christmas Future. They could have given him something to do. I think that's a problem with having a TARDIS team. It's finding everything, trying to give the companions equal amount of screen time, can be a bit of a problem, particularly with the recent series. But we'll get onto that we'll get onto that soon, very, very, very soon, because I've been chatting for almost an hour and 45 minutes. Oh boy, I thought this wasn't going to take too long. Anyway, so yeah, Christmas Carol, I love it. Catherine Jenkins she was okay in her role, but I don't think I stick to the singing. Just stick to the singing. That's all I'm gonna say. That sounds a little bit harsh, and I'm sorry for that, but yeah. Series 6, great first half, really, really shit second half. The second half of Series 6 plummets so downward compared to the first half, and I know the first half has Curse of the Black Pearl and the Rebel Flesh and the Almost People, but even those episodes still have stuff that they can they bounce back from, like the pirates aspect. All the pirate characters in Curse of the Black Spot were still decent, and they're still decent characters. You had fun learning about them, and there was still some fun moments, like when the captain goes on the Doctor's ship and seeing it for the first time, and then yada yada, you know the rest. And even the Rebel Flesh and Almost People, for its more dark, almost horror-like atmosphere, had some good horror moments too. Had some silly, goofy moments. But I don't know. Maybe it was meant to be going for more of a B movie vibe to it, because I feel that's what it feels like. And that kid as well in the stick. I don't know if he went on to act more, but at least he was having fun. But even the good episodes like The Impossible Astronaut and Day of the Moon was still a good series opener, because it started asking all the questions that we inevitably only got half the answers to at the end of Series 6, and we still haven't got answers to. There's mysteries from Series 5 that still haven't been resolved. And just goes, and yeah, I like Series 6 looks fantastic. Like, I think Doctor Who would have looked anything better. Like, if you had BBC HD, which I didn't and had to see on iPlayer, looked so crisp, it looked so crisp, it looked so clear. I think Series 6 is the best Doctor Who's ever gotten in terms of looks, at least. I like the big series opener as well. It's because I set all the questions. Kaz, what's his name? Delaware the Third, Canton Delaware the Third, played by Mark Strong. Great character. I'm glad he stuck around to do the like trailers and stuff for like BBC America when they did previews for Doctor Who. But I'm sorry he didn't come back, but doesn't matter. He's probably too busy off with Supernatural. Oh wait, no, Supernatural's over now, isn't it? I think that show ended. I'm not too sure. I don't watch that show. I think my sisters used to, but then they stopped. Let's see. But yeah, Series 6 the first half is good, I think, because it sets up the questions. The Good Man Goes to War. What a great mid-series finale, great episode of Doctor Who. Leaves on when you found out that Amy was River was actually Amy and Rory's daughter. That cliffhanger ending. 3 months. What was it? 3 or 2 months we had to wait. Like, I couldn't have waited that long. I mean, yeah, we had Torture Miracle Day, but that was crap. And that was not a good holdover for Series 6 Part 2. Luckily, Series 6 came out in the rest of the summer, and that was pretty good. That's not what I'm talking about. No, the rest of Series 6 is awful. It's so weird, because, like, A Good Man Goes to War is so good, and then Let's Kill Hitler is so bad that it boggles my mind. Like, how do they share the same room with each other? Like, how'd you go from A Good Man Goes to War to Let's Kill Hitler? That's what I want to know. But even the second half still has decent episodes, like Night Terrors. The God Complex is still a decent episode. As well, like, they both work in their own way, in terms of, like, the horror and aspects to them, the scare factor to them as well. The dummies in Series 6 were actually quite scary in the God Complex as well. I like those dummies. But even then, you still there was still some. But then you still had Let's Go Hitler, which just didn't know what it wanted. I think that the episode did not know what it wanted to be. There was so many twists and turns. There was too many twists and turns to the point where it just like this, it just didn't stick well. It didn't find its own identity in terms of it just didn't find its own identity, I think. And there's too many twists and turns for you to keep track of. So yeah, I didn't like that episode. Closing Time I thought was terrible. Didn't like Closing Time. Craig was okay to see Craig back, but Closing Time. And then we get to the Wedding River Song, which I do not like, and for the longest time, up until Hellbent came out, I thought was the worst series finale of Doctor Who in the Revived series. I don't like the Wedding River Song. The Wedding River Song feels like a 2-part episode trapped in the body of a standalone episode. If it was two parts, like the series opener, I think that would have been better. That would have suited a lot better. It would have given you more time to flesh stuff out, fixed some stuff. Maybe have the Doctor's death be avoided by not a cop out, because having the Tesseract there was a bit of. I mean, it still surprised me, but even thinking back at it, that was just the easy way. Like, you could have come up with something, but I guess not. The silence. I know I've barely talked about the silence, but I mean, I liked them in the opening episode, but then when you found out more about them, it just doesn't fit. Mano Cassandra, was that her name? She was really annoying. I didn't like her as a villain. She was really irritating. The actress as well has also said some very horrible tweets in recent years. So no. Oh dear. And yeah. So Waiting for a Song, didn't like that story, didn't like Series 6 overall. Great first half, but disappointing second half. And then the Christmas special, I'm literally just going to say this, it's Doctor Widow in the Wardrobe is crap. It is pure crap. It's not the worst of the Christmas specials, we're going to get onto that a little later, but it's definitely down there. It's so boring, and it's so dull, and there's no stakes, there's little to no stakes in it. It feels very last minute. I don't think, as well, I think it was last minute as well. But yeah, I didn't like that Christmas special. Series 7, I think we're up to Series 7 now. Series 7, what I'm about to say isn't a controversial opinion, because every Doctor Who fan, or Whovian, I guess, which, fun fact, I actually used to call it Hooverine when I was younger, because I couldn't pronounce it properly. I kind of prefer that name though. Hooverine is way better than Whovian, in my opinion. Let's start calling it that. Let's start calling it Hooverine. I like that name. But they probably won't. They'll probably stick with Whovian. Whovian's not a bad name, by the way. That was a joke. Series 7 is the worst of the Revive series. It's horrible. I know Stephen Moffat has said that it's the one that he hates, that he just didn't like working on the least, and I completely believe him, because Now granted, I do watch a lot of Mr. Tar's reviews, and Mr. Tar's reviews has said that, he believes that the posters were made first and the scripts came second. I kind of believe him. I also believe that because the ideas just don't feel fleshed out. They don't. Making them stand alone and with no two-parters is a good idea, but these are the wrong kind of episodes that don't have two-parters in them. It's weird. I thought more care would have been taken into that, but Series 7 just doesn't work. Like, it has it's confusing. The first half, anyway. Let's talk about the first half. Amy and Rory, I don't know why they're there. They should have left in Series 6, because it's just pointless having them there. Like, there's really any point to having them back. I mean, yeah, they got a pretty decent farewell, I think, in Series 6. I think you left it where they knew the Doctor survived and didn't die, actually died at the end. That would have been worth it. That would have been okay for me for an ending. The one they do get in The Angels Take My Hand, it's still good. Don't get me wrong, it's still pretty good. It's still a good ending. It's very effective. The episode that the ending's attached to is not very good. But still. But even then, that's like why they're here. And the opening episode when Rory get divorced, like, why? Just why? Like, because you needed a plot device or something? You need attention? Why couldn't you have just had it where maybe they have a falling out or something? I don't know what the falling out could be about. Maybe Rory wants another kid. They mentioned children, right? So maybe Rory wants another kid or something, and Amy doesn't, because the last time she had a kid, she got taken away into a facility for months and months, and got replaced with a Rebel Flash version of herself. So maybe she doesn't want to because of bad memories or something like that. Maybe they have an argument or something, maybe, and Rory decides to leave. So they're not divorced but separated. The marriage is in a bit of trouble. Maybe Rory isn't in Asylum of the Daleks. Maybe you could have had him be living with his dad while they try and sort stuff out. The Doctor comes to pick him up in dinosaurs on a spaceship. I feel like you could have made that the series arc for the first half of Series 7, where Amy and Rory's marriage is in trouble, so the Doctor sort of has to remind them why they fell in love in the first place, or at least help them find each other again. But instead, it's quickly resolved in the episode. Oh, okay. Silent Daleks. No, not a good episode. Again, because I watch a lot of Mr. Tara's reviews, but he's right in this. He's right. I agree with him in this regard. Hi Will, by the way, if you're listening to this, I agree with him that there's a lot of plot holes in Asylum of the Daleks. Like, there's so many plot holes in continuity errors in it. A lot of it doesn't make sense. I didn't like those Dalek skeletons with the stalks coming out like the humans. That didn't make a lot of sense to me, personally. But yeah, I still like Asylum of the Daleks. But Dinosaur on a Spaceship was okay. It was an okay episode. It was pretty good. Pretty good action-packed episode. A nice little romp. The dinosaur effects were actually pretty decent for a TV budget. Gotta say, those were some good special effects. Mark Williams, Rory's dad, was a great character. Loved Mark Williams. I was so sad they didn't film that scene that Chris Chibnall wrote, where Rory writes in the letter, and that would have been great if they had filmed it or added onto like a DVD extra or something like that. Come on, make it like a prequel or a sequel or something. What else did we have? Town Called Mercy. It was okay, but its main message is a little bit conflicting. And there's loads like, it wants to be this kind of story. Now it wants to be this kind of story. It's a redemption story. It's a story about revenge. It's a story about this. A story about war. It's so many stories to combine into one. And the main villain of it, the gunslinger. I like the gunslinger. I liked his makeup. I liked his prosthetics and everything. I didn't like the other villain. What's his name? The Doctor villain. The one played by the guy who plays Pete in Gavin and Stacey. I didn't like his character. He just didn't do anything for me. Power of Three I thought was an okay episode up until the last couple of minutes where it got a bit silly. I do like the idea of a slow invasion. The cube designs are cool. I really want if they've got like I really want those. I really want a prop like that. I really want those cube props because those props look pretty epic. And that was an okay. It was a good episode. And then Angels Take My Hat, and it didn't make any sense, especially the ending. Didn't make any sense. It frustrated me. Yeah, Rivers, and that was I think that was when the River and Doctor's relationship was starting to get really toxic. For me, especially that scene where he just shouts at her for like no reason, like she's got her hand stuck, like, and he just gets angry and yells at her. I know he's angry because he's found it in the book that Amy and Rory leave, and he gets pissed off. But there's no need reason to yell at your wife like that, bruh. Like, no reason whatsoever. The Christmas special, cutting to the Christmas special, the snowmen, bruh, fucking horrible. Those snowmen looked stupid. What's his name? The old man. What is his name? He's a famous English actor. Is it Rupert Evans? It can't be Rupert Evans. Let me just check this because I know he played the Doctor before. The guy who was like who was doing the Great Intelligence. Who played him in Series 7? I'm looking up this name because I'm a moron and I should be more well prepared, but I didn't. Richard E. Grant, that's Richard E. Grant. He just pulls the same facial expression on. Like, it's boring to look at. It's not threatening at all. He just looks really like unnecessarily angry. In it, I do like the Doctor's Scrooge arc, although I don't see why, because they already had one in. They already did a Scrooge arc in a Christmas Carol arc thing in A Christmas Carol. Clara, the thing about Clara is, I'll get onto Clara now. Clara, I don't like Clara in Series 7. I don't like her in Asylum of the Daleks. I don't like her from the Bells of St. John to the rest of Series 7 after that, because I don't think her and Matt Smith have good chemistry. It's just two kids flirting with each other. There's nothing there. I do like her in The Snowman, though. I like that Victorian version. I wish that was the version that travelled with him, because they do have chemistry. Those two versions, those two characters. It would have been more interesting to have a Victorian nanny, someone who has a double life. Cut trouble with the Doctor. But instead she dies and we get replaced with a more version. I don't like Clara in the rest of Series 7. She's too quirky. She's like the typical female Moffat character times a million. Too quirky, too sarcastic, too answers back way too much. I like her more with Peter Capaldi because I feel like her and Peter Capaldi actually have chemistry. I feel like she doesn't have a character in Series 7. She doesn't have personality. Like, these are complaints you've probably all heard before anyways, but it's true. Like, she has no what's her personality in Series 7? She doesn't have one. Like, there's no personality to her in Series 7. Yeah, she did cool things, I guess, but you know, and no disrespect to Jenna Louise Coleman or even Stephen Moffat, because again, he had a very he's talked about this. He had a very difficult time on Series 7. He admitted he felt miserable working on it. You know, he had the 30th anniversary coming up, so he had to focus on that. He had to write Series 7. Karen and Arthur were leaving. Matt was going to leave. He had to recast another Doctor, you know, and also try and start work on Series 8. So the man had his plate full. So I don't blame him for Series 7 because he had his plate full and he did the best he could do with Series 7. It's just that the final product just didn't turn out that great, in my opinion. The rest of the episodes in Series 7 are just meh. Like, there's nothing to them. There's a few cool ones like Cold War and Hyde. The rest of them, Joy in the Senatorus is terrible. Nightmare in Silver is... Man, poor Neil Gaiman. He must have gone through a tough time writing that. The Rings of 10 I thought was okay. But yeah, the Grey Intelligence as the main villain, just didn't do it for me. But the Name of the Doctor, the finale, I think was pretty good. It had a great goodbye to River's song, which ended up getting retconned in the 2016 Christmas special. I think it was 2016 Christmas special. No, wait, no, 2015 Christmas special, sorry. Husband's River Song. It was a great ending. It's still the 50th anniversary. It's great. That final twist of the War Doctor. John Hurt turning around. Oof, chills. It did leave me excited for the 50th. Which I'll get on to now. The 50th anniversary is perfect. There's a few errors with it. Clara still doesn't have a personality, despite her whole MacGuffin arc being done with. She still doesn't have a personality. It was great to see David Tennant back, though. It was great to see John Hurt's performance is beautiful in The Name of the Doctor. Like he got taken away from us way too fucking soon, man. Like I wish he stuck around so we could see him come back for the 60th, if they even do a multi-Doctor crossover story. But I love the crossover elements to it. I love the little metaphors and stuff for Doctor Who. It just felt like a big celebration. There's little hints. The fan service was on point for the 50th. I feel like, I think that Moffat's era got a bit too much with the fan service. But the 50th, I can accept it because it's the 50th. You need as much fan service as you possibly can for the 50th. The ending, when all the Doctors show up to save Gallifrey, that was great. That scene where they tell them never give in, never give up. The sort of mono for being the Doctor. I felt that was perfect. The little hint you got for Peter Capaldi, them eyes, oof, those eyes. I loved the 50th Day of the Doctor. It was great. I didn't watch it in the cinemas. I watched it on broadcast. I wanted to go see it in the cinema though, but I couldn't. It was not that I wasn't playing at my cinema, that where it was. I think it was in Grimsby at the time. It was playing in Grimsby, but it all sold out by then. I had student finance money and I had to be very, very careful. And I didn't run out of money, so I couldn't really fork out money for a ticket. But even then, it doesn't matter. Like, it's still good. It was still good to watch it on broadcast. I remember actually my friend, one of my friends at university, he used to watch Doctor Who, but he stopped, I think after series 5, because he sort of grew out of the show, which is fine. But just to piss him off a bit, I actually posted Save the Day. I wrote Save the Day on a piece of paper and put it on our common room doors, so when you woke up you could see it, which was funny. I think in return he also came up with a drinking game called, what was it called? It was called the Doctor Who Gives a Fuck About the 50th Anniversary drinking game. I wish I played that. I didn't play that, unfortunately. I wish I did. You know what? I might see if I can get the rules off him, if he's listening to this. So Dan, if you're listening to this, message me the rules to the drinking game that you came up with, and I'm gonna play that after lockdown's over. Because I feel like that would have been great. That would have been great to play with Day of the Doctor rewatch. Damn it! Why didn't I do that? Anyway, then we had Time with the Doctor. After the 50th, I loved Maximus' regeneration scene. The episode itself, it was okay. It was alright, but it wasn't a big emotional sort of send-off. I feel like Peter Capaldi got a better send-off, at least with Series 10's finale, not Twice Upon a Time. We'll go on more to that later. But yeah, it wasn't the biggest send-off in the world, but still, everything came together. Most of the series arcs got resolved, at least not in the way that I was hoping for. Not in a really effective way either, I think. But it was still there, so some of them got resolved, but it's okay. But that Smith's regeneration scene was perfect. It also repeated quite a few elements. It also stole a few elements from Parting of the Ways a bit, like with the Doctor trying to send Clara back to the present day and leave her there, like how the Ninth Doctor did with Rose, and he kept sending her back and stuff. I got Parting of the Ways vibes too. I mean, maybe stolen is the wrong word to use, but it felt weird. It felt like I'd seen that before, and that's kind of the problem that the Peter Capaldi era had. But we'll get on more to that in just a bit. But Master's regeneration scene, that speech, pure gold. Great speech. That's how you do a regeneration. You don't have him say, "I don't want to go." You actually have the Doctor embrace his regeneration, and accept it so the audience can do it, so they can accept it as well. So then after that we had Series 8. Series 8, in my opinion, is almost a good series, but there's just things in there that keep it from. So like the last 3 episodes are terrible, in my opinion. The story arc is not very well thought out. Series 8 I think is a bit broken. That's the word I can describe Series 8 is broken. I don't know why, but there's just something in there. Like they had a perfect series, and then something just broke, something snapped, something snapped, and they couldn't put it back together in time, good enough for it. And again, Stephen Moffat just finished the 50th anniversary, and he was doing Sherlock at the same time as well. So he didn't have a lot of time to fix some of the script issues as he could have done if as he did for Series 10. But to be fair to Series 8, it's almost a good series. Almost. It starts off really strong with Deep Breath and Into the Dalek. Peter Capaldi is phenomenal as a 12th Doctor. I love him in his first series because he's such a cunt. Like, he is a proper cunt in the first series. And I think that's perfect. I think that's perfect for the Doctor. Like, he's an arsehole. He's an arsehole in the first series, in Series 8. And I love that. I love that character. I love that version of the character. Like, he's dark. You don't feel safe with him. He's unpredictable. You have to sort of. He's very like cynical. He's very similar to William Hartnell's Doctor. I love the hair, the costume, the more stripped down costume. I wish that stayed around, but it got changed so many times. But it started off really well. Deep Breath, Into the Dalek. Professor Sherwood was it was okay. Listening was really good. If you can get past the reoccurring tropes that Stephen Moffat has with his writing, because by the time you got to Series 8, they really started the show. If you look past them, Listen's actually not a bad episode. And then there was Time Heist after that, and I liked Time Heist. It was a fun sort of heist episode, bank heist episode. It was pretty good. And the supporting cast as well. What else? What else did it have? The Caretaker, I thought was decent. It was a funny little episode. I liked the alien villain in it. Then you had, what did you have after that? You had Flatline? No, you had Kill the Moon after that. Oh god, Kill the Moon. Kill the Moon is horrible. Sorry. Kill the Moon is just confusing, and what's her name? Courtney, the girl character, is annoying. Terrible. What else of that? Then it was Mummy on the Orient Express and Flatline, which are the best episodes of that series because those are great. They reuse their their concepts well. Jimmy Matheson is perfect as the writer for that series. For those 2 episodes, they were pretty much the standouts. And there were things about I liked Clara. I loved Clara in Series 8 and Series 9. I like Clara's better off when she was with. For some reason, Clara has more of a personality than when she's with all the Doctors. Like that small scene in Day of the Doctor with John Hurt. Like she had more chemistry with him in that small moment than when she was with when she was with Matt Smith. So I don't know what it is about Clara and older Doctors, but she seems to gel well with the older Doctor crowd. They have great chemistry. They have this sort of. So there's this sort of Dr. Susan kind of recreation going on there, which I loved. He was like a grumpy old grandfather that she had to travel with and apologise for whenever he did or said something controversial. Which I think a lot of us had to do with our grandparents usually. What else did we do? What else did they have? Yeah, I liked that. I liked it. I liked the way it looked. I liked the direction that most of the episodes took. It had a very good feel. Cinematically wise, Doctor Who really got looking good from 6 to 11 from Series 6 to Series 11. But then Series 12, it took a bit of a nosedive. But we'll go into that later. But yeah, I loved Series 8. I loved the look of Series 8 anyway. But then In the Forest of Night aired, and it sucked. And then Dark Water and Death in Heaven aired, and they sucked. They were off, and it just made me remember why I didn't like Series 7, what issues I did have with Moffat's writing, and the story arc just showed that the story arc was not very well thought out. Missy the Master, when Missy came out first aired. The good thing I can say about Missy, it made me more accepting of a woman playing of the Doctor being played by a woman. Because my problem with that concept was that, with the exception of a few jokes that were made here and there, it was never really established up until that point that regeneration can change gender. I know they made jokes about it, but those are jokes, and jokes are something you don't take really seriously. So why should I take, the concept of a female Doctor seriously? But no, so I love that, because now the Doctor can be played by by a girl, and she's now being played by a girl. No, what am I saying girl for? She's being played by a woman. She's played by a fucking fantastic woman. Jodie Whittaker is. I have so much love for Jodie Whittaker as the 13th Doctor, but we'll save that for when we get to series 11. But Missy, I don't like the way she's written, because she's a female character written by Stephen Moffat. I feel like, I don't know, maybe if someone else was writing her, like Russell or maybe Chris, I could have loved Missy even more. But to be fair, Michelle Gomez does a really good job with the performance. I think Michelle Gomez's performance saves that character for me, because she's a delight to watch. She's crazy, has this crazy Mary Poppins-esque energy to her, and it's fucking fantastic. I just wish the stories and the writing that she got for her character was better. I didn't get the name change either. Like why was she called Missy? Like, why could it just be called? I've heard people say she was because she was the female version of the Master, but last I checked, Master wasn't a. I mean, yeah, I can understand that, but even then, who cares? If, just have her keep the name Master. You don't have to change it to Missy. Just because it's a girl, she can keep the name. Women can be masters. I'm pretty sure there's plenty of films and TV shows out there where female characters have been referred to as Master before. You don't have to change the name to Missy. It's completely fine. But whatever, what the fuck do I know? But yeah, Series 8, it was almost a good series. It was almost a good starting point. Those last 3 episodes, though, man, the worst treatment of Cybermen that I'd ever seen as well. Also, please don't, okay, with these new Cybermen models we got in Series 12, please don't make them fly. I didn't like seeing the Cybermen fly. They looked more like Iron Man than Cybermen. I didn't like the Cybermen flying. But that's just me, that's just my opinion. I know a lot of people did. They thought it was cool, which is fine. So yeah. Then moving on to Last Christmas, the worst Christmas special of the Revive series. I hate that special, sorry. I just really do not like Last Christmas. It's boring, it's dull, it's just, nah, just don't like that. Just don't like that. Just don't like that series. That's it, I don't like that Christmas special. Clara was meant to leave. Clara had so many great endings, and then they just kept retconning them as the series went on, which is fine. Jenna Coleman didn't know if she wanted to stay or not, so that was her choice. She changed her mind. She's allowed to change her mind. And I'm glad in a way she did, because we got to see that Doctor companion dynamic one last time in Series 9. But series Last Christmas, I didn't like the Dream Crabs. I just didn't like them. They look too much like face huggers, and I think the face huggers are way scarier. They weren't creepy at all for me, and yeah, it just felt a bit dull, really. I remember watching on Christmas Day, and I haven't. Every time I rewatch it, I try to give it another chance, but not really. It just doesn't work for me. Then we go on to Series 9. Series 9 is just meh. That's my feelings towards Series 9. It's just meh. It's a mixed bag. Some good episodes, some not. I like the 2-part structure aspect from most of the series, because it allows you to expand on the stories, flesh out the characters a bit more. And to be fair to them, the writers do take full advantage of the concept and do new things with them, like Toby Whithouse's Under the Lake Before the Flood, the girl who died and who lived, as well. The Zygon 2-parter, I love that 2-parter. That 2-parter is amazing. That speech at the end of the Zygon version, bruh, that speech Capaldi gives, it's so deliciously good. I love that speech. Love it. Capaldi's, I love that speech. Capaldi's Doctor, though, I get what they were going for. They're wanting to make him more goofy and lighthearted as the series went on, but they could have done it in a bit more natural way, I feel like. If you watch Series 8, and then you cut to series 9. Like you've got from Last Christmas, where he's still a bit cynical, still a bit of a Malcolm Tucker-esque Doctor, more of a continuity Doctor. Um, and you know, you go from Last Christmas where he's still a bit like that, and then you jump cut to series 9 where all of a sudden he's more goofy, he's more light-hearted, like he's riding a fucking tank, playing a guitar, wearing shades. Oh god, no. He's got a guitar now. Like, it's a bit like, what? Like, when did this happen? Like, it just sort of overturns. It just sort of turns. It just sort of goes from one personality to another. And I feel like if you had a bit more of a natural development, kind of like with Colin Baker a little bit in his era, when Colin Baker's Doctor started off darker and then lightened up as his series went on. I feel like that could have worked, but no, they sort of just jumped straight back to goofy and lighthearted again. Not to say that Peter Capaldi doesn't sell it well, he sells it completely well, but I don't know, like I just got so used to this Doctor being darker and more cynical that I guess when it's a bit jarring when he all of a sudden goes, "No, I'm goofy and lighthearted now," but I do. That doesn't say I don't hate the 12th Doctor. It's just a bit like, oh okay, and stuff like that. One thing I don't like though, the hoodies. I don't know why. I just don't like the Doctor wearing a hoodie. That's a nitpick. I know that's a nitpick. But for me personally, just don't like hoodies. I like hoodies, but I don't know. Just seeing the Doctor wear a hoodie is just a bit weird. Especially one that's as old as Peter Capaldi, wearing hoodies. They for some reason they stayed in series 9. Okay, they can stay. I don't like them. I don't think they suit the 12th Doctor very well, like at all. And there were things in series 9, like the Sonic sunglasses. Like, why couldn't we just have nothing Sonic for series 9? Why couldn't you have a Sonicless series? That'd be so much. I want that. I want a series of Doctor Who without a Sonic screwdriver, a Sonic cane, a Sonic sunglasses. I want a series where the Doctor has to completely focus on her intelligence and her wits and needs to come up with more creative ways in order to get herself out of situations. I felt like, oh, that's what we're going to get in series 9, because when he said Sonic sunglasses, I thought they were just going to stick around for like Magician's Apprentice and Witch's Familiar, but they didn't. They instead stuck around throughout the whole series, and they look. I didn't like that series. Sorry, sorry. Series 9, I think is meh. I didn't like that concept. I didn't like the Sonic sunglasses. They were a bit goofy for me. Most of the stories though, I really enjoyed. The Magician's Apprentice and Witch's Familiar. The only ones I didn't really like were The Magician's Apprentice and The Witch's Familiar. What was the one? What's the one with the sand? The Sleep No More. Sleep No More was another one. And the most obvious being Hellbent. I hate Hellbent. That's the worst series finale of Doctor Who since it came back in 2005, in my opinion. I know some people love it, and if you love it, that's great. If anything, I envy you. I wish I could love Hellbent, because I don't. I don't like the hybrid story arc, the way how that's resolved. I don't like how they imply that the Doctor ran away because of that hybrid story arc. I don't like the 12th Doctor in that episode either. Like when he shoots when he shoots the other Time Lord, causing him to regenerate. It just seems a little bit out of character for me. But the episode that followed it previously, Heaven Sent, delicious. Loved that episode. It was so good. And then it got followed up by Hellbent, which was like, how do you do this? How do you follow up one of the best? I don't know, maybe Moffat had a really great day when he was writing Heaven Sent, and then maybe he was having a really bad one when he wrote Hellbent. I mean, to be fair, the damage that Hellbent did to the Doctor Who universe didn't really stick around. Anyway, I think by the time we got to Twice Upon a Time, when Bill asked the first Doctor, why did you go away, and he said something completely different to, I ran away because of the hybrid. I don't know, maybe that was Moffat retconning that, I'm not too sure, don't quote me on that, but that's my theory anyway. The Heaven Sent, I love Heaven Sent, great story. Magician's Apprentice, Witch's Familiar, I'm not the biggest fan of. I love the Davros stuff. I don't like the fact that Doctor influenced Davros when he was a kid, because we've seen that multiple times during the Moffat era. You know, we saw that with Amy. We saw that with not Clara. He visited Clara when she was a child, but we saw it with Danny Pink. Now we're seeing it with Davros. It's like we've seen this before. That's the problem with the Peter Capaldi era. There's a lot of I've seen this before sort of thing to it. I think, but to be fair to Moffat again, you know, there wasn't really. I don't know if there was anyone who could really have taken over from him around that time. Maybe Mark Gatiss, because Mark had been on the series since Russell, but Mark was already on as a producer, I think, by then. So, you know, maybe Moffat just couldn't find anyone to commit to the Peter Capaldi era, so he had to sort of do it himself. I know that he said that he was busy, that he didn't have time to leave. That I can believe. Like, maybe he just thought, you know, I'll stick around for Peter. You know, I used to hate Stephen Moffat was a weird one because I used to despise him when I was, you know, I used to be a Moffat basher back then, and then after with Series 11 and Series 12, seeing all the Chris Chibnall comments that Chris Chibnall's been getting recently, it's made me kind of, you know, rethink my sort of attitude towards the Moffat era a little bit, and being like, maybe I wasn't the nicest fan when, you know, the Moffat era was going out. Maybe I was a little bit too mean, a little bit too cynical, a little bit too harsh with my criticisms. Some criticisms I still believe, but yeah, I used to be but yeah, Moffat bashing used to be something I used to do, which I do feel bad about now because I've grown up a lot since then, and you know that sort of stuff makes me cringe. I used to write massive like Facebook statuses being like, Stephen Moffat, about pointless stuff. It's like which doesn't matter in the least. So I don't know, Stephen, if you're listening to this, I don't know why you would, but I'm sorry for that. I really, really am. You know, he is a good writer. He's a good writer. I haven't seen Dracula yet, but I'll give it a shot. But he's a good writer, though. I just want to say that I actually did like Series 4 of Sherlock. I'll give you that, and I liked Series 1 and Series 2 as well. But yes, going back to Series 9, Mitch and the Friends, which is familiar. That episode I didn't really enjoy much. I didn't like how they tried to find the answer to the question that Tom Baker put back in Genesis of the Daleks, because it's meant to be a non-answer question. There is no answer to it, and they tried to add an answer to it, which is fine. Like, he's allowed to do that, but I don't know. I just didn't. Some questions I don't think need answering. I feel like that's probably one of them. But you know, maybe Stephen thought he had to. Maybe Stephen thought there should be an answer, and he wanted to give it. So, you know, doesn't matter. Hasn't ruined Genesis of Daleks anyways, because that's still a really good story. In any way, so you know, doesn't really matter. I think I've talked about all the episodes in Series 9, so we'll go off to Husbands of River Song, which is the third Christmas special that I actually really, really like. The romantic comedy element I feel like works better in that special than Runaway Bride. I feel like that was a little bit better. I'm just taking the time. I'm talking for 2 hours and 27 minutes. Oof, I better start racing through. So Husbands of River Song. I like that. I love the fact that River Song had multiple other husbands aside from the Doctor. River and the 12th Doctor's chemistry worked so much better in this episode too. I think it's because both Alex Kingston and Peter Capaldi are quite old for them. Although Alex Kingston looks great for her age. That woman cannot be 50. Like, she looks about like early 40s at least. Even same thing with John Barrowman. He's 53 and he doesn't like. What's it with these guys? I need to find out their moisturizer. What kind of moisturizer they're using, so I can stay young forever. I'm joking, but yeah, like Alex Kingston and Peter Capaldi, they have great chemistry together. I feel like the 12th Doctor's comedic chops and lightheartedness from Series 9 comes into play a lot, really good in this episode. The romantic comedy element works better here than Runaway Bride. The villain, King Hydroflax, I love Greg Davis, and he's great as that villain. Even when he died, I actually was quite disappointed. And everything. It introduced us to Nardole, which kind of followed my same thing Donna in a way, because Nardole, I didn't like Nardole in this episode anyway. But then once I'll actually no, I'll get on to 2016 in a bit. But yeah, The Husband of the Song, I liked it. I liked how it wrapped everything up with his story. It felt like a great ending. Let's keep it there. Let's not bring it back. Let's keep it gone. It's ending. It's over. Let's give Jodie Whittaker's Doctor a new wife. She can have a new wife. We can do that. Doesn't matter. And yeah. So that's Series 9. 2016, The Return of Doctor Mysterio. I didn't like that Christmas special. The superhero element just didn't work for me. Doctor Who and superheroes, I just don't think they mesh very well. I know there's an explanation as to why there's a superhero there, and I can believe that. But that superhero character as well, I didn't really like him. He just didn't do anything for me. Grant didn't do anything for me. The Ghost, just felt a bit bland. I know they were trying to do more of a Superman, the movie Christopher Reeve Superman-esque thing, but Christopher Reeve Superman had personality, and the Ghost felt a bit like a blank slate to me anyway. But the actor who played him did a really good job though. I can't remember his name, but I know the kid from Dragon Ball Evolution and War of the Worlds, the Tom Cruise one. He did a really good job of what he was given. Nardole, I really started to like Nardole. Because I feel like going on to Nardole quickly, he's followed the same route as Donna. His introduction wasn't great in Husbands of River Song, but then out of nowhere, he just sort of he actually got a lot better in series. Starting with the Return of Doctor Mysterio. He actually became a much better character, and I really liked that because he became a bit more toned. They toned him down a bit. He was a bit too over the top, I think, in Husband of the Song, but they toned him down a lot in Return of Doctor Mysterio and Series 10. They gave him more he became a bit more serious, a bit more enjoyable. He was still silly, but it wasn't to the extreme. It wasn't over the top. He had his serious moments. He had his badass moments too. I really started to like Nardole in Series 10. I was sad when he left, because Matt Lucas and Peter Capaldi, strangely enough, started having really great chemistry with each other. I really wish Nardole stuck around, but it doesn't matter. He was the biggest surprise for me out of Series 10. And yeah, thank you Matt Lucas for if you're listening to this, which I don't know if that will happen, but thank you Matt Lucas for bringing such a great character to Doctor Who. It was seeing Nardole grow and change was a great progression in Series 10. And moving on to Series 10, let's talk about that as a whole. And Series 10, I love it. Moffat's era started on a high, and luckily it ended on a high. Like, that break was needed. That year-long break, everyone was like so freaking out so much about that year-long break for some reason. Like, oh no, Doctor Who's not coming back. And I'm just like, but we've had, which I never really got because we had year-long breaks like before, like 2009. We only had a couple of specials. I mean, I guess, I don't know, maybe because 2009 we also had Torchwood, Children of Earth, and Sarah Jane Adventures, which the Doctor appeared in to tie us over. So maybe we had a bit more content to tie us over, unlike 2016 where we had literally almost nothing except for Class, which I've only seen once and I thought was okay. Didn't think it was the best spin-off. I know a lot of people didn't like that spin-off, but I thought it was okay. So what time are we on? 2 minutes and 33 minutes. 2 hours and 33 minutes. Oh god. So Series 10 start off high and it ended high for me. I love Series 10. The Vault story arc worked. Missy worked a lot better in this than 8 and 9, because they gave her character development and gave her a story arc. I liked the Master's story arc in this, where she's starting to become good, and she almost becomes good as well. But then John Simaster, who I'm glad came back, kills her, and the Doctor never finds out. At least I don't think the Doctor ever finds. No, he doesn't. No, the Doctor never finds out. Even when they brought him back in Series 12, she didn't find out, which was but then again, nobody really knows where Sacha Darwin's Master comes in. Michelle Gomez was at her best. Such a good series, man. There were so many great episodes as well. The Monk trilogy was a bit lame. The Eaters of Light was a bit lame as well. But actually, no. To be fair, the Pyramid at the End of the World was a good episode in the Monk trilogy. That was my favorite in the Monk trilogy. But Extremis and Lie of the Land wasn't great in my opinion. I didn't really like that. Those two episodes, but the rest of the episodes I thought were great. Like Smile, I thought I was gonna hate Smile when it first aired, but I mean I didn't at first. But then I rewatched it again, and it's actually pretty good. Like those smiling villains, I thought when I heard about them, like being based on emojis, I thought it wasn't gonna work, but it actually does, and it's actually quite creative the way that they signed and they looked really cute. The pilot, Bill, Bill, I fucking love Bill. Bill, it was so great to have. It was so great to have a character, a female character, that felt like had a personality right from the get go. Because we haven't had that since Amy. She had a personality like right from the start, and I loved Bill. Like she was great. She was brave. She was strong. She had a great backstory. She was a lesbian. She was the first full-time LGBTQ plus companion compared to Captain Jack, who was more of a part-time companion, and he was pansexual as well. But yeah, I just loved, and I love the fact we had an openly gay companion, because it was nice to have that sort of representation there. Finally, because we've had so many side characters that were queer in Doctor Who, we never really had a full-on companion, so it was great to have one in it. And Bill was such a great character to start off for it to be, because Pearl Mackie was fantastic in this. I think she was like 29 when she filmed it. And man, she looked about like 21, 22. I know I'm going on about actors' ages. I know that, but like you hear some of the ages that these people were, and it's just amazing how they're able to pull a much more younger persona off. But Pearl Mackie's character, Bill, was great. Her relationship with Heather, the girl that she falls in love with, I love that relationship in the pilot and in The Doctor Falls when she comes back. What happens to her? I was near close to tears when she got turned into a Cyberman, a Mondasian Cyberman in the finale. Oh man, that was so sad, because she waited for him for 10 years, man, and like by the time he finally got there, she had been turned into a Cyberman. Series 10 though, it was great, and it returned. Doctor Who came back to the spring, something that I've been vouching for and I'm still vouching for. Please bring Doctor Who back to the spring and the summer, please. Like that, autumn, early January, that doesn't work for Doctor Who. I've never liked that schedule. Please bring it back for the spring, because it was so good to have it back in the spring. It felt like the good old days of the Rosie Davis era, and that's just when I prefer to watch my Doctor Who. Doctor Who always felt more like a spring, summertime show for me, rather than an autumn or early year show instead. But the showrunners aren't in charge of the scheduling. The BBC is. For some reason, everyone thinks the showrunners are. No, the BBC are in charge of the scheduling. And if they can't make time, they can't make time. So it's not their fault. But yeah, it came back during the spring. Strontium's Master. It was great to see him back. I loved how they aged him a little bit as well. That he had the master beard. I loved how he was a little bit more toned down as well from the Rusty Davis era. The Rusty Davis era, he was very more zany and more over the top, but his master was way more toned down a little bit more serious, a little bit more darker. I loved how he was like, he put eyeshadow on his eyes. I loved that as well. Like he needed his emo eyeshadow. It was great. It was great. It was great. Like I love Series 10. Perfect series. Like perfect. It was a great way to end the Moffat era. And that twist when the first Doctor shows up and the 12th Doctor doesn't want to regenerate. Chills, man. I got chills for that Christmas special. And then when that Christmas special aired, Twice Upon a Time, I wasn't the biggest fan of it. I'm not going to lie. I kind of wish the 12th Doctor's era ended with More Than Enough Time and then Doctor Falls, because to me, like, it just didn't work. Like, it didn't really feel like, I get the idea. They're just surrounded by ghosts, literally. I guess it's meant to be a bit more of a metaphorical story, a bit more of a metaphorical take on regeneration. But like, there was no stakes. There was no plot twist. There was one Dalek squid attack, and that was it. It just felt a bit like there was something lacking there. I thought this could have been a much bigger adventure, but I don't know. Maybe they didn't have the budget for it. Bill coming back after a great ending in The Doctor Falls. I didn't really want her to come back. I felt she had a great end. It was good to see her. I'm not gonna lie, it was good to see her. It was good to see Nardole again. But I feel like, I don't know, maybe they should have left her go off in the solar system with her girlfriend forever and ever. I feel that would be a great ending, and the dog just doesn't know that she survived or got brought back to life. And we just have like the first Doctor be his companion. That would have been great. That's the thing as well. I didn't like how they treated the first Doctor in this episode. I didn't like all the sexist jokes that they kept making, and it's like, look, if you're gonna I know the first Doctor said a lot of stuff back then, but one thing you remember, that was in the '60s, so that was back when that sort of stuff was acceptable. But obviously, I know that stuff isn't acceptable anymore. But if you're going to bring stuff like that up in in modern day, it's best thing you can do is try and take it seriously. I don't think jokes are really the best fit, because a lot of the stuff that the first Doctor says in that episode is not okay, and I think it paints a very bad image of the first Doctor and William Hartnell's legacy as well. I know William Hartnell wasn't the best. I don't know. I've heard apparently the stories that William Hartnell wasn't the best actor to work with. You know, his health issues. He caused a lot of stuff on there. I'm surprised that Hartnell's living relatives of Hartnell weren't like angry at that betrayal, because I think the first Doctor was meant to be like this badass old man, and that kind of ruined him a little bit. I didn't like that whole sexist jokes thing that they did. It just felt a bit like, oh, it just felt no. I wish that wasn't in it, but you know, that was their choice. Doesn't matter. I liked his regeneration scene when Jodie comes in for the eyes, and she falls out of the TARDIS. That was a great suspenseful moment, being like, oh god, what's going to happen next? Unfortunately, we had to wait a good couple of months before series 11 aired, but it was worth it, I think. And speaking of which, let's go on to the series 11. We're almost done now. Series 11. It's okay. It's not good, it's not great, it's okay. It's a good starting point for the Chris Chumley era and the Jodie Whittaker era, I think. It's okay. Like, it's literally the definition of okay. It's not terrible. It's not bad. It's not amazing, but it's okay. Like, the canons are great. The story, some of the stories are great. Some stories are not. The finale feels like it does feel like a bit of a normal episode, but it starts, it wraps itself up. The stakes could have been a little bit higher, I think, in series 11. Something that they fixed definitely in series 12. But who knows? I think Chris Chibnall wanted a more slower, easygoing series to try and like get people more comfortable, and then go on to the more hard-hitting stuff in the future. But series 12 was okay. Like, it starts off really, really good with the Woman Who Fell to Earth, and then the Tanagra Conundrum. Is that what it's called? The Tanagra Conundrum? No, the Ghost Monument. That's it. The Tanagra Conundrum's later on. The Ghost Monument, didn't really like that, but one element I did like about that was the TARDIS not being found until the very end of that second episode, and we see the TARDIS and stuff. I like that sort of playful nature and creativity with that concept. And I love the TARDIS redesign. I know a lot of people don't like it. I like it. I think it's good. And yeah, I guess I probably should talk about Jodie Whittaker as Doctor now. I remember when she was first announced, I had to go for a walk just to think about it, because this was the first female actress to play the Doctor, meaning this would be the first canonical female interpretation of the Time Lord. But honestly, after thinking about it, like, because I'd become more open to the idea of a female Doctor anyways, I think Jill Anderson actually was one of my hopefuls to play the 13th Doctor, because I think she would have been perfect. And she can do a good British accent. I think she's dual nationality. I think she's both British and American. but I'm not 100% sure on that. But I think I was looking for Jill Anderson, but instead we got Jodie Whittaker, and I know I thought the idea was good. I thought that casting was good. The more I thought about it, and honestly, after two series, I fucking love Jodie Whittaker as a Doctor. She is she's so charming and adorable and very very cute, but also she's like a live action Saturday morning cartoon character, like, and in the best way, because she's funny and she's really funny and really enjoyable to see, like her energy and enthusiasm. Jodie Whittaker really puts all this effort into playing this character, and even in the first series, even in a darker element, she solves that really really well. I'll get onto that a bit in series 12 because there's a lot more of that in series 12 than 11. I mean, yeah, her zaniness can get a bit irritating at times. That's usually in like the worst episodes, but most of the time she's fine. Like, I love the 13th Doctor. I think she's a great interpretation of the character, and I love the companions, especially Graham. I think Graham's great. Ryan, I love Ryan. He's an idiot, but like in the best way possible. Yasmin, I like her more in series 12 than I do series 11, but in series 11 they don't really give Yasmin a lot to do, which sucks because I'm probably going to butcher this name. Manhip Gill, I think. If I pronounce that wrong, I really apologise. I'm not great with names. Her character Yasmin, I liked her as an actress. She did really really well. I wish that her character had more to do in series 11, which they fixed in series 12, luckily. But yeah, and most of the episodes I think are fine. The ones I don't like are the Ghost Monument. The Tanandra Conundrum I think is okay. It's not bad, and by any means necessary. The Pating is a cute villain, very cute villain. It's just okay. And what else was there? What else was? I think it was Demons of the Punjab. I didn't like as well. I wasn't a big fan of Demons of the Punjab, because I don't know. I'm glad we got to find out more about Yasmin's history, trying to get to know her more as a character. But I don't know, the villains just felt pointless because there were more guardians and stuff like that. I do like the concept of the villain actually being more of a brotherly relationship, where one brother, kind of bit of a Hamlet sort of thing going on there, except a bit of a Hamlet thing going on there, where one brother kills the other and ruins his brother's marriage. I do like the marriage couple, but I don't know, there's something about the episode that's just lacking a bit. I think maybe in the tension, the suspense, maybe the stakes don't feel risen high enough. I think that's the problem with series 11. The stakes didn't feel high enough for me. It's still okay though. It's still really good. And to be fair, Revolution, they do fix that problem in Revolution, but I think that's because that's Daleks. You need risen stakes for the Daleks. Obviously, like, you can't just have like an easygoing Dalek episode. But yeah, I know I do like series 11. It's okay. The finale is fine. There was no story arc, which was a breath of fresh air for me. I'm glad they've gone back to story arcs, but I'm not gonna lie, having a story arc-less series was better. Although there was kind of a story arc though with Grace's death was kind of more of the story arc, I think, because it came up a lot more than once. I don't know, maybe that was mainly the story arc, but a bit of a story arc there. And it did set up the Timeless Child story arc from series 12, which, speaking of which, before we go on, let's go on to Revolution quickly. Revolution does feel more like a series finale than the Battle of Branskriv Coloss did. I liked Kirsten was writing for the Daleks. I feel like he made the Daleks not scary but interesting again. I like that voice, but that Dalek mutant had a much more different voice when he was out of his casing, and then when he got back into his casing. I like that Dalek casing too. I like how he's got him like make it from scrap metal, kind of similar to how the Doctor made a screwdriver. I do like the 13th Doctor's sonic screwdriver, by the way. Like, I like how she makes it too. Like, she has to make it because she doesn't have a TARDIS to like grow her one. What else? But I do like that. The stakes are risen high. I like the stuff with Ryan's dad. Yeah, Revolution felt like a good New Year. I liked how it felt refreshing for a New Year's Day special and not a Christmas special, because I'm not the biggest fan of the Christmas special. So when they said they weren't doing one, I was completely fine with it. I'm completely fine if a Revolution of the Daleks ends up being a New Year's Eve special, the New Year's Day special, and the Christmas special, because majority of Christmas specials I'm not a big fan of anyways, so it doesn't really matter to me. But yeah, it felt refreshing. It felt new. It felt like new Doctor Who. It felt new, and I like that because Doctor Who hasn't really felt new since 2010. That was the last time Doctor Who felt fresh and new for me. So this new series was a bit of fresh air. So last series, series 12, finally. God, I've been talking for ages. This is probably the longest episode of the podcast. Fucking hell, I don't know if... Hopefully this uploads. I think it will, but geez. Series 12 of Series 12 of Doctor Who. I love Series 12. It's great. Like, the stakes have risen higher. The fan service is back, but it's not too much fan service. It's on point. Return of great villains as well. The Master, Sacha Dhawan's Master, is perfection. It is perfection. He's great as the Master. He's crazy. He's insane. He's violent. He's really violent for the Master. Like, I don't think John Sims' version was that violent. I mean, no, John Sims' version was violent, but Sacha Dhawan's version just takes it to a whole new level here. Well, just shrinking people left and right because he feels like it, because he just doesn't give a shit. You can tell that his Master is hurting from something, which we ended up finding out was the Timeless Child. The Timeless Child story arc was actually really interesting, up until you found out what it was. I'll go into that a little bit later. But yeah, like, Jodie Whittaker again is on point. Yasmin gets more to do. The episodes didn't. I don't know what it was, but maybe they swapped out cameras or something. But the cameras felt a bit more grainy than usual, which was a bit odd. But you know, like, which was a bit odd. But you know, doesn't matter, I guess. You know, it happens. And yeah, like Series 12 was just a good series. The Future of the June, that episode fucked with my mind. Like, so much. Like, it was so crazy. Like, we had, like, the Jadoon coming back. Captain Jack comes back. The Roof Doctor comes in. And it's just so... I fucking love the Roof Doctor, by the way. Like, she is such a badass. Please make Jo Martin the next Doctor. Please. Please make it that she actually turns out to be the 14th Doctor and just lost her memory or something. Please. I want Jo Martin as the 14th Doctor. Like, she's such a badass. Like, she's awesome as the Doctor. Like, please bring her back. Please make her an official canonical Doctor. Please, fuck it. Because she is so good. She kicked so much ass. She actually kicked ass. And that was perfect. Jodie Whittaker is still on point. But when Captain Jack came back, man, I was fangirling like crazy. Because, I mean, he's only in it for 10 minutes, which sucks. He doesn't interact with the 13th Doctor. Please bring him back for Revolution of the Daleks, please. He has to come back. Again, we need more Captain Jack. And bring back Torchwood as well while you're at it, please, because I missed that show. It needs to be redeemed after Miracle Day, please. Please bring that back. Let's see. What else? Let's see. What else is there? I think that's it for Series 12. Now let's get to the finale. The Cybermen, great. I love the new models. I love the use of the old rusty 2007 models too. I think they were great, but the new models were good. They were a good mixture of old and new. They had that classic style to them, with the big ringed sort of ears and helmets. But they were good too. The voices were good. I liked the lone Cyberman. The fact that he's so overpowered, he makes other Cybermen fucking scream. Like, that scene is horrifying. In what was it? Was it Redemption of the Cybermen or something like that, where he just starts hurting that Cyberman and makes him scream. Like, that is creepy as fuck. And stuff. And then we get the Timeless. Yeah, the Cybermen are great in that. The Lone Cyberman's good. It's sad that he gets a bitter farewell in the Timeless Children, but we need the Master to shine here. Then we get to the Timeless Children. Now, the Timeless Children story arc, I think, would have worked better if it didn't turn out that the Doctor was a timeless child. Mostly because not because you know it's the character's not because of the character's history and stuff. Though that does kind of play a thing into it. I think the character isn't better if you don't know her history. Like, she just remains a mystery. Oh god, that rhymed. Sorry about that. but I would have found it a lot more better if it turned out to not be the Doctor, it was just someone else. You can keep the Gallifreyan origin, I don't mind that, but make it so that it's not the Doctor. It would have just been probably more interesting. Also, it was really obvious it was going to be the Doctor. Like, it was so obvious it was going to be the Doctor. Like, I'm surprised people were surprised that it was the Doctor, because it was really obvious, man. I feel it would have been a much better twist if it turned out to be someone else, and maybe the Doctor has to. Maybe it would have been. Maybe if it turned out to be the Roof Doctor, and then the Roof Doctor actually ended up just being another Time Lord who ended up just taking the name, the Doctor as well. Like maybe she took the title and then ran away from the home of Gallifrey. Or maybe like the Doctor's got to go looking for the Timeless Child. Maybe the Timeless Child is still out there somewhere, and the Doctor's got to go find him or her somehow in the next series. That could be the Series 13 story arc. So the fact that it was the Doctor, it wasn't surprising to me at all. It was a bit obvious for me. The rest of the finale, though, I loved. The Cybermen hybrid combinations of the Time Lord DNA and Cybermen DNA so they can regenerate, that was freaky. I wish I could have seen more of those, but to be fair, the Master did say "you lot with me" over here when when that building was about to explode. So maybe they're going to come back in the future. I hope so. Also, what was it with the Master's obsession with the Cybermen recently? Because we had that with Series 8, then Series 10, and now Series 9. No, Series 12. Like, the Master seems to be really obsessed. The Master seems to have a weird fetish with the Cybermen lately. But yeah, I still enjoyed it, still liked it. I can't wait for Revolution of the Daleks. I think that's going to be a great special. I don't know if it's going to be Christmas. It's probably going to be New Year's Eve or New Year's Day. I don't think it's going to be Christmas. Hopefully Captain Jack comes back. I can't wait to see how the Doctor gets out of this one when she's locked up in the prison. I hope, I don't know, I hope it's not a cop-out though. I hope it's a really clever ending, clever twist how she gets out. I hope it's not just sonic screwdriver, that's it. Maybe like, I don't know, Captain Jack gets her out. Please bring back Captain Jack, please. Like, I'm begging you, please. We need more John Barrowman now more than ever in Doctor Who, because man, we need him back. He needs to come back. Torchwood needs to come back too. Bring back Torchwood. Please bring back Torchwood. If you can. Maybe make a Red Button series or something, I don't know. But yeah, and guys, that was my surprisingly almost 3-hour long podcast, second episode of Doctor Who, talking about Doctor Who. Fuck me. If you stayed this long, thank you. I don't know how I managed to talk about Doctor Who for nearly 2 hours, but yeah, who knows, maybe play this while you're sleeping tonight or something, I don't know. It might send you off to sleep. But yeah, thank you so much for listening to this next episode of my Isolation podcast. I'll see if I can get another episode out this week. We'll see, maybe I'll record episode 3 tomorrow, who knows. But yeah, thank you so much for tuning in, people, and see you later. Alright, we're recording now, so hello again. This is my podcast, the Isolation podcast, another episode. I said I was going to get as many out as possible, and the second one this week, so I think I'm doing well. This one's a little different because I've got a guest with me, so you can introduce yourself now.
Hello, I am Connor's guest. My name's Chris. I also do an isolation-themed content creation, the Isolation Diary on YouTube, and happy to be here, Connor.
Thank you so much. Yeah, that's very nice of you to say. So yeah, you do. So basically, you know, me and Christian, we've been mates for like what, a year? It's been a year.
Longer than a year now. Like, it's got to be, right? It's got to be nearing 2. Probably about a year and a half.
I think by the time September comes around, it'll be 2.
Yeah.
But as he said, he runs a YouTube channel called The Isolation Diary, where he's just recording his daily life through isolation.
Yeah.
If you want to tell a bit more about that.
Yeah, so I do it's daily vlogs is most of the content on that channel, but we also do podcasts, live streams for charity to raise money to fight coronavirus. We're doing loads of like baking tutorials because I love cooking, things that you can cook in quarantine, just general quarantine advice and entertainment to try and help the nation out and stop myself going crazy, really, because quarantine can be tough, right?
Yeah, quarantine's
tough to get through. I mean, I've been finding it a little bit easy. I'm finding it a bit easier, but um, yeah, it can be it can be tough for some people. There's the urge to go outside.
Yeah, that you've got to withstand. Yeah,
Mm. You have to you have to restand. So yeah, but yeah, we've been mates for a while, and because I've lived with each other for at least a year.
we have,
It, yeah,
which is an
and in that,
interesting experience.
I mean, yeah, it was an interesting experience to say the least. Lots of macros. But
There's a
one
lot
thing
of drama that went on in that household. Good drama, good drama.
behind the scenes, no one's going to find out because that remains private.
Yeah.
Unless someone does an exposed video somewhere down. But yeah, one thing I learned from living with Christian, as you can tell from the title of this episode, is that he's a massive James Bond fan.
I am
And
I
considering,
am the biggest James Bond fan.
well, I mean, you've sold all your stuff now, though.
This is true.
Yeah, yeah. If you haven't seen his latest vlog, he's trying to live a minimalist life.
Yeah, so minimalism is this like movement where people are trying to own less material items and try and still stay happy. And a secret between you and me, I actually kept all of my Bond stuff. I've just put it into storage.
I
Everything
knew
else
it.
has been sold or given to charity. I'm trying to
I
simplify my life, really. Yeah.
yeah, I knew you wouldn't give up your Bond stuff.
I
Like
couldn't part with it. I couldn't. It's taken too long to
oh,
collect.
the amount of money you spent on like some of those items, though, ridiculous.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just for like his signatures, he's got the books,
Mm.
and everything. And so I figured, since Bond's been delayed till November, may as well do an episode based on that. And may have a guest because I want to want to start doing guest stuff.
Yeah, man. Well, happy to be here, and what an
Yeah,
episode for me to be here because I love talking about Bond. I can happily talk about Bond for at least an hour, so you'll probably have to
oh
stop me
yeah.
talking.
I don't know, man. My last episode last one was 3 hours.
No, I haven't seen that one yet. 3 hours, wow.
Yeah, it was just me talking about Doctor Who for like 3 hours.
I can
There's
imagine that.
there's literally points in there where I have to where I'm leaning over the dictaphone to see how far I've gotten, and I literally say in the recording, this is nearly 3 hours long."
Quite
Yeah,
wild.
you can swear on this, by the way.
Good,
So
good shit.
yeah, yeah, this is not family friendly.
Okay, cool.
Yeah,
Good to know.
but yeah. So I guess we'll talk. What's your history of James Bond anyway? So how did you get introduced to him?
How did I get introduced to him? So, for me, Bond is something that kind of every kid dreams of, right? It's cars,
Hmm.
high stakes gambling, encounters with beautiful women. You're traveling the world with this high adrenaline action job. And I hadn't actually seen any Bond films until 2006. So I was 8 years old, little baby Christian, and Daniel Craig released Casino Royale. And that film, to this day, is a masterpiece. It's a beautiful, beautiful production. And I was
Hmm.
hooked. And from that point on, I watched every one of the Bond films. And I started collecting memorabilia and props and all sorts of stuff. And I was just completely obsessed with the lifestyle and the beautiful portrayal of this kind of high intensity action hero.
All right. Yeah, because I think Casino Royale was my first Bond film as well. Yeah, it was. I remember because I heard I knew of Bonds before then, like because it'd been parodied and stuff so many times, like on
Yeah,
The
yeah.
Simpsons and the TV shows.
Well,
But I've never,
I played some of the video games before I watched the first
yeah,
movie. So we had like GoldenEye and stuff on the N64.
yeah.
Which I played a lot of. But while that game was great, it didn't necessarily get me into Bond as a movie franchise. It made me think of it more as just a game. And it was when Casino Royale came out that really I got into it. Yeah.
Hmm. No, that's fine. But yeah, because I remember when cause it was it'd been parodied like so many times on certain things.
Hmm.
So I remember from that, but I didn't really Casino Royale was the first one I ever sat my ass down and actually watched on full all the way through.
Yeah.
And I just remember I really like I do really like Casino Royale. I really love the film. It's not. it's not engaged. I did see some of the other old ones after that. Like I've seen a few Connerys. I watched GoldenEye with Pierce Brosnan. I may have catched a few Roger Moores on TV, like bits and pieces, but I've never watched them in full. I'm not the biggest Bond fanatic, but
Well,
I have
well,
seen
there's
every.
a challenge for us when quarantine ends. After this period of isolation, I'm going to sit you down and we're going to binge watch 25 Bond films.
Bro, like that's gonna be too tough.
It would be quite the challenge, right?
It'd be quite the challenge. Yes, it definitely, especially considering there's Bond movies that are not even that's not even like connected to the main
Oh yeah,
series.
yeah, yeah,
Like what's it, Never Say Never Again,
yeah. All the
and
spin-offs.
yeah, the spin-offs and stuff. And then there's the older version of Casino Royale for the black and white one.
Yeah, I used to have that
Yeah,
on video on like VHS.
VHS.
Yeah, so it was a PG Bond.
Hmm.
Most of the James Bond, some of the James Bond films are PG, but especially when Daniel Craig came in, they were all rated 12. And I was allowed
Yeah,
to see Casino Royale Daniel Craig's version, but before I was really allowed to see that, I was kind of tested out actually with the video version of Casino Royale, the kind of
yeah,
side Bond movie, if you will. So thinking
hmm,
about it, actually, that was my first Bond film, but
yeah,
that one didn't have quite the same impact that Craig's portrayal did.
yeah. Definitely, yeah. Because I think Craig's done pretty decent work as Bond. Like
Oh,
he's
one of the best for sure.
yeah,
I think after Sean Connery is Daniel Craig for me.
hmm,
Um, I really love how he kind of portrayed the character as a darker, slightly more serious role.
hmm,
But in the same way, I kind of loved the light-hearted humor that Sean Connery brought to it. So it's good to see that, like, for example, the lady who is in Fleabag, whose
yeah.
name escapes me, that she's going to be coming in to do some of the
Oh,
scripting for the new Bond. Phoebe
Phoebe,
Waller-Bridge.
yeah, Phoebe Waller-Bridge, yeah,
Yeah, she's obviously a very talented comedy writer. So I mean, yeah, I mean that's pretty cool. But yeah, Craig's portrayal is brilliant.
yeah. No, yeah, it's interesting that she came in to like do a Bond. I never expect of all the writers, I never expected the girl from Phoebe Waller-Bridge to like
Yeah.
write a Bond script,
So I
or at
mean,
least tweak one.
yeah, you see like her stuff, her comedy in Fleabag, which is absolutely
Yeah,
brilliant, but it is not a sort of sleek, glamorous Bond style comedy. It's very like
yeah.
raw and kind of dirty humor, lots of it and things. Uh,
Well, I think she also did a show called Killing Eve. Yeah, she did a show called Killing Eve, which is kind of a spy show.
sure, okay.
Yeah, it's kind of it's like a comedy British comedy thriller series. Um, it's like it's by it's it's like about a girl called Eve, an MI5 security officer, and like I haven't seen it, so I don't know 100% what it's about, but I know it's a spy show, and that might have been
Where some of the influence came.
Craig might have watched that series and been like, we need to get her on board because I know it was him. Apparently, it was him that asked for it.
Yeah, I was about to say
Asked
that's an
for it.
interesting note because Craig in this new film has had a lot more like creative rights because
Yeah,
if he was going
he's
to film
producing.
another film, he wanted to do it his way as such. And I think that's cool. Craig's played the role for long enough, over 10 years. He's the longest lasting Bond out of any of the
Mm,
Bonds in terms of time span.
yeah,
Um, and yeah, I think it will be cool to see if that kind of hunch from him pays off. If that light humor that Phoebe's going to bring does really add to this final film, and I hope it does because I really want Daniel Craig to kind of go out with a bang on his last film.
yeah, definitely. Because it is his last. Yeah, this is like his last. He's been Bond since like what was it, really 2006 when
Yeah,
Casino Royale came out.
2006 was Casino Royale.
Yeah, it was, wasn't it? Because I remember he got revealed in 2005
Mm,
as James Bond, and loads of people didn't like that casting.
yeah.
They complained about it, and then, then it came out, and they were like, I was supporting him the whole time.
Yeah. I mean, people whenever there's change, people are skeptical and nervous, and especially with
Yeah,
a character that is as loved not just in the UK but in America and overseas as James Bond. So any change is going to face a lot of criticism. But
yeah,
I think as soon as people saw his first movie, they were sold. I think that
mm,
would have been very few people who, after watching Casino Royale, would doubt the choice of Daniel Craig.
yeah, definitely. I think yeah, I think after I think like yeah, it was like one of those things where Daniel was more um where people just like because people. I think this was like the early days of the internet, so people already started complaining and whining and moaning about
Yeah,
capacity.
as
That,
they all
as,
do.
yeah, unfortunately, that hasn't stopped. Because like they still do it to this day. And
Yeah.
it's really irritating. Um, but yeah, I don't know who. I don't. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it'll be fine. I know it's been delayed a couple of times, but that's probably just they want to get it right.
So many times. It's been delayed so many times.
To be fair, its most recent delay is probably the most important because
Oh yeah, for sure, without a doubt. The
if it
film
had
did
stuck,
need to be delayed because of the coronavirus outbreak, as
mm,
has now many other films and TV series.
yeah,
That is, like you say, it's the right thing to do. It was a needed delay. But I think what
yeah,
annoyed the fans more, or not necessarily annoyed them, but just kind of upset them, was the fact that there were lots of initial delays over the script writing and about cast
mm,
in and out,
yeah,
um, and about creative differences. Obviously, the change of
yeah,
directors and things like that.
yeah. When was it supposed to be released? I know it was going to be April, like this month,
Yeah, it
this
was.
year.
It was going to be April 2020. I don't think they put a date on it. It might have been late April, kind of the 24th, I want to say, of April,
Yeah,
for the UK, and then obviously a later release in the US.
mm.
But
I think,
yeah,
I
now we're
think
waiting till November.
I think I read somewhere that it was going to be April 6th,
Oh, okay,
but
possibly.
I'm not too sure if that's true.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was rewatching the trailer recently for this,
Yes.
um, and I remember seeing April 6th on one of them, but I don't know. That might be the American release date, maybe. I don't know. Maybe
Oh,
it
okay.
differed
Yeah.
from the British one. I'm not too sure. But even if it had come out stuck with its original release date, it would have made like no money because as soon as it would
The
have been like
cinemas are
the lowest.
shut. It's kind
It
of
would have been
a
like
blessing and a curse, right? Yeah.
yeah, it would have been like the lowest grossing Bond film in history, and also the lowest grossing movie ever made.
Yeah.
Would have been like terrible.
So go on then. You talked about the new trailer. What
Yeah,
excites
yeah.
you about that new trailer? Because
The new trailer.
yeah.
I remember. I really liked it when it came out. I was surprised they've only released one
Mm,
trailer though, because I thought like by the time March came around, they were going to do two, and they've only done one big trailer for it. And that was in November when 2 months. Was it November or December when the first trailer came out? I think it was December.
yeah.
Yeah, it was December. I
Yeah.
remember it was December. Um, but I really did like it. Like I liked how um, I liked the setup, and I liked how his girlfriend's lady friend,
Yeah. Madeline.
or Madeline's name. Madeline's got like secrets of her own.
Mm.
I like the little hints towards the villain. I don't know. I don't know who he's called again. I know they removed him.
Remy Malik.
Yeah, Remy Malek. I know the actor's name. I don't know the villain's name. 'Cause I
Oh
think
no,
they.
I don't know the villain's name. I don't
Yeah,
know if they've announced his name yet. The villain.
yeah. I know there's a rumor that he might be Doctor No. Um,
Oh, that would be exciting.
yeah, I mean, like, kind of similar to what they did with Blofeld
Yeah.
in
Yeah.
Spectre. But I liked the setup, and I liked the intensity of the trailer, and it got me interested. I don't. I know you think. Some people seem to think that Bond's going to die in this. I don't think that's going to happen.
Mm.
Personally, I think Madeline will die definitely.
Yeah.
Because she disappears like halfway through the trailer, and it's also I think it's a bit obvious that she's going to die in this one.
You think?
Like
Yeah. I mean, a
I
lot
think
of the
so.
Bond girls historically in the movies do die, right? It's kind of
Yeah.
it's the less glamorous side that they try and portray the whole action-packed spy lifestyle. It's the fact that
Mm,
Bond just can't make a relationship stick. Obviously, he had like
yeah.
Vesper Lind and all of his lovers after everyone which he thought was true love, and none of them really worked out for him.
Yeah, I think I think it'll work more for in Craig's favor. I think Craig's Bond's been probably the most emotional
Mm, oh
of
yeah,
the
completely.
because I think he the first one to cry on camera.
I'm
I
not.
think he was.
Yeah, possibly.
I think
Yeah.
I know George Lazenby at the end of the film that he did. I think he got upset because obviously his wife got killed.
Mm,
Um, but I don't think he ever. I don't think he saw him cry. I think the either that or like I remember there was some. I remember reading somewhere that there was some issues that they had with Bond getting emotional now. they don't really mind it so much.
No. Well, I think that's
Um,
like you say, it's kind of the beauty of Craig's role. He's played a grittier, darker, but also a more like emotional. You just see a rawer character. You see him through his ups and his downs. But that is
yeah.
why I think that Bond could die. I think that Craig's portrayal, if any, is going to be the one where you see 007 getting shot and then a new person replacing him. I mean, we already saw him get shot in Skyfall.
Mm,
Obviously, that didn't kill him, but
mm,
we've already seen him take some pretty serious injuries, and
yeah.
I think it would be an interesting way to progress the plot.
I yeah. I don't know if I don't know. I don't see them killing off Bond at
Mm.
any point. He's an unkillable machine. That Bond. He's a machine.
Yeah,
Um, yeah, but like, yeah, I think I don't think he's gonna die. I think Madeline will die. Because I think they'll. My prediction is halfway through she'll die, and that'll drive him forward.
yeah. So that I think
Get
that can happen as
revenge.
well because there's the whole kind of play on Bond's emotions now that Madeline is obviously the daughter of Mr. White, and
Yeah,
it counters that sweet end to Spectre that we saw with Madeline and Bond walking uh, London Bridge, I think it was, walking
yeah,
away into the distance together. And now this new film, as soon as you get into the trailer, the first thing we see is, "Oh, I haven't betrayed you," and they're already
yeah,
arguing, and it's this high intensity scene between them. So things
yeah,
have obviously changed very much in just one movie with
yeah.
the relationship. Um,
One thing I've noticed about Craig's one, he's retiring in his movies.
mm,
If like he retires at the end of he sends his resignation at the end of Casino
Casino
Royale
Royale, he does.
before Eva Green gets killed.
Yeah,
And he comes back. Then he retires again at the beginning of Skyfall.
yeah.
Um, um, then he retires again at the end of Spectre.
And now he is coming out of retirement at the start of No Time to Die.
Yeah, I guess. So
And
what is it with
I think
what is it with him retiring? Why do they keep
he's
retiring his Bond?
old.
I don't understand.
He needs his retirement. He needs his pension.
Yeah, old man Bond. Well,
No,
not really. I
I
mean,
think the
technically,
fact that he's retiring and spending his time in retirement in GoldenEye Jamaica is really cool. I thought that's a cool touch that they put right at the start of this
yeah,
trailer. Obviously, that's where Ian
yeah,
Fleming wrote a lot of the novels. It's a very iconic Bond location.
mm,
And when you see that and you see some of the returning cast, like Moneypenny and Q and Madeline Swan, alongside the new cast who we already talked about, like Remy Malek, like it's
mm,
pretty exciting. Remy Malek's portrayal in Bohemian Rhapsody of Freddie Mercury was
yeah. I remember that.
absolutely
Yeah,
incredible.
yes.
I don't know if he won an Oscar, but definitely had several nominations.
He won. Yeah,
He
he won an
won, he
Oscar
did.
for it.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
I think
It
he's
was
been
funny because
extremely fond of
that
that.
movie.
So,
Yeah,
yeah.
it was funny because that movie actually won best editing in at the Oscars that year as well.
Oh, sure.
And people making jokes on online how because the joke is that the editing in that movie is actually really bad because it is and it won best editing at the Oscars
Yeah.
and that was funny to me but I still liked it though it was still a good movie
Yeah, I
even
saw
though
a lot of the scenes kind of that were trending on social media of how they recreated some iconic moments and the
yeah
choreography of those scenes. Like Remy Malek was moving at the exact same time as Freddie Mercury, the way he moved across the stage, and
yeah
it was
I,
all
f-
perfect. It must have taken a lot of work to nail that role so well. Um,
I, f- I think he must have been um he must have like researched it, like properly like do it
yeah.
just the way to do it just like on point like that.
Oh, of
But I
course.
think,
Yeah.
yeah, because I remember like he's gone up a lot since then. Because I remember, he started off in some sitcom called The War at Home,
Hmm.
um, and then he went on. I think he was in the Night Museum films, and then he moved on, and obviously Bohemian Rhapsody, and then now James Bond. So he's going up.
Yeah. Yeah.
It was also in it was also a TV show actually called Mr. Robot.
Did he? I didn't know that.
Yeah, it was an Amazon original series that he
Oh,
did. So yeah,
yeah. Cool. Cool.
yeah, but yeah, he'll be a good villain. I think. I like that the fact that Blofeld come back, but I don't think Blofeld's going to be very long.
Hmm.
It'll be at least a cameo appearance or like a short appearance.
Yeah, well, I think that's what they were planning originally with quite a few of the cast members who are still surviving and things from some of the original films.
Yeah,
I think they wanted to bring some people back onto set, but then that caused quite a lot of
yeah,
disruption. It caused one of the first delays, I think, because certain cast members who were coming back onto set thought that they were going to get a bigger role than they did.
yeah. I
Um,
think one of them at least. Anyway, I remember that.
yeah, so it's interesting, but it's nice to see that the directors are already thinking of things like that for Bond fans. Like this is the 25th film. We've passed the 50th anniversary now. This is the 25th film, and it's kind of it's exciting. Yeah, I think this is
Yeah,
gonna be a
yeah.
big one.
It'll be huge for sure.
Yeah,
It will make a lot of money. I don't see them delaying it again because of Black Widow's because Black Widow I think is coming out in November as well.
yeah,
Yeah, I think Black Widow has been moved to well, I think we'll have like I think Black Widow's been moved to November 6th, and Bond comes out November 12th.
sure, okay, yeah.
So it'll still make money. Like it's I don't think they'll delay it because when I first saw that I thought, are they going to delay it again? And then after think about it, it's like no,
I think like
because I
they've
think
already
like
delayed it 3 times.
yeah, and the thing is, it had November. I think it'll come out about like what, 6 days after Black
Yeah,
Widow does. So
yeah,
if anything, because I know John Wick came out not long after Avengers Endgame, and that still made a lot of money.
yeah.
That made so much money that they greenlit John Wick 4 like 4 days after.
Yeah,
So I don't
John
think
Wick.
so
John
I
Wick's
could
a brilliant franchise as well.
yeah
But we
I
love
can think
John Wick too.
yeah
But no,
moving
I
on
agree.
John
This is going to be a big sellout one. The way I
yeah
was thinking, I kind of look back on Craig's films in a funny way. I was like, all right, Casino Royale was awesome, and in my opinion, Quantum of Solace was okay. Skyfall was awesome, and Spectre was okay. So now I'm
yeah
hoping that this next one is awesome.
yeah because all the this is the odd numbered ones.
Yeah,
Yeah, all the
yeah,
odd numbered ones seem to be the best, and all the even ones seem to be the least good.
exactly. And this is an odd
So,
number, so
yeah,
we can cross our fingers.
yeah, definitely. It's a bit like the Star Trek movies, except in reverse. Yeah, definitely. Um, I think I can see them. I can see them. Yeah, I can't see them delaying it again because of Black Widow. I can definitely see them delaying Godzilla versus King Kong again because of both Black Widow and James Bond. Like, no way, because I know a lot of films are from this summer have been delayed to next year.
Mm.
Like Minions 2's been delayed till next year.
Minions
Ghost,
2.
yeah, Ghostbusters Afterlife has been delayed till next year. Morbius as well
Mm.
has been delayed till next. So a lot of films have been delayed till next year. Eternals got delayed for next year, so that's coming out February instead of November because Black Widow is taking its spot. So a lot of films are. So I can see, yeah, I can see Godzilla and King Kong getting moved because the last Godzilla film didn't make a lot of money.
Yeah,
Um, so I think and you're going up against a Marvel film and a James Bond film. It's a bit like, nah,
it's
fuck this
difficult.
shit, I'm out.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like I'm out, bitch. See ya. Um,
Not
but I'm
worth
moving.
competition.
I'm yeah. I'm gonna go to Valentine's Day. Definitely. So yeah. So that's pretty much what I think of No Time to Die. But one thing I think as well, if you listen to the song that Billie Eilish is it
Billie
Eilish
Eilish, yeah.
Eilish Billie Eilish has done. I think you can probably get a few hints of what it's about from that song. Maybe.
I really
That
like
might,
Billie Eilish's song.
yeah.
Um, I think it's a shame that it came out and now that the film's been delayed because
Yeah.
there's always a lot of hype that falls when the Bond theme comes out and then the film drops. Um, so I think it's a shame in a way that obviously that happened. It's completely uncontrollable that the timings worked out like they did. That's
Mm,
going to kind of lose a bit of hype. But at the same time, it is a fantastic song. Billie Eilish is
mm,
the youngest artist to ever record a Bond theme.
wow.
She created this song that's kind of got all the elements you'd expect of a Bond song. It's got the very low and deep and voice from a strong female artist.
Mm,
And then it's got all the trumpets and the classic elements that make a Bond song Bond. So yeah, I think she's done a stellar
yeah.
job. I think it's really good.
Yeah. Definitely. I think you could probably get a few hints from what the film's going to be about if you listen to it. I think
Yeah,
because
well,
there's definitely a few in the lyrics. I think.
yeah,
Um, well, it's mostly about his relationship, like how um there's yeah like I should like um though she says like we were a pair, but I saw there too
yeah.
much there, and then there's just no time to die. I think like I don't know. I think there might be some hints in the for the film's
For
plot in
sure.
that
I mean,
song.
I think you're right there. It's talking about Bond's relationship with Madeline. I should have
Mm,
known that, you've betrayed me almost, is what the trailer's portraying.
yeah.
Um, and it's a very emotional song, which matches the very emotional Bond that we see. And
Mm,
there's that lovely little snippet in the trailer where Daniel Craig's walking through what looks like it could be a hospital or a psychology unit, and he says, "I won't
mm,
lose control." And he drops that word
yeah.
control just as he sees Madeline Swan, and it has so much emphasis on it, and it shows that actually he is losing a bit of control. He's
Yeah.
struggling to maintain this sleek composure that you often see the Bonds have, uh,
Mm,
and it's nice. It shows challenge and change to the role and for the character's development. Yeah,
yeah. So I mean, because because there's like a whole there was definitely like that losing control thing,
yeah,
and he seems very angry in the beginning where he's like, oh, we just didn't get to our secrets yet. And it's like, oof, it's gonna be it's gonna be a very emotional it's
yeah.
gonna be a very emotional scene.
Yeah. Like I said,
Yeah,
it's a huge contrast to the way the last film ended. The last film, I think they're holding hands, walking away from the crisis on London Bridge.
yeah,
And now the first scene we see in the trailer, they're arguing in a car chase, and it's all it's the opposite from
yeah.
tranquility to this action and yeah.
I mean, Bond's really have a normal. That doesn't really what you consider a normal life.
No, not
Sadly,
normal at all.
like everyone dies in one's life. I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. So just stepping away from No Time to Die for a bit, what would you say your favorite Bond film is?
My favorite Bond film.
Yeah. What's your
Oh.
favorite?
So I'm a big fan of, as I said, Daniel Craig's Casino Royale. So that would
Mm,
definitely be in my top three. Aside
yeah.
from that, Sean Connery is my other favorite Bond. I think
Yeah.
Doctor No is obviously a classic, being the first, and all of the awesome scenes with Honey Rider, and uh, I think that's got to be one of my favorites, just because if that's the first Bond film you watched, or just even watching it and knowing that that's kind of the first that was made chronologically.
Yeah.
It's really interesting to see how the characters develop from now. And Sean Connery's role is that very traditional Bond. He's very
Mm,
sleek. He has a very cheeky, witty sense of humor.
mm,
We see a lot of gambling in Sean Connery's films as well. Uh,
yeah.
and yeah, I think it's got to be Doctor No.
Mm,
Um, what else is awesome films? I mean, Goldfinger, I loved.
mm.
Talking about
Yeah, that's a classic.
Goldfinger, obviously, Honor Blackman, unfortunately, has just died. I think this week.
Oh. Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
she
Damn.
died aged 94. Um,
Yeah.
she played Pussy Galore in that film. Uh,
Well.
yeah, I mean, the name says it all in those traditional sort
Mm,
of Bond films, and the Bond franchise has come a long way since then. Uh,
yeah. Yeah.
but I think that there's still a sort of funny nostalgia to those films, and there's still something beautiful. I mean, even though
Mm,
the effects and the graphics and all that, obviously very old, the films age incredibly well just because of the likability of this character James Bond, and just
yeah.
because of the awesome adventures that he goes on.
Yeah. No, I know this. That's quite interesting because I know for a fact that you hate old film. That you don't watch old films
Yeah, so that's true. But I don't watch old films, and I don't watch the same film twice. And
unless it's Bond.
And one of my only exceptions to that is Bond. I've seen all the Bond films many times, and I love the old films. And we were talking about the kind of memorabilia I have. A lot of the stuff I have is from those original Bond films. I've got Shirley Eaton's signature, who obviously plays uh, Honey Rider and things. And I've got
Mm,
A lot of memorabilia. I've got a pop vinyl figure signed by Sean Connery. Um,
Yeah,
yeah.
that's cool. Yeah, I remember. I think my favorite's probably because I've really seen most of the Daniel Craig eras, so I'll probably just stick with those. I think
Mm,
my favorite's probably Skyfall.
yeah.
I think. Yeah,
Sorry, I'm
because I
just
like.
thinking. Did I say Shirley Eaton? I meant Ursula Andress.
Oh,
Shirley Eaton is
whoops.
the Golden Girl. But there you are.
Yeah,
Your
yeah.
favorite is
That's.
Skyfall, did you say?
Oh yeah, definitely Skyfall. Like I think that's the most slick, most Daniel Craig era. It looks cinematography looks nice. I
Yeah.
think Sam Mendes does a great job with the direction of it. I like the villain as well. I like the fact that he's an original villain and not
Yeah.
what they've done with. I didn't mind really with Blofeld Inspector,
Mm.
and if the villain in this one is Doctor No, then okay. But it's still, I like how like we didn't know his past, but it wasn't like an old Bond film from the classic era,
Yeah,
just redone.
the main scenes I still remember from that film. I mean, that is obviously a great
Yeah,
film, Skyfall. The scenes with the villain are absolutely fantastic because he's this very futuristic, modern terrorist, right? I mean, in the new trailer, we've got a similar thing to that in the trailer of No Time to Die. One of the first
mm,
sentences you hear is, "Oh, the world is arming faster than we can respond," and it's all of the modern threats of modern terrorism and danger and things. And that Bond really showed a very modern, computer savvy, tech driven villain, which was scary
yeah.
and which was different.
He
Uh,
was scary though.
yeah, I love the speech from that film about the rat
Yeah,
falling uh,
it's
into the
like I
hole
was
and
all
eating
done.
each other.
I was all done in one take as well.
Yeah, which
Like
is
there's no movement.
incredible
It's
because it's a
literally
long scene.
it's literally just like it's just steps on the same shot and just walks
Yeah,
straight into frame.
and the awesome thing
Barely
about like
moving.
the directing of that scene, the cinematography, is you have that very slow elevator lift that comes down, and then the villain
Yeah,
steps out and he walks along a very long corridor past all of these computer hard drives, and then he sits and he jokes with Bond and he kind of like plays with him and he kind of flirts with him almost. And then he
yeah,
does this story that starts off quite harmless and turns into a very malicious story about rats killing other rats, but essentially
mm,
things hunting other things. And yeah, it's a great
yeah,
portrayal of the villain. And for the story on the whole, it has a lot of flashbacks to again traditional Bond. We see the Aston Martin, the DB5, and lots
mm,
of cool Bond cars coming out. Um,
yeah,
and obviously Judy Dench. That's her last Bond film
yeah. She. Do you think if the series when the series continues, do you think they'll keep Ray Fiennes
as M.
as as M?
Yeah, I mean it's an interesting question. Judy Dench did an incredible job as M.
Yeah,
I loved her
because
portrayal, and it was quite shocking when Judy Dench died to see Ralph fill that role. Um,
mm,
but yeah, he's a very accomplished actor. Obviously, Ralph. He's done a lot. Um, I just don't necessarily know how much I love him in the role of M yet. I think I need to see a little bit more. M was obviously not like a doesn't take up a ton of screen time every film. So I haven't seen enough scenes to work out
yeah.
whether I love it or not.
I mean, Judy Dench transferred over from Rosalind to Craig.
Yeah,
Um, so I think maybe I think they'll bring him back. Like I don't. Like I don't know. Maybe they will. Maybe they won't. I don't know. We'll see what Universal wants to do with.
yeah.
Well, they have the rights. Obviously, there's that whole thing with the rights where the Broccoli's own it, but they auction off to a studio every few years.
So you know quite a lot about this, actually, don't you?
Yeah. So it's basically the way it works is because the Broccoli's and MGM act technically on the rights to Bond, and it's their biggest franchise. So what they want to do with what they do with it usually is that they will auction it off to like a bigger studio. Like last time it was with Sony, this time it's with Universal. So like Sony had it for a couple of years, and then after that time period for a certain number of years, and then once that time is up, they'll then take the rights back and re-auction it to another studio.
Yeah,
The
sure.
same studio, I mean, obviously the same studio can rebid for the rights as well, but usually it's like a temporary thing.
Yeah,
Usually, Usually they'll go with somebody else. So like, yeah, that's probably one of the reasons why I can't see someone like on Disney taking rules for Bond, because with the exception of maybe a
Yeah.
few things, Disney doesn't really do temporary.
Well, it's the jokes that you see online now that if Disney also took Bond, they would just own the whole world. Like
Mm. Well, I mean,
they've got Marvel, they've got Star Wars, they've
yeah,
got, you know.
I mean, they technically speaking, they could probably because they own 20th Century Fox now, so they could probably, if they did get the rights, they probably release films under the 20th Century Fox banner because Fox
Yeah.
made Bond films before.
I'm not gonna lie, if Disney did get Bond, it would sell a lot of Disney Plus subscriptions.
Oh god, yeah, those films would be those films would only be on like a temporary basis.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure once the rights go, once they lose the rights, like Disney, because Disney won't, Disney would want it for like the long term. They don't usually play temporary.
yeah.
They don't play the short games. Um, but yeah, so I don't know. We'll have to see what Universal really does with the franchise. But my favorite, yeah, still going back to my favorite, it's definitely Skyfall. But I feel like there's also loads of callbacks to the series because it's the 50th anniversary celebration
Exactly. Yeah.
of it. And I think one of the things that I wish they did was when he goes, when he goes back to his house, his childhood home, and that old Scottish man's there.
Yes.
I really wish they put Sean Connery in that role.
Oh, that would have been golden, actually, wouldn't it?
Actually, yeah.
But it would have.
I actually think they were going to try. I actually think they were trying to get Sean Connery for that role
It would
because
have
I mean,
confused the plot a little because
he would. I don't think it would. It would just be him playing another character. Technically,
yeah, it would have been cool for sure. It would have been a nice
yeah.
touch, and people
Like
do
I,
want to see Sean in a Bond film again.
yeah.
Whether it'll ever happen is probably unlikely, but
Mm.
it would be
But
cool.
that would. I do have a theory that maybe they might have done it. They might have been trying to get him in
Yeah.
that role because there's so many like the lines that he says like they sound like when he goes in and like when he says the line like "Welcome to Scotland," when he knocks out
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
yeah one of the bad guys and he says that quip. That sounds like a Sean Connery quip.
It does, doesn't it? It's a
That's
very like
that's not
it's a
that sounds
quick-witted Bond line. I like it.
yeah that sounds like that definitely sounds like something Sean Connery's Bond would have said.
Yeah.
So I think like maybe I have a theory anyway that they might have tried to like get him back for that part
Mm.
because there's also scenes as well like when they meet when Craig walks in and he sees him, he goes, "Oh God, you're still alive." Just imagine like if they had Connery in mind, that would have been perfect. Like, wouldn't like one Bond actor saying to another one, "Why are you still here?"
And yeah,
Yeah,
it would have been good. I don't doubt that. Um,
mm.
and lots of fans would go crazy if Sean popped up. So
Yeah. Sean, I think like yeah, I don't know. If Sean popped up, that'd been it. But I think Sean Connery's retired anyways,
yeah,
so you would have had to like you have to work really hard to try and get him out of retirement.
yeah, he doesn't do many signings even anymore. Like if you're trying to get his autograph, that is pretty difficult. I will tell you.
Mm,
Even when he makes
definitely, yeah.
appearances, he often won't sign anymore.
Oh damn,
Yeah,
yeah. So so yeah, so you're looking forward to No Time to Die, yeah.
absolutely, absolutely, yeah.
So what do you think of the possibility of them doing reshoots and stuff while the world after the world comes out of lockdown? They still got a little bit of time.
I think that the script has been a massive work in progress
Yeah.
throughout. Even when they'd started filming, there was rumors that they'd started filming but hadn't finished the script,
Mm,
and then they brought Phoebe Waller-Bridge in and edited the script again. And Daniel
yeah.
Craig is having constant contributions, and I think it's nice.
Yeah.
We just need to make sure it maintains like a direction for the plot, because while
Yeah.
contribution is great, if you get too many different perspectives on something, it can become quite confused and
Yeah.
have no direction. I think it's
There's
possible that they might reshoot some scenes
mm,
um, to either rebuild that direction of the plot or to adapt it further. But
yeah.
I'm just hoping for a timely release in November, obviously, provided that the coronavirus outbreak has been appropriately dealt with and that everyone's safe and that it's safe to go to the cinemas
Mm,
and watch and so
yeah.
on.
Because yeah, because I don't know. I think some of the directors recently come out and said that nothing's getting changed. It's the movie's completely done and it's
Mm.
finished. So I guess I don't know. Maybe that gives a little bit of hope that the because I know there were production problems,
Yeah,
but it's all Bond movies have production problems.
yeah.
Yeah, like I think especially Craig's like the amount of times he's been injured.
Oh yeah, playing the role. He does some of his own stunts, doesn't he?
Yeah,
And
he gets hurt a lot.
yeah, whenever you're doing your own stunts, there's always that risk of
Yeah,
injury. And I mean,
I
even when
can't.
there are those scenes where there's not stunts, even. I mean, a lot of the terrain Bond is shot on is very challenging terrain, and it would be easy just to
Yeah,
injure yourself even then. So it's
yeah,
understandable. Yeah.
yeah. So yeah, I think yeah, I think people need. I think like yeah, obviously there's production problems, and stuff, but like all Bond movies have production problems. I remember Ian Fleming. I remember hearing something that apparently Ian Fleming didn't like the casting of Sean Connery as Bond.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think like that's confirmed on like one of the commentaries on the DVDs. Well, I can't remember which film it was. But that's a pretty big production problem with the author of the books, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Like
Doesn't
the
like the
main.
main role.
Mm, um, yeah, and yeah, I think it'll be fine. I don't know because like I don't know if they'll even have like that amount of time because it'll depend when the world comes out of lockdown.
Mm.
They have to if they'll have enough time to like sort everything out and go back and reshoot it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and especially because Bond is always shot in so many locations,
Yeah,
and they do fly to each of those locations. They will use as little kind of uh, on-scene setups as they can from a studio, and they prefer to fly to physical locations. So if you have to reshoot scenes in Jamaica and then in London and then wherever else you're going, it could be challenging for sure.
yeah, definitely. But yeah, I don't think yeah, I can't see reshoots happening for this foreign film. I think I think that time has passed.
Mm.
It'll depend. I mean, it'll have to be in at least August. They'll have to do it, but it'll definitely have to be August if they're gonna reshoot stuff. It's gonna have to be August. I don't think they'll get time to. I
Yeah.
don't know if we'll be out of lockdown, well, it depends with the whole world. Like, I think like the UK, by the time August comes around, maybe we'll be out of lockdown, but we'll see.
Mm.
But I don't know about the rest of the world.
Yeah.
Hmm. But yeah, so I don't know. I don't think it'll get reshot or anything. But yeah. So let's talk for a little bit about who do you think the next Bond's going to be?
Oh, interesting topic.
Yeah. Since this is Craig's last, because the guy's like what 50.
He's getting on a bit now, Daniel Craig.
I mean, he looks
Having
good for
said that,
50.
though, outside of Bond, he is still producing like incredible films. I mean, Girl with the Dragon Tattoo, Layer Cake,
Mm.
Defiance, and his newest
Oh yeah,
Knives
yeah,
Out, obviously,
yeah,
absolutely fantastic movies.
yeah,
Uh, he's aging, but he's still playing these incredible roles and playing them very well. So
yeah.
yeah,
I mean, I don't know. I mean, he's still he's aging. But doesn't really look like he's aging. He still looks pretty young.
he's in good shape as well, isn't he?
Yeah.
You know,
So like I need to know what kind of
fit for
moisturizer
the
he
role.
uses.
Yeah.
I can look that young. When I'm old, when I'm his age. Yeah, I need to know what kind of moisturizer him, John Barrowman, and Paul Rudd are using.
Send them an email. I'm sure they'll reply.
Yeah. I'll come actually replying me like fuck off. Yeah. But yeah, who do you think but since he's going away, since this is
Who's
his
the new
last,
Bond?
how long has he been playing the role for? Like
So since
he was cast in
2006, Casino Royale came out, but I mean, they would have
yeah,
started filming in, like you say, kind of '05 maybe.
yeah, it would have been cast in '05.
So we're now in 2020, so it's about 15 years.
Fuck.
Yeah, it's
I
quite
don't think any
well. Like I said earlier, he is the longest serving Bond in terms of time span.
yeah.
So yeah,
So
had a good one.
whoever takes him over, who do you think is going to take over then? Because
So there are
that's big shoes.
loads of predictions going online, and actually, the funny thing is, bookmakers like gambling websites and stuff have started taking bets because there
Yeah,
are so many possible bonds, and
yeah.
no one's
Well, I
really
think
sure, and obviously nothing's been announced. I kind of narrowed it down because obviously you asked me this question before we started this
yeah.
podcast today. I thought I'd try and narrow it down to two who I thought it could be.
Mm, yeah.
My first one is Richard Madden. So Richard Madden is the protagonist in The Bodyguard, the series.
Yeah,
I think it's recently been put on
yeah,
Netflix. I think he would be a fantastic Bond. Um,
mm,
his
he's
portrayal
good.
in The Bodyguard, he played incredibly convincing, which was a very similar role to a Bond role. It's a sort of MI agent esque sort of character, ex special forces. Lots
Yeah,
of action scenes there, and also, I mean, he's got the Scottish accent and stuff, and it would kind of go back to a more traditional Bond in that sense, kind
yeah,
of go
definitely.
back to the Sean Connery era almost.
Mm,
So I think he could be a very interesting choice. Aside
yeah.
from that, I don't know how to say this guy's name actually, but the protagonist in Peaky Blinders, Cillian Murphy, I think it is.
Oh right, yeah, yeah, yeah. I don't know the name either. I don't watch
So,
Peaky Blinders, so I don't know the name of.
yeah, well,
I've seen like,
he's denied that he wants the role of Bond. But I remember
mm,
before Daniel Craig came in as Bond, he also denied that he wanted the role. So I think that actors necessarily saying they don't want the role isn't always true.
yeah,
Seeing his portrayal in Peaky Blinders, he's brilliant. He's got the action scenes right. He's a very serious and gritty character, so it would kind of continue from Daniel Craig's portrayal of Bond. Um, and I think the whole nation knows who he is and has probably
mm,
watched Peaky Blinders. It was a hugely successful TV series.
yeah. Cillian
Um,
Murphy is the name of him.
yeah,
You pronounced it right.
brilliant.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think yeah, he could be good.
What
But yeah,
about
I think
you? Who do
actors
you
deny
think?
that. I think because actors deny it like all the time.
Yeah,
But I'd I mean I know a lot of people have been saying Idris Elba,
yeah.
and I'd love it if Idris Elba took it over, then that'd be great.
He is
I
another
don't think
big name circulating. Yeah.
I don't think I don't think he'll do it. I think like I believe him when he says because he says he doesn't want, he's not interested, and I don't know for some reason I believe him. I
Having
don't think he wants
said
to
that,
do it.
they always say they're not interested.
I think I don't know. Maybe they have to say that because they secretly don't want to be like, yeah, I want it. But lately I've been thinking maybe Henry Cavill
Yeah. So
would
there's
be a
a
good
lot of
one.
names that have popped up from kind of the superhero
Yeah.
movies. Henry Cavill is obviously one of them.
Hmm.
And who's the villain that I'm thinking of uh, in like Marvel movies? The end.
Is that Tom Hiddleston?
Yes,
Yeah.
he's also kind of popped up as a name.
Hmm.
Um, so it'll be interesting to see if either of them get the role.
Yeah. I know Tom Hardy is the one that I think Tom Hardy is the one that people want the most.
Tom Hardy, yeah.
Yeah. People seem to people seem to be in love with the idea of Tom Hardy being James Bond.
Yeah.
He's already like he's already a lot of stuff. He's already Venom,
Mm.
but and then well he's in Peaky Blinders as well. I think he did a TV series called Taboo.
Oh, okay.
So he still does BBC drama um, as well. But like, yeah, and obviously Legend,
Mm.
which I thought was a great film.
Yes. Yeah.
Um, yeah, so I could see Hardy doing. I don't know. I could see Hardy doing it, but I don't know if they might. They. I could even be because like I don't know if he'll be a big name actor too. Because I'm not to say I don't. Think, I mean, Daniel Craig was a well-known name
Yeah,
back
he's
then,
done
but
a lot
he
of
definitely.
movies before Bond,
Yeah, I
for sure.
think Bond made him a bigger name.
Yeah.
Definitely. I think he fits it. Um, but I think I don't know. Maybe I can see him going with a unknown.
So I was actually looking at this earlier, Daniel Craig's movies, and he
Yeah,
has done a lot. I'll read you just a few of the names that came up: Saint X, Love and Rage, Hotel Splendid, One Life, Renaissance, Copenhagen, I Dreamed of Africa, Sharp's Eagle, Obsession, Kiss and Tell, Sword of Honor, Sylvia, Some Voices, Enduring Love, Fateless, Infamous, The Jacket, The Ice House, Love is the Devil, Elizabeth, King, The Mother. It goes on and on and on. And then
yeah,
he got into the Bond films. And then even
yeah,
during the Bond films, like I said, he had some awesome roles in Layer Cake and Defiance, The Girl with the Dragon
mm,
Tattoo, Knives Out. He's a very, very
yeah,
accomplished acting name now, for sure.
yeah. I think my dad was watching Defiance last night actually 'cause it's
It's
on
it's
Netflix.
great. Yeah, I watched it quite recently. Um,
Yeah,
yeah, it's a
yeah.
it's I think it's based on a true story, right?
It might have been because it's set during World War Two, isn't it?
Yeah, it's set during World War Two, and it follows the life of some
Mm,
Jews who have to kind of hide in a forest for survival.
mm,
It's a
yeah.
very gritty survival story, and it's filled with lots of darkness, but also lots of hope, and it kind of
Mm,
reflects that war effort awesomely.
yeah. But I don't know. I can see him going with an unknown maybe for
Mm.
this one. I wanted to go with someone new,
I
like
would
someone
I
new.
would love to see Richard Madden. Like I say, I think he'd really fill the role well for me.
Yeah,
Um, but I trust that the directors and that Daniel, if he has any say in it, will pick an amazing choice. Um,
yeah.
I mean, do you think that the choice will be revealed at the end of this film or at the next film?
I don't think they'll reveal it. I don't think they'll reveal it at the end. I think they'll be a bit too
Yeah.
because Bond's a very, very traditional franchise, isn't it? I know the Craig films have done different things and have switched up a bit. Um, Especially Casino Royale, considering that it's very different.
Mm.
Casino Royale was very more Jason Bourne
Yeah.
um, ish. That was that big. That was their big inspiration. But I don't know. I feel like Craig. I don't know. I feel like I don't think the new Bond actor will appear. I don't think that might be a bit too on the nose.
Yeah. I agree with you there as well. I think it also builds a lot of hype in the Bond community if they wait a bit.
Yeah.
Um,
Mm. It'll be more. I don't think that'll happen. I think they'll just because Bond's the tradition is basically the actor gets one last film and then the new one gets revealed and it's like Bond's not a really connected universe
yeah.
really, especially the main actor. Like the theory that goes around usually is that the name James Bond is just a code name. That's why he's had so many different faces.
Yeah.
Uh, but even then, that's never been. If I feel like if you have the new Bond come in, I'll basically confirm it.
I
I
mean,
think maybe that's something that I don't think should ever be confirmed.
I've heard the thing about the James Bond being a code name, but for me, the movie you brought up earlier, Skyfall, kind of tore a bit of that away because in
Yeah,
Skyfall you see a lot of James Bond's past, and you see how Daniel Craig's portrayal
mm,
is so connected to obviously his father and his mother, and remembers the stories of his childhood growing up in Skyfall Manor and stuff. Um,
yeah,
so that kind of made me think that actually that's probably not true. That it is all meant to be the same spy character.
mm,
Yeah,
yeah. And I feel like maybe having some of the new Bond come in at the end might be a bit odd.
yeah. No, I agree
Yeah,
with that.
yeah. I think like it's best just to keep. Sometimes tradition is the best way to keep it.
Yeah, and the
Particularly,
fans. I've talked about it so much. The fans love traditional hints back at Bond. We've got GoldenEye, Jamaica,
yeah,
part of this trailer. We love seeing the Aston Martins and the Aston Martin DB5 and Bond going into casinos and playing poker and all those sort of traditional Bond things. Uh,
mm,
so hopefully they will continue, and I'm sure they will.
yeah,
That's what makes Bond Bond, you know.
yeah, definitely, yeah. So speaking of which, because after this movie will be Craig's last, and then after that, Universal can do pretty much whatever they want with it. So what do you think? What do you think the franchise? What's next for the franchise? Do you think? Where do you think it will go?
Yeah, so that's a good question.
What direction?
I think that the kind of the most recent Bonds have moved to a sort of tech focus and a modern terrorist feel. We've got
Mm,
the scenes from this new trailer where, like I said it earlier, the world is arming faster than we can respond, and there's all of this very high tech SWAT teams busting through windows, and it
yeah,
looks more like modern sort of how you'd imagine SAS operations almost, you know, things like that, than a
yeah,
Bond scene. I think kind of that's where the franchise could continue. I think they're going to
mm,
continue Craig's portrayal of a lot of the nitty gritty side of Bond and add in
yeah,
a little bit more, you know, futuristic drama, not futuristic, but kind of modern 2020
yeah,
special forces feel to it, if that makes
yeah, definitely.
yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. And I don't know. I could see maybe they go back to the more. I say maybe they could. I don't know. Maybe I feel like after this isn't a very great comparison, but I feel like after the Kingsman films,
Yeah.
showing that you can go back to the cheesy kind of
Yeah.
spy
Yeah,
films.
yeah, yeah.
Maybe Bond will go back to that because that was Bond was kind of a cheesy. It
Over
was
the
dark in
top
places.
gadgets.
Yeah.
Well, I think that's why they've brought in Phoebe Waller Bridge because I think it would be awesome to see if in this film, for example, Phoebe brought back some like ridiculous gadgets, like here's a pen and you
Yeah,
click it 7 times and it'll explode. Just
yeah,
those sort of little silly things that add the needed humour now, because obviously with Craig's darker portrayal, you do need
mm,
those light jokes
yeah,
to relax the audience a bit, because watching a
yeah,
film for otherwise 2 hours can be quite intense. Um,
yeah. I think like maybe that's why Quantum of Solace didn't work very well
yeah,
because there was no jokes. There was barely any jokes, and it took the idea of a gritty Bond film to
too
a
far.
bit too far. Yeah.
Yeah.
Um, yeah, I think maybe they'll keep it. Maybe they'll go more of a Kingsman route. One thing I could see him doing maybe is make the Bond films back. Maybe do them like a period pieces. Maybe set them back in like the 80s or the 60s
Oh, that would be
70s.
interesting. Because almost
Yeah,
almost every Bond film has been set in the present day at its time, right?
yeah,
So it could be cool if they start making these like these nostalgic Bonds almost. But then in the
mm,
same way, would that necessarily appeal as much to kids and future Bond fans as
yeah.
it would to
I
the
think
existing Bond fans?
I don't know. I mean, I feel that's just something I'd be interested in seeing. Maybe like a Bond film that's more of a period piece.
Yeah.
You could even say it like maybe during like the Cold War or um, not maybe not World War One or World War Two, but like uh, definitely during certain events.
Yeah.
Um,
Well, that's
I mean, obviously,
it's a really out of the box idea. I haven't heard it before, but it does sound cool, and it would definitely give
yeah,
something very new and very different
mm,
to the role and things. Yeah.
yeah. While at the same time, sticking with the traditions and stuff.
Mm.
I think the traditions might work a bit better in a period setting,
Yeah.
almost. Um, I mean, they could do that. They could stick with what they're doing now. They could go even darker if they wanted to.
Mm.
If they really wanted to have Bonds snapping necks and anything.
I think if they
I mean,
went too much darker, I think it was a smart move bringing in. I've said it so many times, but Phoebe Waller-Bridge, I think it's a really smart move bringing her in, because I think
yeah,
if it goes too much darker, we're not necessarily watching like a Bond movie anymore. We're watching something a bit more serious, like Taken, which is also an amazing movie, but for different reasons.
yeah,
Like you don't always want to see that with your family necessarily, and Bond's always been family
mm,
friendly, really.
yeah,
Um, so yeah.
yeah. Yeah, maybe, definitely. Um, so yeah, we talked about where the franchise might go next. So who do you think will direct the next Bond after
Mm,
this?
yeah, interesting question. Uh,
Yeah,
I mean, I never really follow the directing space all too much. What I can say is that, like Martin Campbell with Casino Royale, with
yeah,
GoldenEye was phenomenal. Uh,
mm,
that would be awesome. But also,
yeah.
as you mentioned earlier, like Sam Mendes with Skyfall and Spectre,
Oh yeah, mm,
also really cool. I think Sam Mendes is probably more likely to direct the next because he's done the last two now.
mm,
And we have seen Bond directors do 3, 4, 5 films in a row before, so it's definitely
yeah,
something that they're willing to do.
yeah.
Yeah, what are your thoughts on this? Because this is more your sphere than mine.
Do you know what the name that keeps getting thrown around is Christopher Nolan.
Okay, yeah, sure.
Like, I don't know. Like, 'cause I think he said that he wants. I think he said he wants to do it.
Mm,
I know he said years ago that he wanted to do a Bond film. So I don't know. Maybe he'll. Like, if I can see him trying to get, I can see Universal at least trying to get him to direct it
yeah,
because you can imagine like Christopher Nolan's Bond would definitely be a dark Bond, but
yeah,
it would still have sprinkles of lightheartedness. Like The Dark Knight, everyone thinks like it's dark and gritty, but it still had those moments that made you laugh.
yeah. It's true. Yeah,
Like I think like that could be interesting. I know Paul Greengrass, who did the Jason Bourne films, wants to do a Bond film.
yeah. Which would
Um,
be quite a good fit because when the Bourne films were released, they were always meant to be like
yeah,
futuristic and techie, right? and
Mm,
modern.
yeah,
And
that was it was the Bourne films that inspired the Craig era because
yeah,
after Die Another Day came out, which a lot of people didn't really like,
mm.
um, myself included, because obviously Die Another Day got released. Die Another Day felt a bit more like Spy Kids than it did James Bond. Like it just went way
Ooh.
too it just went way too far. Like with I don't even think Pierce Brosnan may have, I don't think Pierce Brosnan even liked it either.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he thought the gadgets were a bit too much, starting to get too much, and like invisible cars and
Invisible
the
Cars. I knew you were going to bring that one up, Connor.
yeah. Well, it's the Bond. It is quite ridiculous. It's even for a Bond film, an invisible car. Come on.
It is a bit ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean a pen that explodes. Yeah, because that actually didn't those actually exist? Like, didn't they actually exploding
What?
pens?
Invisible Cars?
No, exploding pens. Didn't
Oh,
those actually?
yeah. I mean, I don't know anything about that, but there's always rumors that like
Yeah.
an exploding pen would definitely be easier to make than an invisible car. That's for
Mm,
sure. So
yeah. I don't know. But yeah. So I think after that came out, that's they used Bourne as a reference to reboot Bond in a way. I
hmm.
know Paul Greengrass has said that he wants to do a Bond film, but I think he openly admitted that he claims that it'll never happen because they only allow British directors for it. You know, apparently, according to him, they don't allow Americans to direct it.
But that's not entirely true, is it?
I don't know. I mean, that's what I'll bring it up quickly because I remember because I remember reading it and just being like, "What's he on about?"
So the
Um,
new Bond director, Carey, I don't think he's British, is he? That's what I'm
oh,
googling.
he isn't. That's the thing. Like,
Yeah, he's American or Canadian or
yeah. Well, he said. Well, I know Paul Greengrass said that he would never direct a Bond anyway. Here it is. Um, hang on, I'm just trying to find the actual quote. Let's see. I think he was talking to. Yeah, he said that he discussed it. I think he said he discussed it with them, and I think he says like, yeah, I think what he said was he was a born guy. Who's, and like, yeah,
for
I don't know. Then, I don't know. Maybe it was it might have been somebody else. Actually, maybe somebody else who said that
yeah,
about not allowing American actors. Then, for some
yeah.
reason, I thought it was him.
No, because
Who?
Carey's an American film maker
Yeah,
director. So I mean,
mm,
I don't know if he was the first,
yeah.
probably. So yeah, maybe it's something they've only just started being okay with recently. But
I don't know.
yeah, I don't see why any directors should or shouldn't be allowed to direct. If you're a talented director and you love
Mm,
on movies and you're going to do a good job of it, go for it. You know,
yeah,
whoever you are.
yeah,
Yeah.
definitely, yeah. But yeah, I think I can see that happening. With Christopher Nolan.
Mm.
I know Paul Greengrass. Well, apparently Paul Greengrass has said he doesn't want to do it. Yeah, so I don't know where I got that quote from. Maybe it's somebody else.
Yeah.
I think it might be. I definitely remember somebody. I know somebody. I know some director said a director did say that. I don't know who it was.
Yeah.
For some reason, I thought it was him. So
No,
sorry about that.
it's alright. It's fake news.
Whoops. Fake news. It may have been. I know it may have been fake news. Because Facebook's rule. Yeah. Um, but yeah. Who else would be able to would direct it? Because I know Danny Boyle was meant to direct this one, but he dropped out.
Yeah, so he was the
Yeah.
first director for this, right? And then
Yeah.
creative differences. He quite
Mm.
quickly left set for this.
Yeah, I think I'd love to see him come like actually do a Bond film.
Yeah,
Like if he can get a good idea in place, I'd love to see him try.
I think
He did.
though now that he has left this one, I in my mind I don't think he'd come back. Right? Yeah, I mean, for you to drop a Bond film is quite a serious thing.
Well, I mean, that was yeah, I guess so. But you know, we've had directors leave certain projects before and then come back
Yeah, you are right.
other times. So like I mean, I can't. Let's see. I mean, let's see. Who came back? I know Jon Favreau, directed Iron Man 1 and 2. He
Mm,
had left the Marvel Cinematic Universe, and he came back in Avengers Endgame as a producer.
Yeah.
He was in it as an actor, but as producer, but as like one of the more hands-on people. He came back as a producer. So, but like Avengers Endgame and Infinity War. Um, but yeah, people. I know that, I don't know. Maybe if they can like patch things up and stuff, maybe he can come back and do it. Because I know Peter Jackson wasn't meant to do the Hobbit films. I think that was meant to be Guillermo del Toro. Then like last minute, Guillermo del Toro dropped out, and Jackson went, "Okay, I'll direct."
Mm.
So you've had people. It's happened before.
Yeah.
People have said that no, I'm done, and then they've come back in the end. So who knows? Maybe he'll do it. Maybe Matthew Vaughn could do it.
Matthew Vaughn. See, this is a name I
He
don't know. Maybe I should know.
he directed Kingsman.
Oh, okay. Kingsman director. Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Yeah. He also did Layer Cake.
Yeah, which is obviously Craig's. Yeah.
Yeah,
That
because
seems like
that's
a fit. Actually, that seems like a good suggestion.
yeah. I think I can. Matthew Vaughn might do it. Like, well, he could do it. 'Cause, well, we will see.
Mm. Interesting time,
Uh,
right? Yeah.
it's an interesting time. What a time to be alive. Yeah. So anyway, so this episode's gone on for like an hour and 7 minutes.
Yes.
So we'll end it. I think should we end it here, or is there anything more you want to talk about?
I just want to say thank you for having me, really, man. It's been cool. It's been
Yeah.
fun.
Yeah.
Interested in kind of hearing what you've got to say about Bond. I think you speak a lot of sense. So listen to this dude.
Mm.
Yeah. It's
ah.
good.
Yeah. No, yeah, no, it was really interesting having a Bond fan come on because you're the biggest Bond fan I'm aware of
Good.
and stuff like that. Actually, no, before we leave, should we talk about Secret Cinema?
Oh, Secret Cinema. Yeah, I thought we weren't
Yeah,
going to talk about this. Okay, cool.
yeah. So last year, Secret Cinema did an event. Secret Cinema is an organization that does events where they take a film and they recreate sets from that film, and the sets are very detailed in their
It's
creations.
incredibly detailed. Yeah.
Mm. Yeah, and last year they did Casino Royale, and I think it was on your birthday or maybe a
Yeah.
few days
It was
before.
my birthday weekend, and it was in
Yeah,
London.
yeah,
And we essentially went into this open plan casino with live actors planted there and members of the public. So you don't know
yeah.
who's an actor or a member of the public. And the story just kind of unfolds. You meet people and you follow them into different rooms and you go through this really crazy, elaborate plot that
Mm.
is tied to the Casino Royale plot.
Yeah,
And then the night ends with you watching a screening of Casino Royale. And because
yeah.
the entire audience there is big Bond fans or has some interest in Bond, it was a great screening. There were loads of iconic moments and applause and cheering.
Mm.
It was a
That
lovely
was
evening.
great.
It was.
Yeah, it was
Yeah.
amazing. I don't know if they're doing. They probably won't be doing anything this year. Maybe because
Yeah,
they.
so I
Well, I
know
know that.
Secret Cinema is the company. They do things like almost twice a year. They've done Stranger
Yeah,
Things this year.
they did Stranger Things winter last year.
Winter last year, sure.
Yeah, that was like their. I think they have like. Do they have a summer production and a winter production?
Yeah,
I think they
normally.
do.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think maybe summer. I don't know. We'll have to see.
Yeah,
Um,
how the
I
current
think they. I think they. Yeah,
coronavirus.
because they had those Bond sets built like by I think it was July.
Yeah.
They had those Bond sets completely built. Um, so I don't know if about summer, winter maybe. So we'll see what happens. But yeah, no, I thought that was really cool though.
Yeah.
Like,
I remember like
especially when
going through some of
oh
the night. Yeah,
yeah,
there was bits where we were like going into rooms and playing poker, and then we were doing
mm,
hostage negotiations,
yeah.
and then we
Didn't we follow
were
the bad guys
crime
as well?
scenes. Did you say what?
Didn't we follow the bad guy storyline? That's who we stuck with.
Yeah, so we
Yeah,
accidentally we were meant to meet Vesper Lind at one point, and we got tied
yeah,
up with someone who was trying to kidnap her, and then ended up following Mr. White around for a bit and did some
mm,
hostage negotiation with Mr. White.
yeah,
Uh,
yeah. It was very cool. The guy
yeah,
who played the chief, for
yeah,
some reason he put on a almost Texas accent,
yeah.
even though the chief's voice isn't anything like that.
I thought what was
That was
cool about the
that
overall
was
thing
so
though,
good
is
though.
when
He was
they played the Casino Royale film, the actual film at the end, they
yeah,
put actors on stage to act out parts in real time. So
mm,
as Daniel Craig
yeah,
would adjust his tie in the film, the live actor who was taking on the role of Daniel Craig, who's pretending to be Bond, would also adjust his tie
Mm.
in perfect synchronization. And it sounds almost silly in a way, but it really added to the film and it really made you feel more in that world, even when you were just sat there at the very end, just watching, just observing.
Yeah. And it was just yeah, I would have loved it. We've been so cool if like at the very end of the film when Daniel Craig says this line, James says his name, and then it cuts.
Yeah.
It'd be cool if the lights turned on and the actor who was standing there was actually Daniel Craig.
Oh, can you imagine?
Like that would have been like people would have kicked off.
He would have had to have done it on every night, though. There was a lot of
Um,
nights for
mm.
Secret Cinema.
Before we did the opening one,
Yeah,
yeah. So I don't know, maybe you could have done it for like the opening night
yeah.
and then just went away
And
and
another
like
thing that I almost forgot as well, there was a scene where in the actual audience that we were sat in, they drove an Aston Martin DB5, didn't they, on the front of the
yeah,
actual stage?
yeah, an actual Aston Martin.
Yeah, a real car, the actual model. So it was pretty cool. It was
It
awesome
was pretty yeah.
and we
And I
definitely recommend Secret Cinema. Yeah.
I remember I'll say this quick story quickly. I remember when we were talking to the chief because before I think the villain that we were following around was like telling us exactly like what to say to him,
Yeah.
and I completely forgot what to do.
Yeah.
And you sort of had to like improv me. And and at the end, like he paid us money, fake money, um, at the end of it. And then I think he went up to him and like asked him for a bit extra because he got me off.
He handed you some money and
Yeah,
he didn't hand me any money. So I was like, and
yeah. Those actors were pros. Though. Like they stayed in character for so
yeah,
long.
the actors they had obviously clear set lines that they had to do and say, but they also improvised so much because whatever you'd say to them, they'd adapt their responses and then get back onto their story. They played the roles very, very well, very convincingly. The costumes were awesome. Yeah, it was great.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. So I will have to wrap it there. I think because I don't want this going on for 3 hours again.
3 hours,
Unlike the
3 hours
last
is
episode.
quite a while.
Yeah. But yeah, we'll end it there. So like, thanks anyway, Christian, for coming on.
Yeah, thank you again. It's been great, man.
Yeah, yeah. We'll see if we can get even more guests on. We'll see.
Yeah, do it
Yeah,
for sure.
yeah, yeah. No problem. I think this one's offering unlimited space and guests now because of coronavirus.
Yeah, the website was saying that, so you can have as many guests as you'd like.
Yeah, I'll see if I can get next episode. But if not, it'll just be me again. But yeah. So anyway, so yeah, well, yeah. Make sure you check out Christian's YouTube channel, the Isolation Diaries. Is
Yep,
it?
the isolation diary. Yeah, yeah,
It'll be linked below and in the description, anyways. So you'll probably see it there. I don't know if Sprecher can like let people go direct links, so you might have to copy and paste it, but it'll be there. Yeah, look out for my comments because I leave a comment on every video,
yeah.
and they're
Every
hilarious.
video. Yeah, I do appreciate
Every video.
that.
Yeah, yeah. So yeah, make sure you go to his channel, like and subscribe to it. Unlike my series, which will end once the UK comes out of lockdown, his will probably carry on. I think. Will it?
Maybe I haven't
Maybe.
decided myself yet. It
Yeah.
depends. Depends how much free time I have. But if we
Mm,
come out of lockdown quite early, I'll probably keep the channel going for a little bit longer.
yeah.
Yeah,
All right. Okay. So anyway, Christian, thank you for everything.
yeah, brilliant. Thanks, Connor.
All right. See you later.